ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀ kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìdáyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́.
The Supreme Military Council has been meeting to consider, among other things, the conclusions of the military tribunal appointed by the federal military government to try those involved in the abortive coup of 13th February. The council has confirmed the sentences passed by the tribunal. Those condemned to death by firing squad have been executed today. These include Lieutenant Colonel B.S. Dimka and Mr. J.D. Gumwalk, two of the principal actors of the abortive coup.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them. because I ain't got one to go. Here they go get me. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria. Why feeling? Ayandaba. Sunu baby subaramia. Sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya banye se akuna nyego bamukambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna koga book.
And there it is, right there. So there it is, right there. Here I am, right here. Just before I go any further, I got a wonderful email from one of the subscribers. You never know who's listening to you. I got a really, very nice email from one of the subscribers, just extolling the virtues of both the platform and some of his favorite commentators. The traditional names, of course, Ajale, Koko, Ogwene, etc., etc. It's such a delightful little. I'm going to forward it to most of the people mentioned in that email because I was just a delightful little. It makes it all worthwhile sometimes when you get that. So to counterbalance people like Joel of Nashville and Pansat and the rest of the psychiatric elements, you have emails like the one. I'm not going to share it on screen, but I'm going to forward the content to the people mentioned on that email. So good to see you. Good to be your company. And how are you? So how are you? I'm not quite sure why I'm sounding out of breath. I've not done really anything exciting, but how are you? So we don't often do this, but let's do this as a kickoff, just to bring the comment section into the studio. Money More says hello, one man. So good to hello, Money More. And then Kenny says how you day. So there's Kenny right there. Good to see you, Kenny. Money More still. Longest time I am currently in Nigeria, but the heat is too much. I can't join the show as usual. I miss you guys. Well, we miss you too because we noticed your comment was absent. You know that heat though. When you land in Lagos, you start to sweat like a drug dealer. It's just that you are not carrying drugs, of course, but the heat, just the intensity of it, the humidity and the heat, you just start to sweat like you've just come right out of a shower. And that's Chema, of course, keeping ever steady. Good to see you, Chema. Always a delight. So, always a delight. So, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come and join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you. So, if you want to come join us on the screen, then just click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It should still be readily to hand. So do all those. What are we contending with today? So we're still not far away from the storyline of Betta Edu. The young now, they say, let the youth take over. The youth are the future of tomorrow, or however it is that the sing-along is. Well, give them an opportunity, and this is what becomes of it. So give them an opportunity, and this is what it becomes of it. She's 37, by the way, this lady. Tinubu orders investigation of Betta Edu, vows to punish infractions. So there she is right there. I think they might well end up hanging this woman, not a literal hanging, of course. They'll just throw her to the wolves because she has no political godbacker or godfather or something. Yes. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has let's do it again. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has directed a thorough investigation into the indictment of the former minister, not the former, let's start entirely all over again. Tinubu orders investigation of Betta Edu, orders vows to punish infractions. Okay, let's pick it from here. Maybe it reads better from here. Right. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has directed a thorough investigation into the indictment of the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Dr. Betta Edu, in the transfer of 585 million naira grant meant for vulnerable groups in Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Ogun, and Lagos State into a private account. The president also promised to ensure that any breaches or infractions identified in the course of the investigation are decisively punished. A viral document signed by Edu and directed to the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation revealed that the minister directed the disbursement of 585 million naira approximately into one Bridget Mojisola or Oni Yelu's private account. The leaked document revealed that the money was paid into Oni Yelu's account. So this is where the story starts to get muddy, because what the accountant general told us, of course, was that the money was never released. But Edu Special Assistant on Media and Publicity Rashid Zubair had, in a statement on Friday, said the payment followed due process. Also, the minister, in a statement she posted on her Facebook page on Saturday, said the allegations were baseless, but was silent on the transfer of funds into a private account. So there's a call for her sacking, of course, as you would expect. Let's see, where do we pick it up from? Or should we just okay, let's yes. However, civil society organizations and activists called for her sacking, just as the special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Bayo Ononuga, told correspondents on Saturday that the matter was under investigation. In a statement on Sunday, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, said the government was aware of concerns raised by the public on the alleged fraud. He said that President Tinubu had directed that a comprehensive investigation be carried out into the matter and appropriate punishment meted out. So now, is it the expectation that she should maybe not? There's something they call gardening leave, and that's usually used when somebody needs not to be in the office in order that their performance or an allegation is audited. So it's not a suspension essentially, but it is a stay at home with full pay. So should they put her on some sort of gardening leave whilst this whole thing is being cleared up? He said President Tinubu had directed a comprehensive investigation be carried out into the matter and appropriate punishment meted out. The Ministry of Information and National Orientation acknowledges the concerns raised by the public regarding the alleged payment of funds into a private account by the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. We are aware of the narrative circulating widely and wish to assure Nigerians that the government takes these issues most seriously. The federal government, under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is transparent and accountable to the people and committed to ensuring that public funds are allocated and utilized effectively and efficiently to address the needs of Nigerians. So, in light of the recent events, the president has directed a thorough and comprehensive investigation be conducted to ascertain the accuracy and validity of the reported details. The government is determined to unravel the truth as it relates. So it goes on to give us essentially Tinubu has ordered the probe is the long and short of that long and winding road. So Tinubu has ordered the probe is the long and short of that long and winding road. But should she be maybe not suspended, but asked to stay out of the office whilst that investigation is carrying on? So that's the question. So. And by the way, the allegations continue to pour in. Betta Edu approves flight fare for staff to Kogi, a state with no airport. So this is it now. It's either I suspect she's more naive than corrupt. That's just the thing. And that is why they are saying people should have at least 3 tranches of experience before they go into that level of seniority in governance. So you should have 3 tranches of experience. So 3 solid spaces that you have had leadership roles or some sort of solid experiences before you then carry through to become a minister of state. It's naivety or corruption, and I suspect, or I hope for our sake, it's naivety. Betta Edu approves flight fare for staff to Kogi, a state with no airport. So you all know where that is headed. So we can leave that at the headline. But Lekki Airport will be completed in 2 years, says Omotosho. So is this a local airport? But hopefully it will be an international airport, because the location of the airport in Lagos it doesn't work. The commissioner for but if this is coming out of Lagos State, though, then it might well be a local exercise. The commissioner for information and strategy, Benga Omotosho, has said that the Lekki Ekwe International, so it's an international airport, will be completed in 2 years. Omotosho, whilst addressing reporters on the second term plans of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, reiterated that the Sanwo-Olu administration is committed to completing all ongoing projects and leaving a good legacy. The commissioner also said new iconic projects will be executed to give residents greater access to the dividend of democracy. The Babajide Sanwo-Olu administration is not sleeping. The governor is particularly keen on ensuring Lagosians get the best governance. This second term will be committed to complete. And by the way, this is exactly this is exactly how a governor should process his period in governance. So whichever project you start in your first term, just complete them in your second term, and then that process completes. So that's just how it should be done. So there should be no real carryovers to the next administration. So there'll still be list of things to do, but the things you started in your first term, you just complete it, and that takes off the list. So he's promising you now a new airport in Lagos. He said the Babajide Sanwo-Olu administration is not sleeping. The governor is particularly keen on ensuring Lagosians get the best governance. This second term will be committed to completing projects started in the first term and even executing new ones. The Lekki Ekwe International Airport, which will take pressure off the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, will be built and completed in the life of this administration. Government is in talks with investors, and the project is expected to be completed within 2 years. The airport will be built on about 3,500 hectares of land, accommodate about 35 aircrafts, and convey 5 million passengers yearly. Contractors have been identified, and we're talking to investors because it is not something the state can fund alone from its balance sheet. The commissioner also said the medical university proposed by the governor will be established. This is still on the drawing table, but I can assure you that it is close to the governor's heart, especially to curb the Japa syndrome, and so that Lagosians can get greater access to better to better healthcare, he added. Other iconic projects we have started include opening Ojota Link Bridge, Mercy Children Hospital, 500-bed mental health treatment and rehabilitation center will all be completed. So a new airport. I didn't know it was. I didn't even know that the state governors had the authority to build international airports. But there it is. Tom, G5 will support Tinubu in 2027. He's a seasoned administrator, and there it is right there. So that's a PDP man. That's a PDP man. That's a PDP man. That's an APC president. That's a PDP man. And that's a PDP man. So if this follows through, if this carries, because it's very easy to say that now, whilst they are looking to him for the dollars, but if this carries through to 2027, I cannot say what will stop Tinubu. But then, out of all of them, actually, I think it's only Sheyi Makinde that is still wielding any real state power. But there it is, right there. That's Otom. Although Otom's promises carries no weight anymore because, of course, it doesn't have the authority of state. So it does not have the authority of state. There's still plenty to go through, but I'll just give you two more. It looks as though Tinubu has signed Ruga into law. You know that Ruga that Buhari fought tooth and nail to establish? It looks as though Tinubu has signed Ruga into law. Our Supreme Court grants federal government exclusive control of all inland waterway. And this was the marquee theme around the Ruga narrative. The Supreme Court has granted the federal government total control of all waterways in the country, including the right to levy and license operators in the sector. The court, in a landmark judgment it delivered last Friday in an appeal marked XYZ, held that states lacked the constitutional right to impose levies on businesses operating in the nation's inland waterways. The appeal was filed by the National Inland Waterways Authority and the Nigerian Maritime Standard and Safety Agency, Minister of Mines and Steel Development, as well as Minister of Transport. Respondents to the case were the Lagos State Waterways, the State's Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development. So this is probably going to impact on states like Lagos the most, really. It will impact on the southern. What water is there in the north? They don't even have rainfall, never mind water. So this is essentially a levy against the southern states. Respondents to the case were the Lagos State Waterways, the State's Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, the State's Attorney General, the Governor of Lagos State, the Incorporated Trustee of Association of Tourist Boat Operators and Water Transportation of Nigeria, and the Incorporated Trustees of Dredgers Association of Nigeria. So they've managed to purloin the Nigerian inland waterways for the Fulanis. The Apex Court held that it was wrong, unlawful, and illegal for states to seek to control the sector and impose levies. The appeal, filed in 2018, was prosecuted for the appellants by a team of lawyers led by the present Attorney General of the Federation, Prince Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, in its lead. Judgment that was prepared by Justice Ayang Okoro and read by Justice Emmanuel Agim. The Supreme Court held, I'm reading you this in full because it's of some importance. Hopefully it doesn't go on and on. Pardon me. Right. The Supreme Court held that NIWA is the only agency saddled with the responsibility to levy, impose, and charge rates of utilization along the declared waters of the Nigerian Inland Waterways Authority. It added that NIWA is the rightful and legal agency of government with the powers to exclusively manage, direct, and control all activities on the navigable waters and its rights of way throughout the country for inland navigation pursuant to sections XYZ and XYZ. The Apex Court equally agreed with Fagbemi, SAN, that activities of the Lagos State government and its agencies constituted a flagrant usurpation usurpation and illegal encroachment on the statutory functions of NIWA because the waterways of Lagos State, amongst others in Nigeria, are under the exclusive legislative list set out in Part 1 of the second. They need to be breaking that away from that. So this essentially is the federal space looking to levy Lagos State. So, because Lagos is all about marine economy, it's a maritime economic space, and the federal government looking to dip their beady hands into that. I'll give you this only as a headline. Then, Nigerian lawmaker says raid on Dangote will hurt economy. So I cannot but agree with that. So I'm going to play you now this clip. This one is a nod in the direction of war peace and some of our Edo followers. So let me play you a bit of this.
Is local government. Don't yarn to people about what really happened inside their community on Sunday where Fulani herdsmen show. Solomon Amoradmo, we be the ordinary way of the community, say na call and say Fulani herdsmen did the community. They ask of and the elders. Say when they come, they tell and say me they know they ring the bell for the community again.
Yes, actually they came. I was told, first of all, I'm in Benin. My people called me that the sense I don't know what they will call. They came here, asking for Joey and the others. My youth, they say they are not here. They continue giving instruction that they should call me immediately for dialogue. I said, what do you mean by that to dialogue? Now, they said we should not ring this our bell. This our bell is being when we want to make a civil defense, anything that happens we must.
I'm very by the way. This is an indigenous community to that space, and these are Fulani herders coming to give them instruction on how to live and administer their own homestead.
You surely go ring them. They say we cannot ring them anymore. Anybody who is a vigilante, we know as a vigilante here, should come out. May go bring them come out. Now, if we want no washing night, nothing. Everybody should go get inside and sleep with their own command. Have to look. Anyway, tomorrow I'm coming to the community. As I reach here, I didn't saw them with my tunica eye, but I saw where they eat. After they don't eat plantain and other things, they will go back. They will come back again. Yesterday I was here too. When I went back to the town, then this morning I promised I'll come to your own station to report. I don't know where they got the news they have been carrying. I'm not saying they are saying to talk a lie. Then they called me. I went to your office. I was told that they burn everything in the community. They kill some people. They rape some people. I'm surprised to hear that a community will be your way. That is why I come to you, government. Not that they are not threatening us here. What they did is what I'm telling you people. And it is what I'm saying. I didn't see any house be burned. I don't see it with my naked eye. If I see it, I'm not afraid of anybody. I go say they burn them, but I'm not seeing it.
Osadebame Aigbe said the Sunday after the Fulani herdsmen come to threaten them and shoot gun for air, them go Ekadolo police station because the instructions where the Fulani herdsmen give them make them fear, as him and some others don't pack their things come up for the community.
This morning, on Sunday, when they say they come here, the way they speak, on start of Sunday, we went to Ekadolo police station to go and give a report. That very day was so tough for this community. DPO is not around at that time. So it tells us we put a particular down. What we particular said we give our number down. This morning now, our young way call us, say CCCO, say that they come and say, okay, I have to rock on in the morning. I day here. So when I day here in the morning, before I reach here, if you read this community now, nobody, everybody, put myself, all my property, they are not here again. Because the instruction where they give on Sunday is a stronger information. All those Fulanis, the instruction where they give, say where they come, but three come from that upside. Their leader wear camouflage. Who explains that day here? If wear camouflage, say they don't need anything. Shooting gun for this place. Where is the gun? They say, where is the vigilante for this committee? They say vigilante is not around. Where the audience will tell them, they say, well, as it is now, anything shooting gun, they don't need them. Where the gun would not shoot, they say not be gun, say now knockout. The company knockout. We say, well, from now on, they don't surround this place. Before they know it, a battery come from it. There's one road, go like this. We take it, they come out. Before they know it, about 6, they come out from this place. Small time, they shoot gun, go up, pa, pa, pa. The whole committee, the whole everybody, you see all the old door locked. A lot of them begin to run. That's the function we gather. And true to when we come, when I come today, small time, go see up there. When the soldier come, I will tell them, the last house, there now, almost that time where they come, because they don't enter bush now. They if you hear now, the car you go here now. See fire, they come put fire for up. Fire, they burn. They shoot 3 guns. They not burn any person. They not shoot any person. No. They shoot 3 guns. Before you know it, fire, they burn for a bush. Make us stay there. They say, make I say, I know if you run. Sis, they know if you kill me. Maybe I go talk to them. Before I tell that one, they can't come inside. Now come just now. Say, make I come. Say, government don't come. I can't see Sogama, they can't gather me there. I can't see explain to them. The only thing where you saw, planting, yam, cassava. Now farm, not be house, they burn farm. If you see the fire there now, see the fire there now. If they go, they come like this.
Pius say when him and his wife they go farm, one Fulani herdsman come carry dagger, come meet him. Say him cow they chop for there. Say make him go back house on him life.
When me and my wife went to the bush this morning, my plantain farm. So I said, make my wife stay at back first. I said, man, let me be at the front. So immediately I was going. So I just saw one young man. I just come out with a knife at this left and the right. He said, what do you mean they farm? I said, as you see this bush, so this is my farm. He said, me see cow when they chop her. I said, yes. He said, what in my annoyance? I said, well, I said, I'm hungry, catch me. I said, but this is my farm. He said, what I won't do now? I said, I'm not going to do anything. No. So I say, he said, either my life or I should go back. So I say, my life. Yes, the plantain day now. The plantain day now, the remaining one when they eat, I carry a coin, they might no more there. So I say, it's my life. It's okay. Go back. Say I should go back. Since I want my life. So I have to be coming home. Then I tell my wife, I think the years they talk. Oh yeah, let's go home.
Another villager say before 8 o'clock on Sunday, let them come. Say the headsmen carry AK-47 and other weapons. They ask them why did they disturb their cows.
On Sunday morning, during breaking in the morning, around that kind 8 o'clock, before we know, we see about 7 S-men with pump action and AK-47. They just came direct to the village. So when they came, all of us were running. Now one among them say, "Mo, we know them, Mo, we know them, Mo, we know them, Mo, we wait. We can't wait." They can't come out. Other people hold their gun. They point us. We know nobody feel able to talk. So that man can't come out. You can't say, where the vigilante of this village? We say, all the vigilante, they have traveled. We say, what about the elders? We say, all of them don't go Benin for Christmas, New Year celebration. The court talk say, now henceforth, say, all those birds, where would they knock? Say, what is the meaning of that bird? Say, they don't want to hear them again.
Sunana said the Fulani herdsmen cow, they chop their plants and food. Say no good.
Fulani people, it goes to that, you who everybody, Fulani ide, it go up, Mama Koli, it goes to that. Fulani, what happened? Why they go? Say me, they go broching. Say no, come on. Palante to chop. Cassava is the chop. Say you, Fulani, this one is no good. This one is no good. Say what happened this way is no good. Say my cooking, my guam. What happened? Ma de go house. You is the common. Nabi, is the common, you go sit there. Na dade anan. Ni na dade anan ina aiki anan. Shekaru da dama ba kawai ne ke ban zo anan ba. Lokacin da dun na zo shekara 2 kenan wanda abun da ya faru na zo nan ina kwana anan wuri ina zuwa ina aiki nan ko da yaushe nan nake aiki. Na tashi na tafi in ta daji in je wurin aiki. Ina dawowa, ina zuwa ban kai ga isowa ba. Ina haɗu da su suna ɓanna. Su Fulani suna saran falante. Shanu na ci gari suna cin gari. Ina ce musu wannan abu da kuke yi ba kyau ba. Don Allah ku tafi. Yanzu mu muna yin kura muna zuwa muna samun buroshin, muna samun abin da muna ci. In kun cinye garin nan, kun cinye falante, shi in mun gama aiki shin organimu da mi za su biya mu falante za su sai da su ba mu kuɗi mu ma mu sai ma iyalin mu abinci. He suka ce he yaro guda ya ce man to shi shanu ho ba nashi ba. Na ce nawa ne ya ce su akwai wanda aka ɗauko ana biyan su duk wata 30,000. Na ce okay ba naka ba kuma ka zo nan kana wannan aikin. Abinda muka yi da su kenan na ɗauko falante na kawo shi gidan baban Nusa. Na aje sannan na koma daji. Na koma daji ina aiki. Na dawo nan su mutum 10 Fulani sun shigo mutum guda ke bai da bindiga. Yaro guda yana rike da adda sun zo sun wace gari. Mu uku kawai muka kwana a nan garin. In yi nan ni kaɗai ne na kwana a nan mu da papa.
Command public.
No, I want you to now pay attention to the person that is in charge of policing of that space, and then see and then form your own conclusions. You know, so you've heard the backdrop. Look at the person policing that community.
Relations Officer SP Kantoge Bello, we stand for Edo State Commissioner of Police, say himself, Tori people, area commander and divisional police officer, where they in charge of a Kedalot division, go look round for the farms where the villagers say the Fulani herdsmen born.
It has become necessary for the police, after receiving the reports on some print media and some online media, that Fulani herdsmen have sacked all the people in Oberen Second community of Obia Northeast local government. So it has become necessary because all the people resident of Edo State, both home and in diaspora, everybody is agitated to hear that some group of herdsmen have sacked a community. In order to douse the tension of the story that's making round on the social media, it's become necessary for the Commissioner of Police, CP Valley of Badu, to direct, in collaboration with the state government, to ensure that the tension has not created more panic among the people. So the Commissioner, in collaboration with the state government, directed we come and see with our own eye, also to inquire from the resident of the community. Yes, it has been said by the community members, Fulani herdsmen have come here to instruct them to stop ringing their security bell in the night, according to the reports that they used to disturb their cows. So, which the community is not agreeing to it. They also inquire from the community if they have gone. As the sound of vanguard knockout that had been used during the yellow tide period maybe created the tension among the Fulani, thinking that it is gone. So that also has been confirmed to them by the community, the Odonwore and some elders of the community, that they are not shooting gun, they are shooting a knockout to celebrate the yellow tide period that just passed. They further mentioned that nothing has been born in the community, no life has been lost in the community, as against the report on online and on some print media, and that there is no any shooting of persons. Yes, that they come with gun and they shoot it up, and also they've born a farmland which is yet to be confirmed, which by God's grace we will all move with the media, with the area commander in charge of Akedelo division area command, and then the divisional police officer in charge of Akedelo division, which we are all here to ensure that normalcy has been returned to people, and to also make it known to other people that are not here that the story making round is not like that. Please, the community is calm for now. No fly, no threat.
All right. I think you get the gist of what is going on there. So this essentially is the narrative of a conquered people and their conquerors. So the Fulanis, they are overlords in Edo State, or in that community in Edo State. They've come now to give instructions on how their subjects are to live their lives. So this is a narrative of the conqueror and the conquered. So there it is. And if you think that is peculiar to that community, then you are living in cloud cuckoo land. This is the narrative of all of us. We are the conquered, and our overlords is the Fulanis with their AK-47. So there it is right there. They took us for cheap. The might of Nigeria. There's only one solution to this thing. We need forest rangers, which are the Amotekun Corps has to morph into a forest ranger. They have to be heavily armed, and they have to meet these people at their entry point so that they are not able to get into these communities. So they have to be heavily equipped, given sophisticated surveillance equipment and kits, so that they go into the forest and cut these people off before they make incursions into communities like this. But otherwise, you know, they are coming, they've taken the middle belt and now they are on the shores of Edo. Forget Edo, they are on the shores of Oyo, they're on the shores of your hometown. And they will start giving those instructions on how to live your life. And very soon your Oba steps down and it becomes an emir. And that has been the narrative of everything. So there it is right there. So there it is right there, the Nigerian storyline. So let me play this final clip. This one especially for Ajan Lekoko. So this is it now, the goings on in Lagos State. And there it is right there. So that is a demo. That was that a demo? That's not a demonstration. That's more of a rally in protest at the exorbitant rate of rent in Lagos Island. So the rent is so expensive in Lagos Island that people have to demonstrate in protestation. So that's what's going on in Lagos Island. So that's what is going on in Lagos Island. Still plenty of room on the studio. Anybody that wants to hop like a bunny and jump on the screen. Hop like a bunny and join us on the screen. First, of course, you know where we're going, Lekki guys.
Only water, where they see ma. You don't come home. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chifu faila ti keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosona ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself. Yeah, Honey, it's time you hopped on the screen. We need to hear your voice, Honey Joel. May death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So I was going to start off with Ogweni and his left. So Kidola joins us. I think this might well be your first time here, Kidola. War Peace in the house. Good to see you, Konnichiwa. Father of the bride, Ajanle Koko, good to see him be in your company. Solly joins us from Amsterdam. Good to see you, Solly. And then Ayo joins us from Canada. So there they are. So there they are. So let me start it off with you, Kidola. I didn't even know you had interest in Nigerian politics, Kidola. Ola.
Yeah, thank you, bro. I hear you.
Waiting to happen.
But you see, sometimes when I speak, sometimes I go there like person there everywhere. You see, when corruption, you see, this is a community of Edo people, right?
Oh, now there you won't start. You won't start from there, though.
Yeah. Now that topic won't start from because now that place, that state I come from. You see, when you are weak, you will be conquered by foreigners who came by trailer into your community. You understand me? If you check some of these cows, sometimes they be on sometimes by some Benin people inside that Benin city. These cows sometimes have invested people. Some of them come from inside Benin city. You understand me? These people coming to control the indigenous have been staying there for thousands of years, telling them not to ring their bell. Now, perfect corruption when they happen for that community, even that state. You understand me? Sooner or later, they'll come invade like the way they do to Plateau State and the way they do to Benue State. That one when they first give them now to see how weak they are. You understand me? You have to understand Fulani people are very good in politics.
You know, they were asking them not to ring their bell, but the one important question that they asked them was that does any of them have weapons, and they said no. So with that, they know that they are captured people. They'll start making demands that you have to start paying rent. They'll start levying them for money and foods and women.
Big time. And this is the beginning of them stepping into Edo State, conquer one village one at a time. If these people refuse to fight back, I drove these people away. What I mean, drove them away far. They have to go to the Oba of Benin and complain to the Oba of Benin. Say, look, these people are in our society. They already try to tell us if we can cook plantain or we choose to cook yam. You know, sooner or later, they'll be telling them every Sunday you don't need to be in your house or be inside your house. They already be conquered already, fiscally.
Look at the man that was going to his farm, and the Fulani guy told him, go back home because my cows are busy destroying your farm. So, and the guy turned around and says, thank you, sir. And he took his wife by hand and they went back home.
They can't do nothing. Even the policemen are even scared themselves. You see, the police are even talking nonsense out of their mouth, and we just come to check. You see, what this man did, Buhari did, to turn them around, to overturn them, you have to fight a battle. Because this is not just about using mouth to talk. Buhari is gone. For that 8 years of Buhari, our people are being conquered spiritually, emotionally.
You know, those are defeated. That community that, and by the way, no, this is not to cast aspersions on anything about them because they're just a farming settlement, but they are defeated people. The leader of the community. Hold on. The leader of the community, you could hear the defeat. It's a case of surrender now. They said they were hearing noise. And they had to explain that it was bangers for Christmas. And then they told them, okay.
Hold on. Good morning.
One man, let me tell you the truth. That Ojon way there is like a head of a village. That man have more control in his own village even than the Oba of Benin. You understand me? That man, when they say head of a village, it's like the senior man of the village. They call Odionwe. Odionwe is like a prime minister of a village, of his own people. He's already a corrupt man. He's already a man that's already been, he said knockout. Why they shooting this whole time? He said, oh, no, we shoot it knockout. They have to fight, stand their ground and fight. Otherwise, the Fulani will come and massacre them, like what they're doing in Benue now and what they're doing in Plateau State now. Somebody should come in.
Yeah, thank you. I know you're trying to picture a narrative. First of all, you would have verified your video you posted. I don't know who sent you that video. I don't know his name. I was trying to get at, probably is trying to get to, maybe I've said me or some other people on this platform. Probably because I'm always on their neck on history and
No,
on
no,
this
no,
IPOB.
no, no,
Hold
Anas.
on, hold on,
No,
one more.
no, it
Hold on,
wasn't.
hold on.
Hold on, just 1 second. It's not that video could have been an incident in Oyo or Ogun or Benue or Onitsha. So forget that thing.
Let me tell you, you
This
don't
is
know
an
what I'm going to.
example of what is going on. So don't
No,
don't
no,
turn
no,
it
no, no.
don't turn it into
Hold
an
on.
adult thing. Don't turn it into an
Oh,
adult.
hold on.
Yeah.
That video, this thing is, do you know when this thing happened? This is a very old clip, more than 7 years ago, when that Fulani started in Nigeria, in Western South, in the South. I believe that the people that we chased away from Benin that went to
This is no more than 7 years old though. Like, I can check the timing for you.
check is old, is about 5, 6, not I've watched it long ago. Check it now. This is not new, this now. Do you know that guy that was standing at the back of that guy? That was the former vigilante head, Aruna.
This
No,
was
it's
on
cool.
this was on the 7th of January.
No, that's when they sent it to you. It's not when
All
it
right.
happened.
All right.
This is a very old thing now. Go verify. You would have asked
I know.
before.
Actually, it's an old thing, but not as old as you say. It says January 2022. So
It's
it's
not even
just
2022.
it's just about
It's
a
not
year
even
old.
2020. It's not even
All
22.
right, all right.
Let
It's
me
still
just tell you. Okay. Let me
don't
just
turn
tell.
it into an Edo defending
Yeah. I don't know who that's.
yeah. Don't worry about
So I
it.
don't know who said it to you.
I only wish it didn't happen in Edo. Then would have had a but
No,
don't turn it
let me tell you
into
now.
defending
Wait.
Edo. We
Oh,
don't want to
no,
do
wait,
that. Yeah.
hold on. Because such things not happening anymore in that area because they
All
chase
right.
all this. The vigilante people did a lot of good job in that area. And just vigilante in that area. I didn't say it did not happen. It happened then when that thing was going on in those areas that time, and it was really bad. But the governor put a lot of work. The vigilante group came up and to secure not only that place, Okada. At an Okada, as it was a mess, you can't even pass through already. I think Akin was talking about it one time. You can't even pass through already. That's the boundary between Edo and Ondo. But somebody make it look like it just happened just after Christmas here, which is not good. That's just my point. Thank you.
All right, let's just move from there. But at what pace? Don't leap to the defense of anything, Edo. Let the conversation just it could happen in any community, and I don't believe it's as old as we are making out. But I just don't want this to start in.
Just do your better. If
Don't worry.
TBC call them, they'll tell you when they got
Yes,
that's what I said. It's very old, not 2022.
Yeah, just settle down. We don't leap anytime Edo comes up. Edo community is under the threat of the Fulanis, as is the Oyo community, the Plateau community, and every other community. So that's just the fact of it. But let me just move it on because I don't want us to start in that. Let me move it on. Let me stay with you still, Kidola. Are you following the narrative of this Betta Edu and how she's becoming unraveled just within 6 months of being a minister, Kidola? Hola. All right. Let me go on then to Ogbeni, who I wanted to start with. I hope people can still hear me. Ogbeni, are you there?
I can hear you.
Brilliant. I wanted to start with you and then you just dropped out. But this is where I wanted to start with you. So so this is Ruga by the back door. These are waterways that Buhari fought tooth and nail to bring in-house. It looks as though now the Supreme Court has now granted it. Supreme Court grants federal government exclusive control of all inland waterways. So what does that mean, Ogbeni?
So, one man, when you look at this case, it wasn't exactly what Buhari wanted to do. Something closer to it, but not exactly what he wanted to do. What Buhari wanted to do back then, which you remember Akpabio fought against it in the Senate. Akpabio was the major force that fought against it. Now the SP. But then back in the Senate. And Akpabio's argument was that because of desert that is spreading down south from Sahel down to Savannah, particularly in the northern part of Nigeria. We've been having problem with the cattle rearers finding their way, trooping down southwards in Nigeria. And because of that, there have been clashes. They call it clashes. I don't call it clashes. I call it killing. So the elders, those marauders, invading people's land, taking people's land, intimidating them in their land. Unfortunately, they had somebody like Buhari, their king's man. And by the way, the life and grand patron of Maeti Hala at a point in time for the space of a whole 8 years in government. So they were able to establish themselves down and moving down south. Thank God now that their man is out of the way and we should be able to have some peace in Nigeria. Now, the reason why Akpabio fought that bill back then, if you listen to his argument in the floor of the Senate, was that what is the vision of all these guys moving down? They're looking for green land and looking for water. Now, if you had somebody like Buhari, for instance, in government, the federal government, and don't forget that around that time was the time of Ruga, where the late Ogbeni Akeredolu, God bless his, God rest his soul, and some other governors and co fought Ruga to a standstill. And then that issue of control of the inland waterways started again. So Akpabio then read another meaning to it, and the meaning was that, okay, we're not giving you land. So what you now wanted is, because when you say you want inland waterways, then you want the territories, the territorial land around the inland waterways. And if you have the control of that place, then you can now decide to create your Ruga around the place. So it was woven around the Ruga narrative back then, if you listen to Akpabio, and because of that, he fought that and said, no, we're not going to allow you, since the Land Use Act said we have a right. Then his argument back then was that the right that the federal government has should only be limited to the coastal water, the one by the territorial sea, and the one by the exclusive economic sea to the high sea. Then whichever one is within the country, that is the inland waterways, maybe you have the River Niger within Lokoja flowing down to Benue, the Benue one flowing down back to Lokoja, and you are having them moving down to Delta, and then they are washing into sea or the ocean. Then they shouldn't have, the federal government should not have, it should be part and parcel of the right and the authority of the state government, because they own the land, they keep the land in trustee for their people, and everything on that land, including fishes, including everything you find on it at that time. So Akpabio felt there shouldn't be any separation between those inland waterways or waters. Don't let me say waterways now. The inland waters, and then the ocean, and then the territorial sea. Which, for me, if you look at the rationale why they said federal government should have a even right or authority over the territorial seas, because if any country is coming to invade you, don't forget that the first duty of federal government is to protect the territory of Nigeria, and that territorial sea, or our territorial, the coastal part of our country, it's actually part of our border. And if there will be any major war, when you see in the world, it always comes from that area. It's either air raid, or you come through water, or you come through land. So it's a major and a basic thing when it comes to security. And for me, that's the rationale why the Constitution allowed the federal government to have exclusive power over that. Now, that said, what has happened here was that there's an issue when you look at this case. I'm not sure, I don't know. I think I missed when you read it. But my understanding of this case was that there have been issues over who should be in control in terms of the transport system on the inland waterways, who should be collecting taxes on the levies, who should be controlling what is happening, the activities, particularly the commercial activities on our inland waterways. And I think the main point or singular point were Lagos and Port Harcourt. If you observe Lagos over time,
yes, it was Lagos that actually fought back the most against that bill. Yeah.
Yes. So really, when you look at Lagos mainly over time, not Tinubu time, but immediately after that Fashola, towards the tail end of Fashola's period, you realize that the focus of the development of infrastructure in the transport system or sector in Lagos moved or tilted somewhere towards water transportation. That's transportation through water. And then they've been making a lot of gains around that time. In that area. And so the federal government, for everybody levies fee, they have their fee, they will levy fee, of course. You have your boat, you put it there, they were controlling those areas and others. You want to, I don't know Lagos much, but you want to move from one point to another point on the water that is not on the IC, the water within, Lagos, then the state government. So here comes the issue. So the question you ask yourself is, should it be the federal government that should be? You see, this issue is more like you remember the time of, was it Ogunlewe was the Minister of Transport back then? Ogunlewe and against Tinubu or something like that on where are the federal roads in Lagos and where are the state roads? Who is in charge of federal roads? Who is in charge of state roads? Who can put which of these two tiers of organs of government or levels of government can put billboards by which road? So it's more like that, what is happening here. And well, the Supreme Court said the federal government won, fine. But let me tell you my worries. You see, the Supreme Court should, I think, try to be very careful when it comes to, it's a court of, policy. So they don't just make judgment based on the only fact you present before them. They should, don't let me say they do now, they should look beyond the immediate implication of whatever decision they are making. They should look beyond that and look into the future and see what will be the implication, particularly on economic, on the country, where the federal government as of today has too much in their hands. The rail transport system, if the federal government had allowed the rail transport system to be within the residual list, which is state, or to be within the or concurrent list, which both state and federal government can do, over decades, we would have moved further than where we are today. But the federal government, head on to this thing, electricity, you're holding on to it, energy, you're holding on to it, military, you're holding on to it, even paramilitary, that many states, many countries in the world have, deregulated. You're still holding on to it, you're holding on to too much. So for me, I think the Supreme Court should look beyond that. So now, okay, you say federal government is the only one that, which inland waterways would federal government go and focus on now? So if today now they are focused only on Port Harcourt, somebody in Kogi will be telling you, oh, you have not done at home. Somebody in Lagos will be saying, oh, you have not done Lagos. You could imagine the kind of decision we're having here. Although I'm exercising a little caution here because I've not even read the...
I think it's a narrative of levies, isn't it? They want to be able to levy the... and that's why Lagos State was the... If you look at the people who actually fought against it the most, it was Lagos State and Lagos State agencies.
Waterways.
Yes.
Lagos Waterways.
So it says the appeal was filed by the respondents. The respondents to this case were Lagos State Waterways, the Lagos State Commissioner for Water Infrastructure Development, the State Attorney General, the Governor of Lagos State, the Incorporated Trustees of Association of Tourist Boat Operators and Water Transport of Nigeria, and Incorporated Trustees of Dredgers Association. So essentially, the only real people fighting against it is Lagos State, because of course they caught into that Lagos dollars.
So what is? Walmart, look at it from this angle. You see, I told you that Lagos has moved over a decade now more towards building infrastructure. If I'm focusing on rail and also focusing on water transportation, because they believe that is the future, and they believe is going to relieve the pressure on the land transport system. We all see it here also in UK. UK is an island too, and they have a lot of waterways around. We all see it. In the place where I stay here, you can take a ferry and travel to Shetland. You can travel to one or two places, Peterhead, a lot of places we have around here, which, move, reduce burden on road transportation. And then heavy equipment and many things like oil and gas are not, they transport it through this area so that you don't spoil road, you don't, so it reduces burden. Then secondly, the security that is attached to inland waterways matters too. There's a security angle to this. So if the federal government as it stands is still overburdened by the security, you see what is happening in our country. Yeah, they are fighting security, I know, even under this government, they are trying. But when you have too much in your hand and you're adding more to it, you're taking away from the state and local government that we think they don't have enough. They should give them more responsibility. You're taking away from them, you're gagging them, and you're getting more to yourself. And the Supreme Court is saying, okay, have more federal government. To what end is my question here? I've not gone back to that constitutional thing to read it well. I've not gone back to the decision itself to read it in details. So I'm just giving an initial thought on this, and that's why I'm leaving the footnotes to say I've not read that, so that when I read it in details, I will return here to come and tell you if my position has changed. But my position as at now is that I don't think the Supreme Court look beyond. I don't think they have a very good insight into looking into future. Let me give you an instance. So if tomorrow now, the federal government, let's say one idiot now becomes president of Nigeria, which is very possible. A lot of countries in the world, they've had idiots before as president. So you have somebody as president, just one idiot somewhere.
We had one just recently.
Well, okay, yeah. But some people don't agree with you anyway. But
all right, carry on.
That's the way I see it. I don't miss what to tell you that I see Buhari as an idiot because but let's leave that. Look at it from this angle. Do you know the reason why rail transport system stopped in Lagos was because of Mr. Muhammadu Buhari?
Yes, but what I do know was that this metro system that Lagos is now celebrating, it should have been done under Jakonde years back.
So a man came and stopped it in 1983. And you stopped that project in 1983. And after 30 years or so plus after, we had to take it from where you stopped. So you pause our development. That's the way I think you should see this judgment. So whatever you have in that waterfront, whatever infrastructure development you have there and co, just one federal government policy can destabilize what is happening in that area. So it's beyond you're collecting levy. Yes, that's the angle is looking at it. Revenue, which is very strict. If the law say the revenue should go to federal, let it go to federal. That's the area I think they are looking at it. But I don't think, and I agree with what Ola is saying, that the judgment is short. I think the judgment is short-sighted if that is what he's saying. I don't think the Supreme Court look well on this. I think, but in law we always say there are mortal men like us. They are fallible. We may not see it from the angle we are seeing it.
The best time for this judgment to come so that Tinubu can address it. I don't think Tinubu will allow anything that destroys the economy of Lagos State.
Well, I think it's beyond that. So if you're going to notify this, you go back to National Assembly. But we have the SP there, Akpabio, who will definitely not be happy with this decision because I know Akpabio fought.
Ogbeni,
yep.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
I think they said Supreme Court decision is final. It cannot be upheld. It cannot be changed.
Yes, you can't change it, but National Assembly can go back and legislate, which will supersede it again.
Okay. But the funniest thing, why is it that this judgment that is very important to the country was not, people don't really know this kind of proceeding going on in the court? Why the public were not informed? Why was it only Lagos that was battling it?
No, that's the way court cases are. The ones media, we should blame our media in Nigeria. Our media has been politicized in Nigeria, and I keep saying it. So they want us to hear only what we sell to them and what they have interest in. So court will not establish a publicity department and start publicizing what is before them. So court do their own thing and they go. Media is not publicizing it. Even the what do you call it? The water, the Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development and others in Lagos, they really publicize it. We don't hear much about it. There are a lot of so-called civil societies that we have in Nigeria, and their focus is on blue economy. Do you see them publishing? No, because there's no money there. Many of them are just charlatans, are just collecting grants from, and they only do what will bring money to their purse. So that's the way I see it. In Nigeria, until we have a media that's focusing on all these issues, except for that, we'll continue in all this. There are a lot of judgment like that, though. You remember there are a lot of judgment. Don't let us even go into it.
Wait. Let me say this. Sorry, this judgment affect all the South, all the riverine area in the South, which is sorry, the South anyway. The South has the more riverine area.
No, not only South, though. They have a lot of
I know only South, but mostly now South take the lion's share of the effect.
Not really, anyway. There are a lot of waterways in the north.
Okay. Now, why is that? Again, ask you again. Why is that? It was only Lagos challenges this with federal government in court? Why not remaining?
The answer is clear now. Lagos is always leading in all these issues.
And I think it probably impacts because out of all of the Lagos is the only one that has a real waterways economy. Nobody else. Yeah.
The mistake we are making is for us to leave it for Lagos, because if the remaining 20 states were with Lagos, they would have more voice and more push.
I agree with you.
But you just leave for Lagos because you think Lagos benefited, that it's not our business. No, it's going to affect everybody in the nearest future.
How will it affect them in Sokoto?
Not Sokoto, I'm talking about the South, from Benue, or the waterways down to Lagos. It's going to affect communities. Now we are looking at state by state. We're not looking at community by community that have waterways that by the time federal government take over, your own waterway that pass through your farm, you cannot even make use of it. By one decree they will create. And this is what same thing Obasanjo did 1970.
Oh no, let's not go to Obasanjo. Just okay, make that point and then back to Ogbeni.
Yeah, okay. Obasanjo made the same decree giving federal government all lands. Now they want to give them waterways. See the problem we are getting from that decree now. That's why Fulani are moving from one place to the other with their cattle. Now they do this waterway now, that will be on that problem. Then let me just add this quickly. Why did the Attorney General pull out this case and on the grounds of they're going to review it and start all over again? He's our president here from the South.
The Attorney General was actually the one legislating it. It was the one acting on behalf of as the lawyer before he became the Attorney General.
So why didn't he pull the case out to buy time and notify the public? He had that. But is that not possible? Because you are
the case favors the government now. So why would they pull it out?
So
the case favors the government.
It depends on the decision of the federal government and the stage of the case. So don't forget the Attorney General will advise the government, and whatever they decide, it takes action for the government. So the Attorney General cannot just act on its own. And then here you have a conflict of interest in terms of professionalism. They brief him in a professional capacity, right, to file the case, not his personal case anyway. So he filed that case, and they'll be pushing it over time. Now he's on leave from his private practice now on the side of the government. Don't forget. So whatever is going on in his chambers, he must not be attending to it as at now that is an Attorney General. That's one. Two. Assuming the case has been reserved for judgment, as at the time he became Attorney General, there is nothing he can really do again. Then another point I want to make here is this: there is hardly any state in Nigeria, a majority of the states you have in Nigeria, they have waterways, they have rivers. Most times, you see all these And don't make a mistake that north, there's so many waterways in the north. Don't forget that the major rivers you have down south, they all have their source from the north. All. Your river Niger that wash down to Port Harcourt comes straight from the north, right? Through Duku, down to Kanji, down to Niger, down to Lokoja, wash down to Onisha, and wash down to Port Harcourt. The other one you have on the Makurdi axis, cut and enter from Cameroon, that's not Cameroon, and enter those Kumo down, Makurdi, down, Lokoja, and down to Onisha, then down to Port Harcourt. So you cannot have all those your waterways you have in the south without the north. That is the way Nigeria is configured by nature. So don't let us make that mistake of thinking no waterways in the north. We'll all be equally impacted in this thing. So then lastly, on the point you made, I agree with you. So what the federal government can do if Tinubu is not happy with this, I don't know his stance on this. I never saw him, he didn't speak expressly, speak against it during Buhari. Well, for a reason we all know back then. So if he's not happy with it, they should return to the National Assembly and find a way to legislate or have a legislation that should override this Supreme Court thing. They've done it before. You remember, in several cases, I'll give you just one of the examples where they've done it. When Omeya became governor of Lagos of Rivers State, and then the Supreme Court declared Amechi. After that, National Assembly went back and included a section in the provision of electoral act to say never should any court declare anybody that never contested or stood an election in Nigeria again, just to override that what they call judicial rascality. So things like this can happen in Nigeria too. We are developing our jurisprudence, but I'm not happy with the decision anymore.
All right, brilliant.
I've not read it in detail.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the Betta Edu space, Ogbeni. Tinubu orders investigation of Betta Edu, vows to punish infractions. So I was just saying in the opening thing that this lady really should be put on gardening leave whilst this investigation is going on. So this is the first instance of corruption allegation against the Tinubu administration, and how he handles this sets the tone for what's to come.
Woma, on this Betta Edu, let me tell you my take. My take is, I think there is more to it that we have not heard. I can only hope that we'll be hearing more. Why am I saying this? I was around in Nigeria during Kemi Adeosun saga. I remember what happened. I remember there was a major case Kemi Adeosun was pushing. That Mobile or Jeep, one of these oil and gas companies, that eventually led to the issue of NYC certificate being exposed, and later led to her being intimidated to resign from office. And then they had their way, and then they find a way to put their own in our office, and then we all cry, we made noise. They never changed the person they put in our office, who happened to be worse than Kemi Adeosun professionalism in terms of their professional expertise. So for me, on Betta Edu, I will not, for now, be judgmental. What I will only say for now is they better investigate and they better come out and tell us what exactly is the issue. But on the surface, if you look at what has been the allegation they've been bringing out, I know there are a lot of allegations being brought out. Some sound very genuine, some sound very idiotic. Let me address those ones I think that sound genuine, because there are lots in social media today. Any embezzler just jump on social media and type things, and then adults will start, people that are reasonable should, people like us that should have our time to be doing something better will be analyzing. I think it's something we should try and be trimming down now these days. So for me, yes, I've had in my course of practice, I've had to deal with people breaching our procurement act, and in most cases, I realized that in many cases, in practice, I realized that sometimes out of sheer what do you call it now? Sheer incompetence. Sometimes out of arrogance of, oh, I have SA, well, I have civil servants around me, but I won't allow them to dictate what I'm doing. I won't allow them to teach me this job. I'll try to learn on the job. Sometimes out of ill motive, sometimes out of corruption too, and then sometimes out of the civil servant even advising you in order to fall in the system. And I know what I'm saying. You see them breaching this procurement act. Now, what are these women done? They earmark money budgeted for, but we find it in the account of a private citizen, which should not be by our procurement act. They are not saying the projects are not genuine. That's not the allegation for now. They are not saying there are no programs, there are no projections, there are no proposals and orders for that project. But the problem is that by our procurement act, there should be this competitive bidding and all sorts. You award the contract. Then when you award the contract, you can't have public fund transfer to the private individual. Now, what do I see here? On the surface of it, I've seen somebody who has breached a major law in Nigeria. It's in civil service. That procurement act is very key. So if that happened and the Ministry of Finance can really confirm that it happened, for me, I think Betta Edu should go for it. Whether out of incompetence, whether out of her being arrogant and doesn't want the civil servant to put the civil servant are there to put her through, or the civil servants to being mischievous and then leading her to this mistake, whichever case it is, it's good for our for the sanity of our system, or to sanitize our system by having people like this to be purged out of the system. Now, where am I leading this conversation to? Where I will end it is that, you see, when people, begin to make noise of this youth thing, I'm also a youth, I'm just my 40s. I keep saying it. You see, competence is the first thing. And this thing is not limited to the space of age bracket thing, that youth. I made
or gender.
Yes, I extend it also into gender. Is all this gender equality?
And curiously, Ogwene, she captures both spaces. She's 37 and she's female. So
gender, then spread it. Then religion should be when you take two from this religion, you should take two also from this religion, or take somebody that has profile, first class, 10 first class, 20 certificate here. It doesn't work. I've seen it in practice. In my state alone, I know my state is compared to Nigeria, it's very microscopic. It's just 1 out of 36, right? Ekiti State, I've seen it work. Fayose is the best governor we've ever had in that state. What's the certificate he had? Polytechnic Ibadan. That's the certificate that guy had. It's better than PhD holder Fayemi who came and be doing rubbish in my state.
In the person of who?
You said?
I said in the person of who you term the best governor in it. I beg your pardon. Seriously?
Dr. Ayodele Fayose, the best in
Peter the Rock.
Yes. You may not like his attitude. You may think but the infrastructures he left in the state are there today. I can start counting into you. A lot of things he point to what Fayemi built. One block on the other. Point to it. You can't see any. I'm telling you, except one abandoned project, you just see somewhere and then, So that's the issue. For me, it's not by age. We've seen governor of Kogi State. How old is that one? Go and see his estate in Asoko Ran, my Tama, doing governor of Kogi State. You're not paying your medical doctor. You're not paying. Just rubbish that state. Go and look at a lot of them. Young people they put in government. The other one, Mr. Integrity in Senate back then. Yahoo, that one from Kano. That Otedola, was it Otedola who used as agent producer to get that one? And a lot of them. So for me, it's not about age. Yes, I know older men also who have messed up before. Afolabi of our ID card during Obasanjo time, Tafa Balogun, those ones in there, maybe 50s, 60s. Yes. So my thesis is that it's not about age, it's not about gender, it's not about religion, it's about competence. And I think if you've not had experience before, particularly in civil service, you have no business, or don't let me say civil service, let me just say in public service. I don't think you have business in the office of a minister, because there are a whole lot you have to deal with, and you can't learn on the job. There's nothing like go and learn. If you want to learn on the job, go back to councillorship, go and learn, go back to chairmanship. Even chairmanship, you can't even learn. Go back to maybe councillorship, start to be secretary of your parapo, do your alumni association, do all these small things. You understand how to deal with human beings. That's my take on that one, man.
Sorry, Ogbeni, I was speaking. I didn't. So stay with us, Ogbeni. I want to move the conversation around, but I still want to hear from you about this new airport that they're building in Lagos State. But let me kick that conversation off with Baba, who joins us. So Baba, it looks as though now within a space of 2 years, they are going to build an airport in that Lekki Epe axis. And by the way, Lagos State is long overdue for an airport. But what are you then making of this as Lagos continues to record infrastructure after infrastructure? Baba, good to see you.
Yes, thank you, one man, for the pleasure of giving me the opportunity to be on your platform. I salute you all, gentlemen of the platform, and the commenters, vibrant keyboard people. Keep it coming. And to our listeners, please, you are here again, not so. So you have to do the needful. Like, share, and subscribe to the program if you haven't done any of that. But the immediate and the most important one right now, which you can do for free, is to strike the like button to anti the population and the advantages of clicking like button. Yes, one man. I like the fact this thing has been in the offing since Fashola's time, actually, but for the funding, and it has now come to the fore more because of the expansion of that extreme end of Lagos, the Lekki stretch, where we have the Lekki Deep Sea facility and the Dangote refinery, of course, and the film village or film town that also is in the offing. So we have to extend Lagos State, and having an international airport is not out of place, being the 5th largest economy in Africa. If Lagos were to be a country, it would have been the 5th largest economy in Africa. So I think it's about a 4 billion project. Definitely a 4 billion airport will be good. And so far, so good. Let me blow the trumpet of Lagos State. And when they are ready to splash, they are ready to splash. I've seen the design, and even the Lagos, the rail line or the metro line will be extended to that stretch, even though it's not in the original.
It's going to be a PPP project, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't think Lagos has the budget for an airport, but I don't think they will struggle to find investors. I don't think they will struggle at all.
No, they will not struggle. Don't forget, Dangote alone has about 11,000 expatriates. These are expatriates, of course, when they will be going and coming because they have to be in and out of the country because of their expatriate quotas and things like that. And the Lekki Free Port Zone, a lot of warehouses there now. And a lot of the ICT companies and they are taking warehouses there because of the depth of the berths in that free zone area, so that most of things people order can be shipped from the Nigerian ports to other African countries. It is faster and stuff like that. So those are the things that are coming up, but the funding won't be problem. I know definitely, because it's going to be viable, is going to, because of ease of traffic, because the Lagos elite who actually are customers of airlines are mostly on the island. I'm not saying
yes, you know, there's a part of me that actually speculates that is it going to ghettoize the mainland? If the elites can not have to see the mainland at all, then they don't have to address it. So if they have their own private airport in Lekki and they live in Lekki, Victoria Island, etc., then they don't really. I mean,
you may not even bother to come to the mainland for weeks.
What's your business there? You don't want to take you the smellies. You don't want to be associated with the smellies now.
Yes, and don't forget the also the Fourth Mainland Bridge is coming too. It's all that has even already started, and that's going to ease the traffic more. Even because this airport thing got so bad a few years ago, I think it was Kanu, the footballer, even invested in an helicopter services that takes off around Maryland and can shuttle you down to the Peninsula restaurant area at the Lekki Road, where you have.
That's an excellent business idea, actually.
Yeah, but it flopped. I don't know why it flopped. It flopped. Actually, it flopped. I don't know why it flopped.
Because of the price point, Abby.
I think it might be the price and also the noise. Because the starting point you come from, I don't know why you can't take it from the local airport directly. It's in the Maryland area by the Shonibare Estate there. So maybe the noise level, I just don't know. I know that it just faded out. Maybe partnership problem. But the airport is going to be viable and is going to add more to the aesthetics look of Lagos state. So I think it's a state where every governor should emulate, actually, because they all have money. They all take money every month.
It's a clever way to manage the traffic in Lagos, because a lot of the traffic in that Ikeja, Oregon, Maryland, or Jota, there's two traffic hubs there. The traffic hub that goes through into Lagos Ibadan Expressway. So it's that hub, and then there's the hub that comes from the airport into the city. So if they can remove that, then it will ease the traffic a little bit.
It will ease the traffic. The only fear I have is that before they complete it, I hope they must have expanded the roads that leads in, coming in from Ikorodu down to Egbe into what's this place called before getting to Ekpe. That road need to be really expanded into maybe four lanes on each side because of the Dangote traffic, the trailer. That's another thing. If about 90 trailers ply that road every day, that road has to be properly made and tolled, because for nothing like a free lunch anymore anywhere. And I think anything worth doing is worth doing well. If we have to pay to use the road, so be it. Because I mean, in Nigeria generally, we have about federal government has, I think, 33,000 roads, federal roads, and every government that come, rather than maintain those roads, they want to 32,000 kilometers of federal roads. Every government that comes in, rather than maintain those roads you meet, so that we can continue to enjoy and use them without this nonsense we are seeing all over the place. They want to build new one. What are the ones you meet? It doesn't really matter. You can resurface it, put your signboard there. I, Governor so and so did it. We will understand. But they always want new projects. So these are the things that is very wrong with the federal roads. And people are even advocating right now that, look, give every road, take your hands off these roads. Let every state own their roads and their own space so that they can develop at their own pace. So that's another issue with the National Assembly right now. So Lagos State, actually, they are showing the way. And this rent thing you just show on the side, I want to comment on.
Yes. Let me play it again, just for the benefit of people who may know. It's only about 50 seconds. Let me play it just for this is the reality, though. The way Lagos is going now, the whole of Lagos will be an elite space. All right, yeah.
Well, I'm not cold-hearted, actually, but I believe we have to move with the times. You understand that they give birth to you on the island. This is our family house. Doesn't mean forever you will be there. In our own time in the 70s, I mean, there are people, friends, who still have one room in their compound, family compound, but they make sure they build in. Most of my generation are the people that develop Ijesha in Lagos and all the rest in Surulere, because everybody's now moved there and build their houses and everything. So they only come to the island and do Faji, maybe from Friday evening to Sunday, and they move back to their house in Ijesha, in Surulere. So you don't have to stay there. It has been commercialized. Those who have money can rent it out. The old men, the Olori Ebis, have rented everywhere out. There has been quarrel, a lot of court cases. It really doesn't matter. Don't expect government to come and put their mouths. That era of rent tribunal is gone, or fixing rent. Government didn't build the house. Most of those houses, well, our Eastern brothers, they have liquidity, you understand, and the space of commercialization is there. So every space, every inch of spaces on the island is occupied with one commercial activity or the other. So if you can compete, well, move. There's vast expanse of place. Lagos is small on the map, but it is still a big place, because we've not even started with Badagry or the roads to Badagry. We've not started occupying Ekpe, and also Ikurudu, yes, is fast moving and moving back. And there is also the Babi, how did they call that place? That is very hard to demarcate, which is Ogun, which is Lagos State. So there is still land. Let us all move and spread. It's all for development. Wherever we go, you develop the land. There will be markets. There will be new activities. Companies will come in to attend to your needs. Those people, those places in the initial stages will be cheaper. They will be cheaper in the sense, because if the house you build, no matter if it's palatial, no matter how much, because I think people who engage in real estate. They said the pricing or the best price is number 1 location, number 2 location, number 3 location, number 4 location. It's about location. So if island is the best for your business and you can afford it, then redirect yourself and go elsewhere. Your family house will still remain your family house, but those who can afford it are there occupying it. And let the government also responsibly build a lot of housing estates in the mold of what Jakonde did previously to help our people. If they can, but I think also they are building some, but the cost is just too much. It's not in the fashion Jakonde did his own. There is a Lagos mortgage company. You have to go and take mortgage. You have to pay. But for you to take mortgage, you have to have steady job. How many people have? Most people now in Nigeria are self-employed, doing one thing or the other. So a lot of people cannot meet the criteria. So they are not even having a share of that. You find out it is still the elites that will acquire 10 in different names, their children, grandchildren, and they will still be giving it out to these people at exorbitant prices. This is where the problem actually lies right now. But then you can't grumble. If you are beaten, you are beaten. If you can afford, well, go work hard. If not, then move back deep inside where rents are very cheap. That is my own take.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to one more space, and then
that Betta Edu thing, I really want to talk about it because we talked about it yesterday.
All right, go there. So Tinubu now are reading the Riot Act.
Yeah, because I've had more insight in it, and like I said yesterday, we all talk about youth, and many of them are in this government right now. A sizable proportion of them. And look at the first one that is coming up. We don't know how many that will be in the offing, we will discover. But this young lady, I'm a little bit taken aback. Well, she's been a commissioner before. She's not new to controversies. She had good education, well educated, well exposed. How could she allow herself to be so brazen? You can be brazen in your business because you are the CEO, but when it comes to government, you don't do it. No matter the level of people you have as your godmother, godfather, it doesn't work like that in government. Rules are rules, and rules are made to be obeyed. Because I read the memo and I thought the PAMSEC was involved in signing the memo. She signed that memo alone. Excuse me, she signed the memo alone. And it was like an order to an AGF. And there is this controversy right now. The AGF, Madden, is saying, no, we didn't approve it. But coming from Betta Edu's corner, what I'm reading, I don't know, maybe I'm not getting an understanding. It's like they've already transferred the money. So
the story is conflicting somewhat because the accountant general is telling us that because it wasn't the normal practice, the money was not released. But then there's a counter narrative that the money was released. So
exactly. So that that has to be clarified. So if it's there, it's not been disbursed. Even the lady, the director in whose account, if that money was disbursed to, was it the first time? How many times has she received such money? And if the president is instituting a kind of inquiry into it, the procedure, like we know worldwide, like it's entrenched right from the 60s, Betta Edu has to be suspended. You cannot be in office and they are still making inquiry. It's not done anywhere. She has to be suspended. So at the end of the day, if they find her not guilty, so be it. If she's guilty, well, she's done her own service. And because she's been involved with the COVID funds in Cross River before as a commissioner for ventilators. So she come with some heavy baggage. Where she's coming from. Even being a woman leader at her age in a big political party like APC did not come without controversy. Because when they first introduced her as the woman leader, when she won that election, I was looking at her and say, how did this girl manage it? Because that position is meant for witches. Because apart from a party chairman, the next powerful person in any political party is a woman leader. When the chairman runs into trouble, he wants to see the woman leader by his right or his left hand. He will say, where is my woman leader? Because she's supposed to be an organizer of the women. She was APC's women leader at 34 or so. Unprecedented. So there is something about this young lady. We need to look at her.
I'd be curious to find out who her political godfather is. I think she may well
I
be.
I know already, and that is why I'm interested. I'm interested to see how
It
it's
has to
going
be
to
Wiki
find out.
anyway. She came out of River State, didn't she?
No,
yeah?
Cross River.
Oh, all right, okay.
But the funny thing I don't understand, she's bearing an Igbo middle name, and the father, who is a clergyman, a missionary,
is a
AK.
Edu. It's a Edu.
AK.
Is it a marriage name? Did she marry?
Yeah, she's married. I think she has 3 children. Edu is a family name in Ekpe, but I hear the husband is from Cross River. So I don't know whether Cross Riverians bear Edu, Edu, but I know there is a big Lagos family from Ekpe who bears Edu. They own one of the big, I think, they are into insurance. They own a lot of, I think one of the biggest.
Barbara, I have come across somebody whose last name was Edu, but not the Yoruba.
Like EDU, right?
Yeah, but not Yoruba.
Because they said the husband is a cross Riverian, but her own maiden name is Eke, E-K-E, and she has a middle name, Shimeboom or something like that. I can't remember, but it's Shimoabum or something is her middle name. So there's something about the lady I don't understand, but she has to go on suspension. It's a procedure, standard anywhere in the world. Thank you, Mama.
All right, brilliant. Excellent. Thank you, Baba. So thank you, Baba. So let's go on from you, Baba. Let's hear from Joel, because it's been a while since we heard from him. Joel.
But thank you for the opportunity. Are you guys hearing me very well?
Not very well, but we never hear you very well.
We don't miss you, Joel. We don't miss you.
Who the talk?
They only the talk. We don't miss you.
I know.
Is it Happy New Year? Have we seen you this year? Is it Happy New Year?
No, it has been a year. So far, it has been a year of mixed feelings. In fact, toward the twilight of last year, my in-law, Katie, gone. Coming into also with the plateau killing. And I had that right now, even though right now Amotekos are on the run.
Who told you that? When did you get that one? The Joel Shah?
Yeah, I mean the news is out there. It's on Punch newspaper. I read about it this morning. Woman, good evening to everybody. Morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville. One man show. Woman, it has been a horrible experience with your principal, Tinubu, and his cabinet. Starting from the budget. The budget is not people friendly. It's not people, it's not fixated on the people. We are back to the normal way of budgeting and padding in our government circle. And which brings me to the question, what is it that Tinubu is bringing differently to the table? Because you see, elections are over, like we say. Now it's time to question and interrogate those in power. And you all would agree with me that this is not what we voted for. I mean, even if you voted for APC, at the back of your mind, if you're sincere to yourself, as long as you have humanity in you, you would know that this government is not doing what it ought to do. One man, let me just give you an example. Let me just give you just a rough example. Between the presidency, the vice president, and the National Assembly, when you look at the cars, when you look at the building of or rebuilding or whatever of Palacios mansions for the VP, when you accumulate that money, then you start looking at what is in this budget, where all of a sudden our senators or House of Assembly are trying to tell us they are now readers. They are very, very good readers. So now we have to build them a library with over 15 billion. One man, what does this portend for us? It means that within this budget, about 100 billion already is gone. That is sure. Now, when you start interrogating these budgets that has been passed, I wonder, didn't these people, there were people, what were they doing in the, like, what were the senators doing when they were interrogating those budgets? Didn't they see these things? Even up to the EFCC. In fact, that of EFCC, I was so surprised. Allocating about 400 and something million, the same amount to 3 different areas in their own budgets. That is the head of corruption agency in Nigeria. So one man, you see, yes, we come out here and we want to talk about the good things, but the bad thing that is happening, because you see, we have been through this same road in the past. We have been through this same road in the past. My dad would say, garbage in, garbage out. If it is this same way, like I told you prior to the election, I said, one man, the people around Tinubu, that is where my fear is. And it is clearly showing. How can anyone think or ever thought that Betta Edu would do such a thing? She's a beautiful side piece. I know, I understand that. But even side piece have brains. You want to transfer over $500 million, over 500 million. In fact, in some quarter, it has been transferred. The Accountant General or the whoever was trying to just do damage control. What is going on? So one man, if this thing is happening in Betta Edu's ministry, you can imagine what is going on in other ministries. It is a pathetic one. I don't know what Betta Edu's fate will be. But I believe Nigerians are watching. I think, the Tinubu government already have an illegitimate question. Whether she is convicted or not, it did not help that matter. It did not help their matter at all. And it is quite unfortunate that we have to go through this year like this. Look at, nothing is really nothing. Even the New Year's message, we are not seeing it. So we have to, for the Abadorians in the house, we have to start rethinking, because you brought this thing on us. And this calamity, if not well taken care of, will swallow us. Nothing seemed to be new. Even the young EFCC chairman that was put in power, come on. You went to a place like Dangote, and you went with all the media and all the paraphernalia of security. What for? Are we in the, are we living in the Dodon? So what, man? Look, I am trying to see something like different, and I'm not seeing it. Just quite unfortunate. This is not just being me, being an opposition. This is just me being frank.
All right, let me show you something different. A new airport proposed for Lagos to be completed in 2 years. Do you think this is about time? It's going to be in that Lekki axis rather. What is you?
It's a good development, considering the population of Lagos. I've known many times where I had to, take Okada because I was missing my flights. So I believe that I don't know how they're going to do it. If it's just going to be a local airport.
No, it's an international airport with a capacity for 5 million per annum. It's to complement, not to replace the
MMA. Okay, which is good. So you can actually fly out from Nigeria via the Lekki airport, which is fine. At least you know where you're going to, because these days now, if I want to travel, I just go to Ikeja, get a hotel for the night, so that it will be easy for me to just go. Because if you're going from Lekki to Ikeja, you might spend not less than 4 or 5 hours on a Friday or on a Saturday. It is that bad. So this particular project is going to really help, reduce the traffic of people heading towards Ikeja, while the growing population within the VI, in fact, within the island, they're moving towards the Lekki Ebe side. Now we now have an alternative. So no matter what, it's not going to be that bad. So I think it's a good one. It's a good one.
All right, let me take you to this.
Yes.
Joel, why is your governor not building such a project in your state?
Look, you say it's.
But to be fair, they are building water fountains now. They are building water fountains and.
Oh, okay. And federal government will take over it too.
And street lights, water fountain and street lights.
One man. Sorry, I think this airport approval is not only for Lagos State alone, international airport. I think Buhari gave a license to another few states, like 3 other few states. Do you know that?
I don't know that, but I don't expect any other states to do it outside of Lagos.
You don't know Pesaki is building international airport in Benin. You don't know Benin has international airport.
Internationally, are you joking? International airport in Benin. What sort of?
Obviously, you are making full of yourself international platform.
It's a cargo. We saw what happened in sorry, we're hearing a lot of background noise from you. We saw what happened in whichever state, was it Jigawa State, where the guy went and built an airfield, and it's building an airfield in.
It's not what he's building. I'm talking about the license given to them. That's what I'm talking about. Buhari issue international anyway. What they issue in Benin is an international cargo airline airport, and it's being built around started building around Auchi area. If you don't know, you have to ask. You have to just make little research, and you will know.
A cargo airport. That's just an airfield now. That's not
Cargo
anything.
International Airport.
All right. Okay. I don't know. I don't know about that, but.
Well, my problem with the airports being built in Nigeria is that I think that the license to build airports should be taken away from the state governors, because it has turned out to be white elephants projects littered everywhere. All these airports we are building, you have one in Anambra, you have one in Delta, you have one in Imo State. When you look at the distance between these three airports, you'll be asking, what is strategic about building any of these airports? And we have limited airlines to fly these routes. International cargo airports, is not the one which has built in Imo State. How many planes have flown out of that place? So I think we have to be more strategic, when it comes to building of airports, and building of all of this, because it does make, I believe, if you can build an airport with about over 30 billion, I believe an inland rail system would be more beneficial than building, an elephant project like an airport. I mean, in any of these states, because when you look at the amount of money that they put in building these airports, you'll be wondering, at the end of the day, you have one flight coming in a day. After 5 o'clock, the airport closes. Is that one airport? What is there? So
No,
exactly?
a lot of them are actually airfields, which you will say that is probably necessary for moving of heavy goods and heavy equipment.
But the question is that how many heavy equipment are being moved through this airport? That's my point. Compared to the amount of money being invested in those. Lagos can do an airport. This one they're doing in Lekki right now. I promise you, if you go, it might be a PPP project. Why? Because of the viability.
It's from private investors mainly. Yes,
exactly. You see, it's going to be a PPP, and the people that are going to come in, they know that they're going to make their money. That is the thing. The viability of the place. So I think they should take away the license of building airports from the state government. They're just building, it's a way of them to say, the one Obiano built is there. Ebonyi State went and built their own. These two airports, in fact, some of the fittings are falling off. These are airports that cost billions to build. If they diverted that money and built something like a rail system, an inland rail system, I believe it will open up their place more. But let me just, because they don't have the purpose of building those projects. It's not for its viability. It's not because of its viability. It's because of what they can get from it. And this
they can get whatever it is they are getting from any other project. I think it's more a vanity. I think it's vanity projects. They call them vanity projects. Keeping up with the Joneses, sort of. If they wanted to build rail track, they'll still do the same looting there. So it's not so much the looting.
One man, you'll be surprised. Probably it's harder to do something with the Chinese.
Who builds the airport? Is it not the Chinese?
No, some of them I know that of Ebonyi State was not built by the Chinese. It was because it was like if you look at his works talking about Omahi, the university, you will see it's almost the same kind of. He has an idea of what buildings should be like, and those designs were done by him. He even said it. So it's easier for them to siphon money via that if the contractors are local. But if they have to engage an international entity, the money might be exposed, because those companies have to report to their country. So those are public documents. So I congratulate Lagos for the airport, and hoping that other places in Nigeria would invest in things in systems that would really benefit us, a transportation system that would really benefit them, other than investing in white elephant projects.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Joel. So thank you, Joel. Let's go from you, yes, let's go from you, Joel, to let's go to Ajan Lekoko. So let's bring Ajan Lekoko into the conversation. Usually Ajan Lekoko is driving, rather. I know how people live their lives on this. I know you've just got home from driving. I know that Dewale has just got home from driving. Ajan Lekoko will get home from driving now. And you'll hear him rattling around in the kitchen, dipping into Madame's pot and whatnot. Am I right?
Let's congratulate Super Eagles and our all sportsmen. All their backlog, 12 billion has been paid. Thank you.
I saw that. I saw that. I saw them releasing money for the Super Eagles. We have to do
not Super Eagles, all sportsmen, disable everything, their totality of their budget, backlog. They give them, go pay. Now no players must complain.
Well, that is if the ministers really release it to the players.
It goes to jail.
Thank you very much. If the minister released the money to them, not by release. You released 12 billion. What was the process? Is the process transparent? How much are they getting? Are they really getting what they're supposed to get? We know Nigerian.
Total amount. We are owing coach. We are owing wrestling association. We are owing table tennis.
We know. We have seen situation when somebody will sign for 8 billion, but you will go home 1.8 million naira.
If any player make FEM, any association make FEM, that minister, that chairman of us will go to jail.
Yeah, no, that is the story now. Not in Nigeria. You sign the money, but that's what you truly get. That's the question. The process in Nigeria is our problem. The implementation in our country is our big problem. It's a setback for us.
How can you represent your country and then they don't pay you for years? I mean,
there are so many people that have not paid. So many people that have not paid. My uncle plays was 81. Today he has not received his bonus. So don't forget that one. Yeah, people have died dragging their money.
Aja, carry on. No, sorry to take your time.
Babaja, please, before you go, let me just say something, please. One man, look, Tinubu should try as much as possible and make sure that law guaranteeing the federal government to have total control of our federal inland.
You mean the Ruga law? The Ruga law.
Please. Yes. One man. Look, let it not be that now they are using Tinubu's face to now do their bidding. This is so wrong. We all know what is going to come out of this.
Let's be fair, Joel. This matter was in court since the Buhari administration, and the adjudication, the judgment just came in now. So
one man, this law should be vetoed. You know what I'm talking about. Look, one man, in case you don't know, the South is on rampage. These guys, I say, the Fulanis, the herdsmen are on rampage in the South.
Where are they on rampage?
No, it is in the news. It is in the news now, and many of them are very underreported.
No. What's in the news?
What is going on? Hold on, one man.
I monitor the news space every day.
One man. This one, I just saw it. on the Punch newspaper today. That's what I'm talking about.
It's fake news. It's fake news.
Okay. Let's leave it at fake news.
Because I think I know the story, because I think we mentioned it yesterday. The leader of the Amotekun organization, he's come out to say that they've had a look and it's just total nonsense. It's a lie.
Okay.
To be fair, that Ruga bill, that case started, I think, a year ago. When I think the proposal came out a year ago, late that waterway came out 1 year ago. So I'm surprised why they cut this thing so fast. I remember in this platform we dealt with it when during Tinubu campaign that Jamila was speaking to that space about passing the water bill, and we were saying Tinubu hand is tied. He cannot make any decision right now because he's campaigning. And now we're saying it that they are passing, Supreme Court is passing the bill, and I doubt if they can if they can upturn this decision. I believe people have done make a deal, and you're going to start by his deal. And this deal we are seeing right now, Supreme Court is giving them this judgment. Otherwise, it could have stopped this case.
Well, where did you get this story of?
He could have stopped this case. We are not living in Gestapo. We are not living in Stalin something.
Online asking where did I get this information I'm saying?
Where did you get the information of this deal that you are talking about? Because sometimes we just try to conjure something and make a statement. Yeah.
Sorry. Are you always indicating anytime you are driving?
I'm driving. I went to ATM to put money in my.
What's that? Click.
It's my indicator of my car. I'm navigating. I'm going to my junction. I'm traveling to enter my house.
All right.
Traffic.
That's a long call, though.
Huh?
I said that's a long call. It's been going on forever.
Yeah, it's been going on
forever. I'm standing. No. My junction is a very stupid junction. The off-road, if you're going off-road, they make us stay longer than people going on.
You're meant to indicate when you are close to the point of turn.
I'm very close. I'm standing. If I turn my camera, I'm standing in my junction. Right. Not only my career, because they just keep us for too long. And that's Japanese stupid people. I don't know how they think, but it's the country is working for them. Yeah. Now I'm moving. Anyway, I said last year we were treating this case that even it's on news now. But we were talking about when they came out with this waterway bill that didn't pass through the house, and Jamila, then he was a speaker. You have to wait until the case, and he didn't get the case on time. And there was a rumor that Tinubu have already signed, but Jamila who already signed the waterway, and we were saying they should not try it. It's all on the news. I don't know what Ola is asking. Where did I get all this news?
But Jabi Amila did not sign anything. I know people kick against it, so that's why I'm saying.
Why are you not coming up to ask me like international platform, like I came here to say Fabu? Like where am I getting all this news?
No. You said
no. Like, why you open your mouth talk to me? Sometimes remember it's what we're talking. I can just use the media. Then everything's on the media. Now I'm not saying anything different from the media. And you're just saying there's a deal going on. Anybody can use. I think there's a deal going on. No, calm down. I don't like people just jumping on defense.
You said they make deal. That deal is where I have issue with. When people just say, okay, they make deal. How?
I said, you didn't listen to what I'm saying clearly. I said,
no, it's too much. Sorry, there's too much. Oh, God. Sorry, I've muted you, Warpies. That the noise in the background is overwhelming.
One man, when you have space for me again, I want to talk about this waterway thing you refer to as Ruga. It's not a bad thing at all.
Can I make a clarification?
Baba, it's a bad thing.
It's a bad thing.
I will explain to you.
One man. Let us hear from Baba. Why
can I clarify something, please?
Okay, thank you.
All right, we hear from Baba, but let our Ogwene clarify whatever it is that. Just so we're speaking from a farm footing. Yes, Ogwene.
One man, the case, this Lagos against federal government on waterways did not just start last year as insinuated by I think Warpies or so. This case has started since sometime 2016 or so, like a year or two after Buhari got there. So don't forget that the case didn't go straight to the federal government, Supreme Court. I hope you know. So it's not one of those cases.
I thought cases between the federal government and the states always go straight to the Supreme Court.
This one went from federal high court. I remember Justice Soho. It was Justice Soho that delivered that thing. Do you know why? Because the case also involved, you see, the major issue in that case was whether the House of Assembly of Lagos State can legislate laws to govern the inland waterways. Do you understand? You know, it's the House of Assembly that will say, these are the permits you are giving, these are the licenses you should give, this is the person to give it, these are the taxes, these are the levies, these are this and that and that. So federal government tried to stop it. Then the Lagos, more like the Lagos of Assembly now, the two federal government and the National Assembly. It was Justice So. Go and read about it. Well, it was Justice So. So it traveled.
Benny,
No,
sorry.
hold on. Let him just carry on. Sorry, what please? Yeah.
It travels.
Sorry, what please?
It travels from there all the way to Supreme Court. So it's not a day thing. So, like, I don't know, the person is talking about as if Tinubu just woke up today and struck one deal with somebody. No, we should understand how cases work in court. It started whenever it's going to end is when the judges just to end it. They don't care about whether you're changing your government or not. The judicial arm of government is a continuum and it continues its business.
Can I ask a question now?
Yeah, go on.
When was this Waterways bill presented in the Senate House, that the Nigerian knew about it? When was it?
It was when Akpabio was the minority leader.
What year was that?
That should be sometime 2015-16 now. It was still in PDP.
No, Akpabio was the governor at that time now.
No, it was not the governor. It was in the Senate. It was attacking it from the floor of the Senate. It was the minority leader in the Senate.
Okay, let me remind you, Akpabio left governor in 2000 or when?
Oh,
hold on, one minute. I just want to.
Yeah, Baba wants to come in. So just establish it and then, yeah.
It should be 2015 he left.
And he became a senator straight, or he was once a minister of Niger Delta.
Sorry, Wapis, just take him to the big point so we can.
Okay, anyway, the case. What I'm trying to say, Nigeria got aware of this
before he became a minister of Niger Delta.
Okay. Okay, all right, thanks.
Election that Baba Buhari appointed him as NDDC.
Okay. But what I'm trying to say is that the Nigeria got to know about this bill when the Ruga this bill Buhari brought up failed in the first Buhari regime. That came up with the water.
I'm still right. It's the same. That was 2015 time.
Yeah, I know the Ruga failed 2015, but later we got this water bill came up at the hot debate at the Senate at the tail end. At the tail end of Buhari regime. That's what I'm saying.
No, not tail end. It was at the middle of the first term.
Okay, all right, thank you. Baba can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Wapis. Gentlemen, what we are going into blue economy, and I don't want us to mistake a river with our village streams and small lakes. It's a different ball game entirely. When it comes to the rivers, all the rivers we have, I don't know how many, but they all take their source from River Benue and River Niger. Those are the two major rivers that split along the line until down to the delta. Famous, we have the Lagos Badagry up to Porto Novo. We have the Ethiopia, we have the Benin River, Escravos Channel, Lagos Lagoon, and Oguta Lake, Non-River, and all. These are what this case has captured. For the blue economy to thrive, the federal government needs to take charge of these inland waterways. It portends no security danger for our people. It's about economy. Most of these rivers are not deep enough. I think the deepest, the one with the biggest depth of all is Ethiopia River, because it serves the oil industry, their barges. So the purpose of these things actually are so we can ferry internally without any vessel or canoe size or anything go into the ocean itself to go round to come to Calabar or to come to anywhere. We have to use the inland waterway. And one thing we must realize also, the fishing on these rivers are not regulated. Anybody takes a net, a canoe, a paddle, and start to throw nets anyhow. So we have to protect the fishes also. Here we are, both in Canada, in America. You just don't go and carry your hook and start fishing in any river. You may be arrested. There is in some areas there are regulated fishing, maybe over weekend from so and so time, and they have to measure your fishes. We have to allow our fishes to grow to maturity. Even in the bigger one, the ocean lines and things like that, the nets are measured. They have gauges. You don't use fish net for crayfish or lobster. You don't use it to catch tilapia. You don't use tilapia net, which is what goes on. It's about preserving our inland waterways. And of course, they are looking ahead about development.
I'm not sure that I'm not sure there's that level of altruism going on there.
But we'll get there one day. So we have to prepare grounds.
Yeah, but what people are actually looking, because that all these laudable things you said, they can also be done under the purview of the state space. I think it's more of a money grab. Because
no, one man. Don't forget that these rivers, they flow, even some of them, into several states. They flow into several states. It's not a one state thing.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Benny, please.
Okay. It's not completely correct that the what you can call major rivers, so to speak, that we have in Nigeria, that they are just river Benue, river Niger. Yeah, it depends on our understanding of.
No, I said those are the sources of the major ones. We have the flow down from that source down to the Niger Delta. That's what I meant.
Yes, I agree, because I remember one man saying, "Oh, which waterway do they have in Sokoto back then?" And I said, "No, don't look at it."
Arugungu is there now.
Yeah, even Rima. There is one very massive river. I just posted it to one man from the private chat. If you can play it, you see that very massive river there, and a lot of economic activities, going on
one man, actually, why should he say that when people die every day from boat accidents?
On those rivers.
But they are I'm sure they have some sort of water settlement, but it's a predominantly arid area, isn't it?
No, you're underrating them. They have their own economy. You've forgotten Ejakanu.
That's river, you see.
Ejakanu.
That river. That's a river in Sokoto that you think is just everything desert.
Exactly, that's it. Look at the badge.
And you even see the bank. You can't see it. You see it. Massive river. But there are you see, all those things on the river. That's Sokoto. That's the half. That's in the northwest.
The state cannot dredge these rivers.
Yeah, this is not south, though. This is the north. So many times when an average southerner talk, I think we need to go and have an experience of what Nigeria is.
Yeah, that's why this platform is so good.
Yeah, we have this idea of it's desert in the north and it's everywhere.
No.
Rain in the south. It's not like that. It's not Sea River now in Sokoto. That's the heart of where you call desert. So that's the way I see it. But Baba,
yes, sir.
Apart from the economic angle that you're looking at it, people are looking and rightly so. The security perspective is where people are looking at there, and I agree with them. You see, in legislation, there's something they call covering the feed. It's a principle in law.
Say that again, please.
Covering the feed.
Covering the peak.
You cover the field like football field.
Field, okay. Covering the field.
So this is how it happens. So if the interland waterways you use are, let's say, in the current legislative list, which means that both state government and the federal government can legislate on it. So the rule of covering the field comes in, meaning that whichever state government feel that it is important to their probably security or economic realities of their states, then they make laws to regulate it. And whichever states now neglect such important sector, the federal government makes law to legislate that and regulate it at that time. But the moment the state wakes up and say, oh, now I want to take up my responsibility, then the federal government hands off immediately. So it's still, around that principle of covering the field, that the federal government can take over when the state is lacking, when the state feel, okay, it is time now, the federal government should answer. I think to that extent, if that is what is playing around that thing, this EU, people may not really complain as such. But where you want their inland waterways, because water is a source of life. So when the fear of Nigeria, don't forget, it's not coming only from it's coming from our experience in the past. And I've given an example of Buhari stopping major projects in the south. Yes, we all know military government, we all know, but don't forget the federal government is still very powerful today. They can still stop any project that you have.
Yeah. That's where I'm coming from. It's about security too, but you are looking at the security from a different angle. But this river, they flow apart from the lakes. The lakes are static, just come into one area. But the rivers that flows actually at times they traverse several states.
Yes.
And so to take for peradventure, two states started fighting, and the other one kind of stemmed the flow of the of one river from this side to the other side. I don't know how to say it, but there's a possibility. But when there is a central control, you understand, the laws are one. Like you lawyers say, codified. This is the use of this water. And to take care of it, cleaning, dredging, and everything. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
You see, this law, let me tell you in simple terms what this law has done. This law, as it stands now, has increased. When you look at it from an economy angle, this law now has increased, has automatically increased federal government revenue and decreased state government revenue at a point where everybody is saying, lest there be more revenue from state government.
It's a money grab now, isn't it, Ogweni? Or is it not?
Don't they go to Abuja to claim money every month?
But the point where we are saying, don't pay too much reliance on them. But now we're having more for the federal. I don't think it's too good for us.
No, I look more in taking care of it, because when you have to dredge these things, they're expensive, because most of these states, they encourage dredging of sand. And at times when you are trafficking, you are navigating, you have to get the depth. Every river has a chart. Every river has a chart with NPA. They sell the chart for you to traverse from, let's say, Ibutero in Lagos, and you are going to Ilaje country. I forgot a town in Ondo State. You have to buy the chart and look so that you can know where where it is low, where it is high, and also the tide, everything. So it has to be centrally controlled. If not,
Baba.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I don't know if you have a country you can use as an example, because when we say we have our own federal system, everything we are doing in Nigeria seems to go against what others are doing in terms of customization, because everybody seems to be customizing American system, but just to make sure it works for them. Already we've seen how the federal government is making us going backward when they make attempts to take over everything. And now they are just like restricting Lagos State now from moving forward. It's like a case of, okay, I want to grow. Oh, you cannot grow. Because what the federal government has responsibility for already, they are not doing fine. And they want more. Then that's the economic angle of it. But now, when you want to look at the political and the survivor of each federating unit of that country, you will see that we can only pray that Buhari should never happen to Nigeria again. You know, when a person like me was worried there that, oh, Atiku will have even been worse because what happened under Buhari will have continued. Imagine Buhari with this power. You know, this guy, they started from trying to repeat the Land Use Act for whatever reason, trying to fix what was never broken. You understand? You started wondering the motive. All of a sudden, you started hearing Ruga. When Ruga did not work, the next thing, waterway bill, water resources. See, the federal government is the only person that have that capacity to dredge. I beg to disagree, because you've not given the state the responsibility. And it's on record in that country that the best infrastructure achieved since 1960, when you go to education and some other part of the infrastructure we have in that country, we achieved that when the federating units were taking their destiny on their palm. So what the federal government has managed to do over time is to drag everyone backward. Oh, I want to be. I would like to become the best state with education. They will say no, you can't do that. Okay, Anambra, oh, we appreciate you. You scored 200 in your this thing. No, you have to accommodate someone that scored 20 in Sokoto. When you see the way we've mixed everything up, instead for us to progress, they are dragging us backward. Lagos State want to move faster. You are not aligned. Lagos State wanted to provide electricity. You didn't allow Lagos State government to move until companies started closing up, folding up in Lagos State. Allow every state. If you change the law, the state will look for investor. There's no big deal in that dredging you are talking about. Then, if you want to prove that, then how come that this is it Lagos Atlantic? Is it the federal government project or Lagos State project, for example? Imagine if the federal government is controlling this thing and they say, okay, federal government, you cannot do that project, and they stop you. You understand? Just imagine if the like of Tinubu will not stand his foot, they will not solve the problem of Atlantic Ocean, the surge there today. Just because some people,
but the coastal line belongs to federal government. Not
the coastal line belongs to the federal government, but I'm just
a different
saying,
game entirely. Yeah.
No,
I understand where you are coming from. There is this mutual distrust. Even in the regional system you're talking about, we have Owena something authority.
In Lekki, I know state.
Yeah, we have the Owena this thing, and I know
Owena. We don't call it Owena. Owena.
I'm not the Ondo man now. Yoruba.
Owena River Basin. Okay.
Owena.
Baba is a Yoruba thing now.
Owena Ondoni, the Ondoni, Owena.
It's between Edo State and Ondo State.
Owena. Okay, we have the same thing in the east. This is the mutual distrust we have, even though we are not running that system.
It's not a mutual distrust. It's what we've seen happen.
From Lagos State, I know it might slow Lagos State down, but then I cannot say selfishly because of Lagos State. Then I will not say, because the most important thing is the economy, particularly as it regards fishing and navigation. You understand? Fishing, for instance, anybody can take a net and start fishing. And they take this small tilapia. They are not allowing to grow. Maybe 9 days, and we start cooking it and taking pepper soup.
No, all those things Baba, if you allow state to still make the regulation, okay, look at what Lagos State has been doing. Does Lagos State look like a state that will not be able to put the right regulation in place to checkmate all those things?
But why not make it uniform?
I'm giving an example of the country I am. The province control their water to the point that we will see some even extending the river. They can dredge the way they like.
But you you cannot go fishing anyhow where you are.
Yeah, the Lagos State government, if they control it too, they can find a way. They can even do better than the
federal I know government. Lagos State will do well, even if it's open. I'm not doubting that, Ola. But there are a lot of states that cannot do well.
Ondo State was doing well before Buhari destroyed everything. Buhari truncated everything when they were building when a river basin. Was your state not controlling the Ashigire Grand Betta? Where we have
wait, but when you move from Western region and maybe you enter, let's say, which like Midwestern region in those days, if suppose the laws are different, suppose the size of boat you are bringing from the Lagos River channel is not allowed in that place, or the depth your boat cannot navigate with the depth you have there. These things have to be uniform. I'm not looking at now. Now our economy. I'm looking at tomorrow.
Sorry, let Baba bring it home. I want us to move because there's so many.
Okay. The summation of what I'm saying is that look, I'm not talking for now, because I'm talking for tomorrow yet to come, so that we can have these things in place. Because we are talking about the blue economy. We are going to have Coast Guide. Do you know the Coast Guide is on the offing? Apart from the 30,000 policemen they are recruiting right now.
We have courts and the federal legislation and the federal legislator to tackle, not federal government to be hijacking things. That is why we have our courts and we have regulatory body.
Okay, we are taking a jazz time. Let Ajah come in. I think it could be a topic for another day. Yeah, okay. No problem. Ajah, thank you for your time.
I mean, you can pick it up in the after hours. I think we have Thomas for today. So Ajah, let me go back to you. I want to try and get to Folly before we lose him to sleep.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, one man.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think this Supreme Court decision is a very interesting one. I totally align with Ola. Totally and completely. Look, this is land grabbing. This is waterways grabbing. This is territory grabbing. Centralization of resources. It doesn't make things work well for the country. All that federal government even control now, all the aspects of our life that federal government control, infrastructure, security, they couldn't even manage it well. And they want to add more to what they cannot manage well. What does that tell us? We are heading toward failure. What is the blue economy? What is the blue? Is it only federal government that can manage blue economy? Does the state? The state can do better. They are given the opportunity and the chance to do it. Federal government has failed in many ramifications in that country. The management of many things. Immigration, is it? What is it that they have managed well? They need to break things down into smaller units to state and local government to function. That is when we can have better management of our resources. So this decision, I don't see anything, to me, I don't see anything good in this grabbing of the waterways and control of this thing. I think it's going to set back.
Are you glad that this judgment is coming in under a Tinubu administration, so they can legislate it to obscurity?
Yes, that is the next step that they have to take.
So I'm sorry, but why do you guys have high hopes that Tinubu will push for legislating this? Has Tinubu shown any sign since he's since he's been running the government of changing the status quo in anything?
Of restructuring?
Yes.
Yeah, let me give you this paragraph, and then Ajale Koko pick it up. It says the respondents to the case were Lagos State Waterways, the State Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, the State Attorney General, the Governor of Lagos State, the Incorporated Trustees of Association of Tourist Boat Operators and Water Transport of Nigeria, and the Incorporated Trustees of Dredgers Associations of Nigeria. So this law, it especially pushes against the Lagos economy, which is trying to commercialize its coastlines. Not even trying to, which is aggressively actually commercializing its waterways. And this law, they essentially seek to take ownership of that. And that's the fight back. And anything that diminishes the economy of Lagos State, you have the expectation that Tinubu would fight that.
Well, I think I don't support it. I don't agree with it. It's going to cause a very serious setback to the development of many state economy. Revenue that state can make on this waterway will be lost to the federal government. I don't. This is a complete. It's not. This is not good for state economy and development of the country as a whole. So federal government can work with the state in managing some things, or maybe they have a kind of regulatory body that the state can comply with in the management of this thing, and not for them to have a total control of this. How many? What federal government cannot have they managed even the land well, the land border? Have they managed it well? No. Have they managed the sea border, or how do I describe that? The coastline, have they managed it well? No. We're experiencing a serious looting of our crude oil. Does it not pass through the sea? Are they not the one in charge? What is it that even the air? Is it not recently that they? I mean, what can I say? I mean, what am I trying to say? We have seen several reports, several videos when some helicopter are landing in Safara, picking up gold and taking it away. What is it that the federal government has managed well for that country? They should release this thing to the state. I think that is the way forward. So it's going to be very good that, I mean, for Tinubu, we have been saying that country cannot have progress if you don't restructure it. That is the only way out. You have to restructure that country economically, politically, security-wise. Everything must be restructured. Power must be given to the people. Restructuring Nigeria is giving the power to the people to control, to take charge of their country and make it work for themselves and the country as a whole. But this situation when federal government want to arrogate so much power to themselves, power that they cannot even manage well, but only just to terrorize and, molest and, bully states. It should discontinue. They shouldn't. Well, I hope that I believe. Now, I'm not just hoping. I believe some of our senators from the South will come out with a new a bill to counter these and push it in such a way that it can be given back to the state, because the waterways belong, it's a part of the territory of the state, and we have a land use act that give the authority and the ownership of the territory of each state to the state. But when you are excluding the waterways, that means they're not a. That's a conflict of interest right there. When you're taking the waterways away from them, is that waterways not part of their land?
Let me get this straight. I've been trying to follow here. What was the verdict all about? Was it that in favor of the federal government taking control of the waterways, or that the state?
No, in favor of the federal government taking control of the waterways.
And is that a Supreme Court verdict?
Yes.
Yes, it's a Supreme Court verdict.
Oh my goodness.
You remember this was one of the marquee things that Buhari was pushing for the Fulanis.
Oh, wow. Because, you see, I mean, Tinubu better, I hope Tinubu better sit up and, if he really Yoruba Lokon, like he said in his famous speech in Ogun State. Because if it's Yoruba's interest that he's championing, listen, Tinubu should understand that he only has 8 years. Another Fulani, because ever since I've known that country, no Hausa man has ever been a president. No Hausa, true-born Hausa man. It's always Fulani. Either they will come under the disguise of Fulani, Hausa, but it's always Fulani. And so if a Fulani man...
Babangida was not a Fulani man. Neither was Abacha.
Yeah, well, you can say, I mean, we're talking about...
Gowon is not a Fulani man.
There are underlying things behind those things that you say. I mean, who are the people who surrounding them? Who even went to when they are... Who was the...
He only knows...
My point is this. He only has 8. That is if the Olojoba from Lojoba, I mean, let me... If he lasts long there.
Oh God,
now
the best pastor, the best of the best pastor, the best of the best imam. Àwọn alágbára gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ àpẹẹrẹ.
But àwọn alágbára ẹni tó jù wọ́n wà tó ń fún yàn lẹ́mìí. Don't blame me, so one bit. So let's leave that. So my point is this: you should understand that if he says Yoruba Lokon, Yoruba's interest, if that's all that thing, all that crap he said in Abeokuta was really what he read, because I don't trust that guy, like I've said. So my point is this: he better works these 8 years, like he said many years ago, that he don't believe in one Nigeria. He better start doing restructuring that will be in favor of the Yoruba and other ethnic group in that country long after he's gone. Because if he fails this opportunity, or now Hausa man gets, now Fulani man gets in there, he will exploit this judgment to start creating that Ruga or colonies that they've been wanting to. This is an agenda. It's an agenda. I don't know if people are seeing it that way. That's how I'm reading it. So if the Supreme Court has ruled, and this cannot be changed, except maybe by an act of the National Assembly again, maybe they have to go do the whole thing, the land use act again.
Rational mind is not just act of National Assembly. We need a constitutional amendment.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the act of the National Assembly, because
I don't think the National Assembly can change this.
No, they can't.
They can make laws that supersede it.
Yeah, they can also.
So they are not going to cancel this.
No,
you cannot. You cannot.
Let's hear the expert, the Ogbeni, tell us this.
Sorry, let me say it, then Ogbeni react. Based on what I read, they said they referred to the exclusive list. So I don't know if National Assembly can dance around the exclusive list, except, if they are referring to exclusive list, then they probably have to take it out of the exclusive list.
Kulata, they can do that. Don't forget that our constitution has been altered about 6 times now.
But it's going to be a constitutional amendment.
Yes, amendment doesn't take too much. They've been doing it.
It needs to go back to the state. The state needs to ratify it.
So what they do is you go round the House of Assembly, then you come back to the National Assembly. My point is they've done it 6 times now.
But the northern states will not ratify it now.
That's what I'm trying to say. You have to be unanimous. You have to be unanimous in your decision.
One you see the narrative of Northerners don't want it is what I try to dispel on this platform. You see, we have this attitude of days and hours. No, I've told you that rivers are not only limited to the southern part of Nigeria. There are many rivers in the north, massive rivers that they want also to protect. Kebbi state government back then was one.
But Ogbeni, why didn't we have any Northerner kicking against this when Babangida, when Buhari was pushing
Kebbi State, for instance. Kebbi kicked against it. Bagudu kicked against it throughout.
Who else kicked against? You know, it was hold on, Ogbeni. You know, it was the entire South that stood up. The entire governors of the South
against the river.
How many governors? How many governors in the north that stood up against?
You mean against the river thing or Ruga? Which one are you saying?
Yeah, against this.
No. It was Ruga. No. In fact, the major person that kicked against this river thing was Akpabio as the minority leader.
No. It was part of. It was. I think it was part of that Ruga then. So this.
No. It was after Ruga failed. Let me tell you my understanding.
Okay, yeah.
After Ruga failed, right? This bill has even been there over time, but they dusted it and started promoting it. And Akpabio brought it out as a majority leader to kill that bill. And his narrative back then, whether political statement or not, was that, you're not going to have Ruga through the back door. And, because the whole sensitization and everything and the sentiment and everything that came with it, they kill it. Okay? But notice something. Let me just give you another example. See this Supreme Court decision that just came out. How many Northerners did you see on that seat? Ian Gokoro delivered the lead judgment. Agim was there, and other Southerners. So this narrative of South, no thing. Sometimes when you look deeper into things, you realize that they are not even there. We're just peddling all those things. Why is it that they put Southerners to deliver the judgment? And you have a Southerner as the president of your country. You have a Southerner as your Chief Justice of Nigeria. Yet you have this kind of decision coming out. So who is now? The Northerners will just be looking around and laughing. Who is in control now? So why are you still blaming us? So all this victim mentality, I think we should deal with our issues rather than going with all this narrative of day and
night. But you can't blame you can't blame the Southerner now because it has been.
Hold on. How do you know that?
Let me land.
It's here on the screen.
Hold on. But you just make my point for me. Can I? Let me tell.
No. Let Ajale Koko land this point, then come after him. Yeah.
So, Ogbeni, this has been an ongoing case before this. Tinubu assumed office. So it's been in Supreme Court.
The judgment was actually written by Tanko Mohammed before he left, but it is.
No, it's Okoro. Read the judgment there.
No, Okoro read it out, but the person who reads it out is not necessarily the person who made the judgment.
No, they won't read the judgment of. They won't read. Tanko has left since when? They are just reading Tanko judgment.
Yeah, but it's a group of judges now. Okoro is not the only judge now.
Tanko has left.
We know. But who are the judges who are rather that decision that Okoro read?
So this is the way it works.
Okay.
For instance, if you have justices, if you have 5 justices, right? They go for a conference, okay? After listening to counsel and parties, they will go for a conference. In that conference, everybody will speak your mind. I'm not agreeing with this. These are my reasons. No, I'm disagreeing. These are my reasons. So, if there are divergent opinion on dissenting opinion, they said, okay, you write your lead judgment for the majority. That's the most time the person that have the most intelligent reasons to give. They said, okay, your reasons sound very well, and I pitch my tent with you. You go and write the majority opinion. We will write our own opinion and follow. You that dissenting, go and write your own. I follow. So the question I raise here is this: the person that deliver the majority judgment. That's the lead judgment now. Look at them. Prepared by Justice Inyang Okoro. Is that a northerner? No. Read by who? Justice Emmanuel Hagin. Is that a northerner? No. And I'll still get their names out. Like I said, I've not read the details of judgment. These are southerners. Then your CJN Ariwola from Oyo State, that's a southerner. Your president, Tinubu, that's a southerner. Yet you are still blaming northerner. For what now? What's the role they are playing?
No, no, we're not blaming northerners. Don't make it don't sound like we're blaming. We are saying what we're saying.
Agenda.
Hold on. Yeah, we are saying is an agenda here. Okay, hold on. There's an agenda here, but we know that the southerners are the one who officiated, who sat on that case and who made this verdict. We understand that point. But the point we're saying that the deed is done. Now, how can we undo it? Let's leave about this finger pointing, being emotional, whatever.
That agenda is by who? Can you
answer
that?
Wale, Joe. I mean, Wale. We're not talking about that.
Wale, look at that.
Jackie, land pointy. Let's stop. Oh God, can I say something real quick, please?
Carry on.
That's not me.
No, carry on.
I'm listening to you. Ogbening. Now, the point I'm trying to make, let's forget this finger pointing. We are the one who made the verdict. So how do we move forward there? Because I read the Fulanis. They are very strategic in their plan. Forget this whole crap we're seeing going on in the north. They've silenced the real native of that area, which are the Hausas. Now you hear of Hausa Fulani. I don't know what even that crap even means. It's just like me marrying a Fulani man now. I'm a woman. My children claim to be Fulani. I'm a Yoruba man. I mean, no, you're a Yoruba because your father is a Yoruba. That's how I would tell him. But we know how the gimmick. But the point I'm trying to say is that these people, they are planning light years ahead of us. It's a game. Because invariably, if Tinubu does not do something, I mean, when the life throws lemon at you, you make lemonade with it. Okay, fine. This is lemon now. How can Tinubu turn these things such a way whereby we would not, what we fear might happen in the future, if somebody who's from that stock, from that ethnicity gets in there and wants to we know what these people they do whenever they are there. The full, and especially with the Buhari that just left. So how can this be prevented from happening whereby your land will be given to people because they say they want to graze their cattle, because they want to have access to water. And you, who is the native of that land, you can't even have access to that land. Foreigners will be brought into your land. And you know how that changes demographics with time. So my point is, does these people see this happening in the future? What can we do to prevent this? That's what we should be discussing about. Because I fear what is going on. We're seeing going on in North already. I fear that South will be the next. I mean, like we've been hearing these stories. So how do we go from this point that these people will not have supremacy over the people who are original inhabitants of that land?
Rational mind, I've answered that question before. My answer is that Supreme Court decision is final until you have the people changing it. How do you have people changing it? You have your representative there. How many of them are spoken against it now? That's the first question. Now, if they have not spoken against it, how many Nigerians from their constituency are calling the attention of their rep and senators to it, to speak against it? Go and watch out. When you go back to that same Senate, you realize that some northerners will be the one that will be speaking against this thing. Particularly watch out for Kebbi and Sokoto states. And I keep saying it. You see, for instance, NTA Parliament, how many of us here on this platform do actually watch that station? I watch it a lot. It's always on my system. You see those northerners being vibrant and speak against things like this. And that's why I come out, I always say, this agenda thing, leave it. Yes, I believe it's going to slow us down, particularly in the South. It's going to affect our security if you have idiot like Buhari back in government. And that is the truth of the matter. So if that is the truth, how do we correct this thing? And I'll say the one, National Assembly can go back if our Southern brothers are very serious, because they'll be the most affected here. If they are very serious, they should be the one to vanguard to lead this thing to correction. How do you correct it? They should study that judgment very well. They can return that judgment to the same Supreme Court to tell them you've reached Parikurian, change this thing. They can change it. If they don't do that, National Assembly kickstart immediately constitutional amendment, and you lobby all House of Assembly. After all, Tinubu find a way to control Fubara at a point in time to change things. He still had those governors in his pocket or in his control to an extent, you know, find those governors and the House of Assemblymen to change things and change these laws. You may not change it completely. Probably for any state governments that want to allow federal government to partake in contract or infrastructure that has to do with their inland waterway, do it as it pleases you.
Ogbeni, can you educate me how this takeover of inland waterways got to do with Ruga, Fulani, supremacy? I'm a little bit confused. Can
It's
you
simple,
break
sir.
it down for me?
Okay, so it's simple. This is insinuation. First and foremost, I don't believe in people sitting there saying agenda. I've said it. They put the ball in your court. You refuse to kick it. Yes, you don't take responsibility for bad decision you are making. And you are pointing accusing finger to those who are not in government. That's an act of irresponsibility as far as I'm concerned. I will not buy that. Now, but this is the insinuation, or insinuation as that when Buhari was there. This was the insinuation because the Northerners were in government back then. And this was the insinuation the President SP and Senate President created and made us to believe. Now, when you say you have water, don't forget, when you say waterway, it's not only about water, sir. It's about water and the land around the water. Don't forget, that's where you must start with. So, for instance, in law, when you say land law, under land law, sir, you have land, you have things on the land and the things under the land. For instance, in Nigeria now, when you're talking of oil and gas, there's no way you will talk of oil and gas, solid minerals and all those liquid minerals that we have without talking of land law. Because they are all attached. They're already determined. There are resources that are attached to land. Same with water. So when you talk about water, so it's more like you have our Land Use Act that gives land in the state to governors and they can control. They can decide to give federal government part if they want, and they decide not to give federal government. So when Ruga came, Ruga was like a federal project to be able, that's the insinuation, to be able to have Fulanis implanted in all states in Nigeria. Because the moment you have this portion and you say it is the federal area, for instance, in Ado-Ekiti, you now say this is the federal area, governor cannot even control that place again. So it becomes a federal thing. So idiots like Buhari now cannot have his people there. They can go there, keep people in the town, and then dodge back. And then when people are coming, they have soldiers to protect them. They say, no, they are federal government people because that's federal government land. Just the same way you have embassies. You have Nigerian embassies in the UK. UK cannot just invade that Nigerian embassy because it's an extension of Nigeria, okay, but existing in UK. So whatever laws that is going on in that is applicable in Nigeria is applicable within that Abuja house in London. So exactly like that. So it becomes a territory of the federal government that they can have. So when they brought Ruga, it was like people said, "Oh, you now want to implant because your Ruga failed. You wanted land now. You now want
Okay,
to
wait. The way I understood Ruga is this: in an area. No, let me just say my own explanation because we have to get this thing in this proper perspective. Every state government donates land to the cattle rearers. I don't want to use the Fulani words, any cattle rearers. So that when they bring cattle from the north, that is the place they put all the cattle. Then people with the feeds will be supplying feeds there. They don't have to roam around the town again as we have it presently. Am I correct, sir?
Yeah,
so,
you are correct, but don't forget that they don't only bring cattle, they settle there too. It's become a settlement.
I agree with that.
Let me say something,
so
Baba.
Become a settlement where they provide water, they provide security, they provide everything. So what people insinuate is that it now becomes like a Jos and Birom people, the Birom and the
Sauda Kaduna.
Yes, and Sauda Kaduna, I allow you on my land, you settle on that land. With time, you start claiming you want to have emir. With time, you start claiming you want to have your own local government. With time,
but we have Seriki now, in Ijebu Ode, in Mushin, in Idiaraba. We have these people.
This is an insidious way of getting of penetrating. You see,
it become more institutionalized.
Hold on. It's a shame. It's a shame. Baba just said that we have Seriki in Jebu and this like it's supposed to be right.
Oh, don't we have Igwe Ndigbo Abi Obi Ndigbo of his solo?
That's wrong too. That's wrong too. It's wrong too.
No. Why is it wrong? What's wrong with it?
Yeah, but I think the other day in Lagos, let me make what's wrong with it. The other day in Lagos, that will be that mixed statement. What happened? They banished all the non-settlement of Indigos in Lagos. Because for the fact that Allah doesn't mean it's okay, for the fact that it's okay doesn't mean it's right. That's how they comes in.
No. There's a large community of us of Igbo people in.
Doesn't matter, one man. It doesn't matter. Do you see?
They should not have the.
No. You can't. You cannot. You cannot. Just for example, now there's a large settlement of Korean in Japan, and I said there's king of Korean in Japan because they have large settlement. No, it's not. You must be under the traditional constitution of that country.
Yeah, but they are. Though. It's not a threat to it. It's a pulling together.
This is the problem. The problem we have. We think we are too educated. We think we are too educated. We start focusing on our own problem.
No, just leave it to the conversation.
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. Let me land this.
Yeah.
It's like traditionally, you can never do it traditionally. You cannot have two community leader in a state, in a community. Forget you are someone staying that you are 100. That's why if anything happens to you, go to the community leader and report your case. You cannot, because I have 50 of my people living here, then I have my leader. No.
I think
it's wrong.
World Peace is right.
You cannot.
I agree with World Peace too.
But when it started, what were we looking at? What are we looking at when it started? It started one day.
Do you know in Benin we changed the guy that tried it? He went to Lagos to make apology. We changed the hierarchy of what? He was chased and he was
there's a lot of Sarikes in Benin. No, I don't let
no Sarike in Benin. Why must I stop all this nonsense?
We saw one being turban. They even looked like
I said there's no Sarike in Benin. Stop that. The guy was chased and the guy made a public announcement. Stop it. I don't want to get away from this.
We saw him when he was being welcomed at the airport.
One
man. You can be sued for this. You can be sued for this. This is libel. The guy had made a public announcement.
Let me even say something.
Hold on.
Going to sue one man.
No. Ajali Koko, not me. He can be sued for this. Federal government, a person can sue for because the guy went to he went to Lagos, went to newspaper. The author they gave him, and he did it. He went to make an announcement, apologize to the Traditional Council of Benin. The one that listen. Hold on, Allah. The illegal guy that tried it in Benin. Do you know he's in court? Do you know he's in jail?
All right, go and take care of that child for a moment and come back.
One thing I want to add is this. See, what is not good is not good. So if you can have Seriki Fulani in Lagos, why can't I have for Bale Ekiti in Lagos too? We can start replicating all those stuff. The thing is this, if we go back to our territory, because this is where we start messing our traditional rulers up. I keep saying that in that we need to go back to our constitution and give these traditional rulers role, and we have to protect those institutions. Just imagine a situation whereby you are having some kind of traditional group that is trying to rival the crown of England. How does it sound? So why
the Welsh, of course, are kicking against Charles? Any of the Windsor being Prince of Wales. Do you know that?
No, you understand?
Am I wrong, woman?
So why do you want to? Why do you want to have the traditional title that is alien to a particular group? So you are coming to my state and you want to have your traditional title. No, it should not. You see, when you find yourself in a place, blend to that place, whatever they are doing there. Don't just say you want to have your kind of a traditional title there. I can decide to have Bale of Ekiti, or those who have their own Bale, Ikale Bale. Let everybody be having their own Bale. So
you know why I asked this question? You know why?
Hold on, Baba. I think Prince wanted to come into that space, and we've not heard from Prince yet. Prince, did you said you disagreed?
Oh yeah, well, man, yeah, you can hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, if they have Cherokee or whatever the title of the leader of the group that reside in another part of the country, that they are, I guess, call them strangers or foreigners. and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I mean, as long as obviously that Cherokee, for example, would not have power over the Oba, let's say, in that community or that place. I don't think that person would. It's okay for people. People should be allowed to organize and have their own leadership within their own community if they have the population or if they feel it should be so, as they see fit, right? Yeah, to me, I don't see anything wrong with it. I think it's okay because, I mean, obviously, I mean, maybe down the line, depending on how large the population becomes, they can have influence in that area and be calling shots. But trying to restrict people because
Praise Daddy.
Hold on, trying to restrict people.
Go on, just go on. I want to get you if you want me, if you allow me, if I get you.
No, let him land because okay. Oh, it's open date. Yeah.
All right. So now, Praise Daddy, it's because I don't no disrespect here. I'm just trying to say something. It's because maybe you've not really lived within the Nigerian space to understand these ethnic thing, how highly charged it is. I'll give you like somebody who has lived in the north, like the Fulanis. Anywhere they have settlements, they have their serikis, they have their heads, to the point whereby the head of that clan, of that, okay, let me give an example, like the Bagis in Niger State, in Abuja, in Nasarawa, the Fulanis have their own seriki. I've been in a situation whereby the serikis of the Fulanis is well regarded, even more than the Bagis. I forgot what they call them. They call them. That is the head of the Bagis clans. Now they wedge more power and they bring this Islam into it again. I've been in a situation whereby I've seen them where they do a real big festival that rivals that of even the Bagis. Now that's on one side. Now what I'm saying here is that like we all live abroad. We have the Nigerian community. Every year they nominate chairman. They can have a chairman to represent their interest, but not to have a titled traditional ruler, because in the north, Seriki means a lot. It's more like a ballet like our own ballet. And you know, when we have ballet in the Yoruba land, they are subjects. They're like dukes and kings. Like the Oba is the king, and the ballet is like a duke. And now it wedges authority over people. People go to him for whatever issue going on in the community. But the point is that when you bring a seriki, you are rivaling the local authority there. If you have a chairman of the Fulani groups, of the Igbo community, of the Yoruba community in the space, that is understandable. It's left for the Oba or whoever is the traditional ruler there to designate the title to him. But when they bring in their own serikis, my brother, you need to understand what that means. Go to the north and see what that has led to, especially in Kaduna, in Niger State. Go and see what has happened to those areas. They've dominated those areas. That is the issue we're talking about here. It's fine for them to have their chairman, the head of their community. That's fine.
Okay, may I come after, because I opened the space. Let me just conclude that why I brought it in, because we now in Yoruba land, Ogbeni Jekin finish Kini.
I want you to put something in perspective too, as part of
it's not my space, so I'm just interjecting like you too.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
What I'm trying to say is that we are in a situation. This is a new Nigeria. You understand? And like Oshimbajo, I support the Ruga thing. If it's not, how are you, my son? If it doesn't extend beyond how it is on paper. I brought that in because we are now talking as if these people are alien to our land. That is why I said, look, we have what we call Songo. There is Songo Ota. There is Songo in Ijebu Ode, and I think in Egba also, and so on and so on. These people, they've been with us before. The Yorubas were liberal, you understand? And it's a kind of rulership. When they converge in an area, they are Muslim, they want to have their own thing. We allow them to have their Seriki. So if they do anything untoward in the community, rather than hold them and start beating them, we hand them over for discipline to their Seriki of that area. And that is what the Igbos also came to Yoruba land and emulated by installing their own Igwe and things like that. The Igwe in Lagos doesn't mean that he will be Igwe in his home state or anything. The Seriki in Lagos or Seriki in Diaraba or Ojo doesn't mean that he will go to his Sokoto or Kaura Namodia and become. So it's a kind of a political organization or administrative organization. That's the administrative organization. So when they talk about this Ruga, I think they will be restricted to a certain area based upon, I think the suspicion here is that we are giving them an inch, they may end up taking 12 inches, 1 foot. I think that is my own opinion.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. I don't understand.
Sorry, can I?
Opinion.
Baba,
no. This is very dangerous opinion. This is very dangerous opinion.
Please allow me 5 minutes. And it's
okay,
about
go ahead.
Is really about guys. Honestly speaking, I can't believe some of what I'm hearing, and I feel everybody, we should all emulate Edo State. The rubbish that's happening, the nonsense that we tolerate in Yoruba land is crazy. Igbos tried to install Eze in Edo State. They pushed back against it. The court pushed back against it. Shua Arabs tried to install they'll try to install
to ban somebody. I think
to ban somebody again. Those people pushed back against it in 2021. They cancelled it. So we should stop the fuckery that we do in Yoruba land by just tolerating all manner of nonsense. And then you now be saying, oh, they're saying it's not Yoruba land. They're saying it's not Kiniko. Please, we need to get our shit together like Edo people. The more Wall Speak says these things, the more I go back to check, the more I respect the tradition that they kept in Edo State. And the more I think we made a mockery of whatever traditional stuff we have in Yoruba land, where any Tom, Dick, and Harry will be some titled, they'll say titled, non-indigent titled person, and it will be recognized by even the governor. What the hell are we doing?
That's Yoruba land for you.
Thank you, Kulata. This is what I was saying. For the first some people allow it doesn't mean everybody allows it. We should emulate other people that didn't allow it, so that those that allow it to change their course. There's no need for you to have a Saraki or Obi on that state. There's a call for problem in the future. To become a disaster. If you make a king in that place, you cannot have two kings in the same spot. It's not done. Like what Baba just said, that when there's this problem, you just have to deal with them, you take it to the Sariki. That means they have their own special law above your own land.
Wait, land. Let me read what Tony Africa said here. Striking plenty for Benin. Just go to Hausa Quarter around Mission Road and Lagos Street. Obaseki even takes instruction from them.
No.
Is Africa correct?
Don't say that in international platform. That's my village.
No,
everybody hold on,
reading from the comment section.
Don't read. Leave Tony. Who is Tony? I just warned him. Let me talk to Tony.
It's from Edo now. It's from Edo
no,
now.
Listen. One man, you don't understand Edo State. Hold on, one man. Hold on, one man.
Is your Edo superior to his?
Hold on. You don't understand Edo State. I cannot go to Tony's village and tell you what's going on in his village. You are talking about my village. I'm born in Sakon Barrow. Do you know where I'm from? I'm in Semeru. Do you know what that means? I'm close to the Upper Palace, my village. We are born to protect the Upper Palace. That's my duty. That's the job of my father. My father left London 2010. He's a pastor, but he left to go and start watching Samuel Abbas Shrine. You know what that means? The good man with a PhD on law, studying in London.
Don't asphyxiate yourself. Calm down.
No. Baba, calm down. I don't like this.
What piece? You have to settle it down. You're not the be all and end all when it comes to Edo State.
No, I'm not the be and end all. But no. Tony he cannot spill rubbish. That's not his village. That's my village. Sakobar is my village. And there's no two laws in Edo State. Everybody abide by the one law. If you steal, you go to the arrest. You go to a court. Whatever you do, not that the Edo man or the Igbo man is above the law. What is Tony saying there? There's a mosque in that
There's
place.
a lot of background noise where you are, and you keep saying, hold on. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. There's a mosque. Hold on. There's a mosque in that place, and that mosque is being controlled by the Kosoko family.
What please? Go and settle the children down. That's more important than that's more important than Edo State. That's a more important thing
on
than
this matter. On this matter, I take side with a war peace 100% because I know that when it comes to Edo State, you don't want to joke with war peace. He knows what he says when it comes to Edo State.
We know, but it's like overdoses sometimes. That's
rational mind. Sometimes we need some people that are very strong to even tell our Yorubas to call some of our guys to order to. Because some of those things we tolerate. We go to others say they don't tolerate us. You understand?
Then let's change. If we have to change, let's agree that Yoruba should change.
You can do some changes that give you benefit, not the one that is injurious to you. You understand? Okay, it's supposed to be like a commensurate relationship, right? But someone say, no, I want to take you away from your this thing. We are giving the typical example of Kaduna now. It's Southern Kaduna, and we are still saying this thing. Okay, now, when we are even talking of Ruga, why is Ruga so important than reviving Fashola farm? Why is Ruga so important than reviving a Kunderi farm? How come that Ruga? How come that since the day Eda was created, that a nomadic Fulani business is the only thing that we just have to take care of Nigeria, as if that's the only part of our economy that we should see our land.
Because they have political capital. That's the reason why the agenda is settled.
Can I say something real quick? Apostle, can I say something real quick? Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, BJ.
Kulata, how are you doing? I had to come up because I heard what you just said. We conservative Yorubas have been saying this for years now. You liberals, with your welcoming nature, it's our nature to it. And I've been saying that for years. And I'm glad that you're finally coming to my side of the divide here. Hopefully you can bring more people from that delusional field to be more reasonable and see things the way I've been saying for years on this platform. It's not been beneficial. It's been very detrimental to our people. And the more we continue to welcome people without having any restriction or guidelines, it's not going to.
How has it been detrimental to our space, BT?
One man, where do I start? Where do you want me?
Okay, let me list the positives, and maybe you want to counter with it with the negatives.
What positive?
One
man. No, if it's mutual, where if I can go somewhere else and do the same thing, then you have a point to make. But if I am always the one that have to always welcome everybody, I always have to be very liberal in my own viewpoints. Then
but that's a choice, though. That's a choice of the people. That's a choice.
It's only the best of these people that make it to the West.
No, Babati, is it in our nature now for the Yoruba community to install an Oba? We revert the institution, so it's not in our nature actually to say
exactly.
Oba of Enugu.
Hold on. Let me finish. The point
Sorry, Babati. To that point, that's the Yoruba people's problem because we're not used to doing that. Okay, but if we allow people to come in a large number, like the Igbos or the Hausa in our space, and they have a large population, and they would like to have a leadership from their own community to represent them, I don't think it's a bad thing. After all, keep in mind, you let them in already.
Oh,
so
God.
they should be able to organize.
Prince, please. Back the way it's supposed to work is when our traditional still has some influence. If you have a large population of a different tribe or different people in the kingdom, the king, they will have what we call ashoju, right? Ashoju is what they have. That's the highest they could go. That can talk to the king. He has access to the king on behalf of his people, but he's not crowned in somebody else's land. But he has access on behalf of his people. So the highest he could go is what we call ashoju, a representative. But to now give them some kind of title on somebody else's land should not be allowed. Should never.
Yorubas don't do it.
Okay, so if you already have a process or a system in place, then how come you allowed it in the first place?
That is a mystery.
Let me ask this: if that Eze or that Seriki, if it was a chairman, if the designation was just chairman, would that satisfy you?
Yeah, no. Like I said, I showed you that it has access to whoever is ruling that place for anything that they want, anything to resolve any issues. But you don't, because once you make him, you remember what happened in Ibadan, your state, years ago when they had that clash about somebody being, was it the one of the kings, the Fulani, whatever issue they had over there? The argument the people were making was that he is their leader, that because I think the KBC over there, the Bale summoned the people to come for a meeting or something over land dispute years ago. And they were like, no, we don't, we have our own head here. We have our own king.
Thank you. I wanted to say that.
That is the problem. When somebody has that, the people that follow them will make them feel like they're bigger than even the guy's palace is even bigger than the one that was there. How can you have a foreign king in your own land that his palace is even bigger than the royal throne in that land? That means within years he's going to start having more influence than people there.
And
that's what has happened in Yoruba land.
Yeah,
that is why World Peace is correct. It's correct in the sense that they did not allow the footing of such a thing to happen in their own land.
Prince.
Okay.
Prince, no.
We allowed it. We have a system in place and we allowed it. So it's our fault.
Wait, that's my own argument that we shouldn't allow that. So I always get frustrated on this platform when Yorubas come and talk about it's in our nature, we cannot help ourselves. That's who we are. That's what bothers me. Like, what do you mean that's who we are? You can always modify your position when you see when reality hits you in the face.
Yeah, but BT, it has benefited the Western space more.
Nobody, no, man, you're missing my point.
Oh,
you know, this is my point. You must always gatekeep to an extent. You can have people come into your land, but you must always make sure that it does not.
Yeah, but other areas that have put in those restrictive measures have not benefited as much as this.
Sorry, Babati, sorry. One man, you are trying to tie it that that they're not mutually exclusive, that they're joined in the hip. We can be welcoming. At the same time, you can freaking respect your institutions and put some boundaries.
Yeah, but it is that unrestricted access?
No. The unfettered access doesn't have to touch the traditional stool. And we have foolish traditional stool going to real housewives of Lekki or whatever.
Don't go there. Don't even go there now.
Guys, wait. One man, please let me give you an example. What happened in one area of Ekbaland in the 90s? It was a smaller ballet. They were having land disputes. And you know, in our own culture, when you're having land disputes, we don't go to, because we resolve most of these things. Labele, that's our culture. Before you go to court, that means you've gone through the whole thing. You can resolve it. The ballet of that area summoned one of these Fulani. If you remember, they had this Sabo fight back in the early 90s. They summoned them to come, and they said, "Who are you that we run this place?" And the guy said, "I am the traditional head of this place." And they went there, and the burnt is palace. It's small, you know. It's not a king. It's a ballet. It took the intervention of Alake to call them and say, "Listen, you're going to play ball this. We're going to have to set new parameters. Not this one or the former one that died, Likpede. If you remember Likpede, that listen, This is the new regulation now. You cannot do A, B, C, and D. I am the paramount ruler of this place, and this is what you will do. You have to come in. So in our own area in Egbalando, we made sure we are welcoming, but we have rules and regulations for if you are foreign. You just don't show up in some areas and do whatever you like.
Tell them of Shagamu. Tell them
You know what happened? You know that that massacre now. You know what happened? When you have unfettered access to other people's land, you start misbehaving. And people will naturally resist and they will get angry. And it leads to disaster. One man, you cannot make any argument for this on access. It doesn't end up well.
Yeah, but I got you. The same thing applies everywhere. If people go from
Prince Daddy, sorry. Prince Daddy.
Let Prince Daddy land and then counter him.
No, I want him to add this to his argument.
All right. Okay, Karen.
See, all of us, we studied and we heard, and this is not our proverb. It's not our day that when you are in Rome, you behave like a Romans. So you can't be in Rome and start behaving like yourself there. You behave like Romans. You must blend within the system. Not that you must now bring your system now to rival the system there. So that's exactly what we are saying now in the name of Yoruba Libras. No, we are paying ourselves in the name of being liberal.
Are you saying if they want to come to Yoruba land, they have to leave their culture behind?
One man. Igwe.
Wait. Even in America, they have bases.
One man, wait.
In Canada, they have bases. In the UK, they have bases.
So in UK, one man, our culture is to be polygamous in nature. Why are you not practicing polygamy in England? Because
what has that got to do with what I said?
No, you said they should leave their culture. It's our culture to be polygamous.
One man. Igwe of Egbaland. Sure, Yahweh. No, we've had that issue before.
No, they do it as Eze of Ijemo, Eze of Bagura, Eze of Itoku.
I'm telling you that we in Egba, we always laugh at people in Lagos. You have people in Lagos, but you people are too slow. See, because in some places on Egba, you don't allow all this nonsense. You don't allow it. You can do your business and live your life, but we don't mess with our own kings. So we revere our rulers in our own part of Yoruba land. I don't know about Lagos, whatever.
I think this is just an offshoot of the elections.
It's not. No. It's been boiling for so long. It's been boiling.
It's an undercurrent, one man. It's been there. What the incidents they say in Ababati and the other happened in the 90s. So we're talking about 30 years ago or more. And it's still happening. Are we doing anything about it? That's the question.
We have political obas, political balance, Elegunje traditional rulers. Why would they
want to fine? Can we change?
Well, I mean, it's a very it's an Herculean task for us to really change this status quo right now. For me, I just see.
Don't say that. It's not a Herculean. The 6 states can go to their legislative houses and ban this thing.
Are these legislators that are all Elegunje or all?
Didn't they do Amotekun? Ban this thing. What do you mean?
Imagine guys.
Hold on. One second, Babati. We have a new voice joining us. Coco, you want to come into the conversation, Coco? Unmute. Unmute yourself.
Okay. Yes, please.
You're not a new voice now. We have had you before. You're not a new voice.
Okay.
Is this your first time here?
No. This is not my first time here.
All right. Okay, yeah.
Can I give me 30 seconds?
Okay. Hold on for Babati. I thought you were
Give me just 1 minute.
Yeah.
This is my argument. You remember when some people came on this, 40 elements came on this platform, and they were making the case for we should remove indigenship and replace it with residency. And I said, wait a second, forget the big tribes. Think about tribes that are only in one local government or half a local government. what happens to them if you remove that? Maybe you know, that benefits from oil, whatever. If you say just residency, then we all move to that place and we take over and we say because it's residency, whatever they benefit over there, we all own it because we are one Nigeria. No. As a matter of fact, you must protect the indigenous of those areas. The language of that area. I remember growing up in the 80s in Ogun State. It was Yoruba, it was English, Yoruba, and Egun. That was the official language. That was the way it was. You must bring that back into the education. They must speak Yoruba for anything official has to have Yoruba format in it. You must make sure that if you are moving to an area, if I come to America, I come to Lagos, why can't you speak the language over there? You must learn the language to live there. That's the way it's supposed to be. Learn the freaking language. If you cannot speak it, get the fuck out. Thank you.
Look at what happened in Shagamu that I asked you to say, 1999. Shagamu, where they were doing the Euro Festival, and this Hausa woman dared them and went out there in the name of saying, okay, you want to behave the way you like in another man's land. You see the clashes there? You understand? Because you wanted your own to be thrown. So can a Yoruba man just go to the north and go and try something against the things there? And you all know the story.
You will turn to Suya. They will Suyanize you.
Let's keep it in mind. It said that the Fulanis and we can say the Igbos also, they are quite hegemonistic. They like to dominate. That's just the fact. Wherever they go, they like to take charge if they could. If you can say the same for the Hausa people or the Kanuri people and other tribes, then that is fine. But I say that those two tribes especially, they like to really take over, to put it mildly. So, but if we have a system in place in the Yoruba land and we're not following the system, again, that would be our problem. Really, quite frankly, that'd be our problem. And we can't project that. We can't project because the Yorubas wouldn't do it. It shouldn't stop them from doing it. That would be our problem because that's our way of life. But if they want to do it, well, they should do it reasonably according to the law. If you follow the law, but if not,
okay,
it is what it is.
It is our duty to start reminding our people now that we've done something wrong, and we should reverse the thing we did wrong. So there's no need of pleading for sustaining what we did wrong in the past. We just have to change. Like what Kulata said, it doesn't take the states, the southwestern state to outlaw all this rubbish. You understand? We just have to. The Hausa people, they behave like us. See, some people went through the back door, they overthrew the traditional ruler and they installed theirs there. They were just like us, just liberal. Oh, let us allow them. Let us allow them. They allowed them, and we all know the story today. You understand? You know what it means that a tribe that is just less than maybe 9 million of the population, probably that 9 million is even inflated. You are now controlling a population of around 30 million or more people. They even hear your name more than that. They were trying to replicate everything across the country, and we're saying, no, let us take them in the name of Ruga. When we have you see, when our system was functioning, we used to have our own cattle. Enila, we call it Enila then, that we're breeding from Fashola farm, Ikunderi farm, and all those things. So why can't we revive that? That's what we want to do, is to give settlement. And we were even there during our life that even their life patron was telling us about the route, the grazing route that never existed. You understand? All those signals should tell you the evil intentions of these people against. So when you look at the tribe generally now, Yorubas are the only one accepting nonsense, and we are even trying to justify nonsense. This thing we have to stop, because this is existential thing. We should just understand. If our forefathers, if they've not fought for us, probably there will be nothing. There will be nobody like Ola today. Maybe Fajri will have even be out of existence. So
they will have been moved
So
Mukhtar.
and so maybe today I will be bearing Fatai instead of Fajuyi.
It
So
sounds like a Mukhtar anyway, doesn't it?
So
Ola, can I
yes, Mama,
can I add something? Ola, can I add something? Ola.
You see, some people might, I just sat down here, I was just wondering, some people might think that why are we becoming so bigoted? Hey, don't get me wrong.
Wait, stop. Don't make that next statement. Stop using the wrong word. What do you mean bigoted? We're talking about traditional institutions to respect it, and then you're using the word bigotry. What the hell is that?
Kulata, I was having the same sense that Rational was saying.
What are we talking more than to protect our traditional institutions? And then you're saying some fuckery.
Hear me out. I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm
let it
land. I'm not here to come and sing your Agbado praise and your Yoruba Ronu.
No, it's not about Agbado.
Agbado right now. Focus, please. Focus.
Focus. I don't want our listeners thinking that you're the rational mind join all this Agbado Yoruba crap Ronu in Lagos. No, that's not.
Focus, please.
Focus. So yeah, my point is this: is that I sat down here, I was just thinking. No, this is not bigotry here. It's all about one's. It's about one's preservation of one's culture and one's tradition and all of that. Because if you see what is going on in Europe, let me give you an example. If you cross from Germany into Czech, that borderline. In fact, as soon as you enter into Czech, you know that you're already in Czech. You start seeing Czech. These are countries whereby there are no borders. When you cross from Austria into what's the other country? I can't even think. Not Serbia. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is this: when you cross from one country to another country, you immediately know you're in another country. They are very protective of their heritage, of their language. This is just, we could talk about European Union, whereby I don't know if people have listened to the Italian and Polish prime minister. They've been talking about nationalism. They're talking about, you see, you might think maybe these people are just bigoted. No, it's not. We're gradually seeing that some people they just want their heritage preserved, because the demographics that is changing. Now look at what's going on in the UK. UK now, you talk about demographics, it's really something else now. You talk about English people now. You only can find a real English people. You only find maybe when you go to like Scotland, where those areas where they're not really penetrated much. So the point I'm trying to make here is this: that people are becoming self-aware of some kind of change of their tradition, change of their ways of life. And for me as a Yoruba man, I don't want that. I want a situation whereby my people can go back and can always trace their history, talk about their history, not some kind of aliens coming into my space and changing the whole thing, like we're saying going on in North. If you go to North now, virtually all the emirs, all the kings, or whoever rules the traditional ruler, they are all of Fulani stock. These are areas that are traditionally Hausa, like Birom, like the Bagis, like other Fulani, other real Hausa clans. But they are being dominated by Fulani men. So I don't want that happening in Yoruba land, not in my own Ondo state, where I'm from the creeks there. It might happen because those places are very rich in foliage and flora. They can usually come there and start graving and say they want to start. That's where I fear. And the Nigerian state is helping them to achieve this by allowing these people. Because for me, I believe if you want to do cattle rearing, it's a personal business. Why should the state be the one responsible helping you find the way you're going to graze? You go look for it, go apply for bank loan. Why is it that any president that gets there, like especially their own clans, it wants to help? Look at, I don't know if you people know about MFLA giving about 200 billion naira to cattle rearers. Where is that money today? So why must the Nigerian state be responsible for these people, this set of people? Okay, fine, I'm not saying they should not help them. But the point is this: the way they are taking it is it's making me fear that there's a grand plot here, there's a grand scheme here. That they're trying to change demographic, take over some places, and make it their own place. Whereby, like I said, I see it as an insidious move. We've seen it how we're going in North. That's why a lot of people like me, I'm afraid. I'm not bigot here. I'm not trying to support the Tinubu Yoruba crap that they do. But my point here is this, that I don't want people coming to my space and changing my tradition and my culture. That's what I'm about.
Can I ask a question to Kleta, please? Kleta, can you remind us that waterway law? How many miles away from the water would the federal government own if that happens? Is it 2 or 3 miles close to the river?
They said everything inland, of course, including, because I went to open the Constitution. I'm even wondering how they came up with this rule.
No. But was it 4 miles? I think the waterways, that the lands by the water. I think is how many miles that does the federal government own if that happens? Is it 2 or 3 miles?
Every single waterway in the country, but the Constitution.
No. I mean the land. The land too.
Speaking of the lands around that waterway.
Oh, the land.
So I can't remember.
I don't know. I don't know.
I remember during the Buhari time we were debating and said even the land by the river itself is
the land by the river too will belong to the federal government.
We can't. No. This is Ruga all over again, man. This is Ruga all over again.
Imagine River Oshun. You go to Abuja to go and say I want to authorize something for River Oshun. That's insane. That's just crazy.
Which means Oshun Festival will not be celebrated again without taking. It's a federal land. It's federally protected.
They no bond them well.
So you cannot go in there and just say you want to do your River Oshun Festival without taking permission from the federal government.
Rational mind, homeland. I mean, it's central homeland owned by federal government too.
Can I say something?
Rational mind. Central homeland will be owned by federal government. So,
yes. Just one second, gentlemen. Let me hand over to Thomas and Ola. So they're there to guide you through. Ola still the super chat and Kolata as well. So thank you to both of them. So thank you everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay, gentlemen. Let me take over my space. Just allow interjection.
Ajali Koko, you should be the last person.
We just forget about that. So let me take over my space.
Go on.
That interjection has been going on for.
I know. You are superhero, so your interjection is always on point. People always interject you.
So, look, gentlemen. This decision by Supreme Court has taken over some part of the land owned, that belongs to the state away from them. So I'm seeing conflict of interest there with regards to the land use that allow the ownership of the territory state to be managed and controlled by that state, particularly the governor of that state. So this mentality and effort by the federal government to centralize and control everything in Nigeria, I think it is I think it called for serious concern. If not for now, for the future. We don't know what and who might come in the future to advance on this thing, because there's going to be some element of that in that law that we don't know now. So like rational mind, the Nigeria area might be taken over completely. How are
the
federal government. So rational mind is that
even Lekki now, even Lekki can be taken over.
Even Lekki can be taken. Yeah, right. So
how are they going to even do it? Lagos Island, that lagoon there, everything will be owned, and all those houses
will be owned.
No, yes. Look at VI now. Look at VI. Just imagine federal government taking over all those VI. in the name of waterways.
The waterways. So this is, I mean, this is going to cause a very, very, very serious setback economically, politically, for that country, for us, for every state in that country. There's going to be serious. This judgment has created a very serious problem to be tackled, problem for the future.
He has not
Existence.
Ajale Goko. Any problem has not erupted, so you can't say he has created problem, but you can say he will create problem.
It's already created problem because the waterways and the territory, land territory along that waterways will be owned by the federal government. They just mentioned some now. Lekki and all the rest is going to be federal government territory. So why? What is it? Why can't? I mean, anyway, let's look just because I don't see. I think it's a big problem that we have created for ourselves in that country. So Tinubu has a big responsibility to take the land back, to push the legislators.
Ajale Koko, let me ask this question, please. Is it Tinubu that took this to court, or he has been previously in the court with Buhari?
It's Buhari regime.
Lagos State government versus federal government.
So we can't really put it on Tinubu.
Sorry, it started in 2012. I mean, this
2012.
court case started in 2012.
Ah, thank God. I think if it is, I think
there was
by
I think
Jonathan.
under Jonathan, I think Lagos. Then they got a judgment, then another judgment from a lower court. But the problem is the Constitution that's the problem, and the Constitution says waterways that are crossing states. So I'm wondering how the judgment now can say every single waterway, because the Constitution says if the waterways is crossing states, then government, federal has jurisdiction over it. But if the waterway is not crossing a state, if it's within a state, the federal government should have nothing to do with it. So I don't understand. Maybe Ogbeni can explain.
How would they
only lakes are restricted to certain area or certain states, like Oguta Lake and other. Well, if it's a river, it transcends states. Because
Ogbeni, can you answer?
Ogbeni, let us hear your
What's the question, sir?
Everybody, please hold on. Everybody, please hold on. Before Ogbeni answer, please, let me ask Kolata this question. What are we scared of? Why do I say? Let me finish, please. What are we scared of? Why do I say that? Is federal government is still? We are still. What is the difference? I don't get it. I don't see what we are we are scared of.
Let me try and articulate my own anxiety. Assuming you had Ogunpa River or something passes Oyo State, right? And then they say, okay, federal government. And then for one reason or the other, some guy comes in and says, oh, I want to start marking new grazing routes. And then I say, okay, every waterway is open for grazing routes. Your Ogunpa River, this area, I'm going to resettle some folks in there. That my Osun State, Osun River, they're going to resettle because cow meat is some national emergency, and then they do it. And when they do it, what are you going to do about it?
Then, K, you know what will happen within 20 years? They will have enough population to demand for local government over
there. We won't recognize your state anymore. Like it's
different. Let's say you have a rep from Oyo, Daladi, representing Ibadan West. You can't have that, man. Thomas, come on.
So, but my question to Ogbeni is: the Constitution says waterway. I mean, they mentioned different kind of waterways, but they also specified waterways that crosses states. So, if a waterway does not cross state, I don't see this judgment says every single waterway. So, do we need to wait for the gazetted whatever judgment, or we take it as face value that is now every single waterway, because that doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't say waterway that crosses the state. Oh. Let me
No,
read the provision.
Constitution says waterways that crosses the state. I just read it in the exclusive list.
Let me read the provision to you. That is items 29, 36, and 64 of part 1 of second schedule. And it says these are the issues that federal government has power exclusively to deal with. Fishing, that's 29 now. Fishing and fisheries, other than fishing and fisheries in rivers, lakes, waterways, ponds, and other inland waters within Nigeria. 36. Maritime shipping and navigating, including A, shipping and navigating on tidal waters, shipping and navigation on the river Niger and its affluents, and on any such other inland waterways as may be designated by the National Assembly to be an international waterway or to be an interstate waterway.
See that? Interstate waterway.
Yeah, 64. Water from such sources as may be declared, look at here, by the National Assembly to be sources affecting more than one state. Kulata, you are right. So,
you see?
So, okay. Okay.
Ogbeni, in a short review, please. Can you just tell me what is? I won't lie. I just joined you guys. I came late from work, night duties, so I just came in. I don't really know even what is the judgment about. Just in a simple sentence.
So now, first and foremost, none of us have seen the details of the judgment, right? But from the excerpts that we have seen, and don't forget this case, they've been battling this case since 2016-17 upward. It started from the Federal High Court. So you can easily go back to the decision of Federal High Court and see what the Supreme Court has probably affirmed now. But we have not read. I have not, and I'm not sure anybody on this platform have read the decision of the Supreme Court. Now, if you want to understand what exactly is the issue here, so the issue here is simple. Lagos State government has interest in developing infrastructures on waterways, on the waters within their state. They know quite all right that the waters within the coastal line, and then the territorial waters, and then the one on the exclusive economic zone belong to the federal government. They are not fighting on that. They've been doing things on it, but they are getting permission of federal government to do it. But the one within the states, okay, like you have Ogunpa River, Osun River, this river, and others, and all those rivers within Lagos, within the states, they've been doing infrastructures on it, putting flying boat, putting yacht, and they've been gaining resources and revenue and everything from it. So at a point in time, federal government has started challenging their power over this water and everything, on the fact that if you go back to the Constitution, that item 29, 36, 64 that I just read to you now, that it donates the power to the federal government, okay, to legislate on whatever activities that will be going on those areas. That's your rivers, right? Don't let me say river, your interstate waterways now. That is waterways that cut across one state to the other, so that states should not do it. So it became a serious issue, but Lagos State government, being state that is always very proactive, so they approached the court to determine and answer that question, whether that powers belong to federal government or them, or belongs to two of them. At the federal high court, the federal government cited in affirmative and said no, not belong to the federal government. They went to Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal reversed their decision and said it should be for federal government. Now, Supreme Court has just delivered the decision now that it is federal government and not state government that has exclusive legislative power to determine activities and levy and collect money also on whatever is happening on interland rivers, that the rivers that cut from one state to another, any activities that is going on there. Now, what are these activities and what is the implication of this judgment?
And lakes too.
I'll tell you which I've said before, my the initial understanding is this. That item 29 exempt fishing and fisheries. So it said fishing and fisheries other than fishing and fisheries in rivers, lake, and others. So the state government still have power over fishing and fisheries in their rivers, in their lakes, in their waterways, their ponds, and other inland waters that lies within Nigeria. But beyond that, now, when it comes to maritime shipping and navigation, okay, maybe you want to put canoe to move from one state to another, you want to do all those things, you want to put infrastructure on this thing that involve what I can call maritime transportation, which is even major focus in Lagos too. Then they said it is only federal government that has power to do that. Now, the issue I have is this, and which I have not read, I've not seen the judgment, is the item 64 that says water from such sources as may be declared by the National Assembly to be sources affecting more than one state. The issue I have seriously with that now is that one is too general. So the federal government can wake up today and say, no, the activities you're going to have, like somebody mentioned Ogunpa, for instance, say, why are you having that activities? It's part of the sources that we have declared to be that of federal government. So you can't have such activities that you're having on it. Now, connect it to Ruga. Why people are connecting it to Ruga? Simplicity, everybody can say, okay, federal government is just looking for more revenue. But this is the reason why people are linking into Ruga. You see, people are not talking in vacuum.
Sorry for cutting you. So that is my problem. That's why I was asking you earlier on. Why are we connecting this to Ruga?
That's what I'm getting to now.
Yeah. Please, can you just, I don't get it. Because I think that is what gives people the anxious. I don't know.
Yes.
So sorry, Ogbeni, to your submission, please. Can you clarify the lands by those water bodies? Did they set some? Is it 3 miles by the river that belongs to the Fed? I'm trying to clarify something here.
No, in law, you see, river is actually land.
No. I mean, because the initial one that they put forth had some kind of law that says a mile by the river belongs to the federal government. So I'm trying to clarify.
This nautical mile,
yeah.
land and everything.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I've not read. Like I said, I've not read this judgment. I've not read the judgment. I don't.
So it's not. My point is that the way I see it, it's not only about the river, but the land by the river also affected. That is what.
Let me tell you the area that was, because I just opened the federal high court decision now. See the area in Lagos, because for people that know Lagos very well, I don't really know Lagos as much like that. But for people that know Lagos will understand this when I read. These are the area that the court that became the issue here that federal government Lagos State took to court. So they said the intra-coastal route from Badagry along the Badagry Creek to Lagos, through Lagos Lagoon to Epe, Lekki Lagoon to Iwokpin along Omu Creek, Talifa Kefi to Atijeri, Akata Abotoluwa River to Okitipupa, and onto Gbekebo, Arogbo, Benin Creek to Warri. Also, the canal running from Araromi through Ayetoro, Imelumo to Benin River, and from Ayetoro through Mahin Lagoon to Igbokoda. So those are the areas that are an issue and they took to court. If you look at it, you see it cut across Lagos, some part of Edo, some Lagos to Ogun, some Lagos to even Ondo State, and then what else? Benin Creek. Okay, so that's side.
Wait. You mean Ogun River too? Ogun River, what man?
Then Ogun is there, and I read Ogun now.
What did they go Waleru?
Excuse me. If we are talking, attributing it to or tying it to Ruga, those waters are salty waters. Cows don't take salty waters. Thank you.
See how
Ogbeni, before you move forward,
Baba, that's just Lagos State now. What about Osun or your Ondo? They are not salty waters now.
Oguniva is not
Papa,
salty
you are
water.
right.
Papa.
Let me
But those key brackish ones that are transportable, those are brackish water and they are salty.
Baba,
everybody is fighting for their own state. Me, I'm fighting for my own state.
Kolata, everybody listen to me, please. Yeah, Kolata, I will not object if I will not object if federal government take care of Ogunpa River. My Ogunpa River in Ibadan. Let me finish, please. Don't cut me off. I will not object when federal government take care of Ogunpa River. Dead body, every sort of thing is Ogunpa River is dirty. If federal government can take over, I don't care. I'm a your man. I don't care. No. I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying. You don't live in Ibadan. I live in Ibadan. I grew up in Ibadan. Yes. So if federal government can take, yes.
You're not your man. Which state in your state?
The thing you are
your man now.
You are not your man. You are not.
Ajale Koko, we need to deport Thomas from Yoruba land. Honestly, we need to deport him to the.
Can't you ask your governor to do that?
Not from Oyo.
Believe in God Thomas. So.
Yeah. What was this man saying? Another Afonjale lady.
This Uro. Emeka is not an Igbo. Are you saying I'm not your Yoruba now again? What are you saying?
You are from Isenyi. You are not from Oyo. You should distinguish between Oyo and Isenyi.
What is if I'm from Isenyi? Where is under? Isenyi is under Oyo now. What are you saying?
It's Oyo state now.
It's Oyo state now.
Oko Oyo ni Isenyi. Oko
ni Isenyi ló ti wá o.
But Oyo state ni Isenyi abi.
And you say I'm from Oyo state. Don't say I'm from Oyo. You say I'm from Oyo. And what all they claim I'm from Oyo are from the people.
What's the difference?
Indigene. They are different.
It's different too.
They are different. You better not buy Isenyi. What are you talking about?
You are not your man now. You are just from Oyo State.
You are just from Oyo State. You are not your man. Don't claim.
Will you tell me where I am from? I will just shut down this. I will shut down this channel now. Everybody go
down. You are not from Oyo. You are not from Oyo.
You are not from Oyo.
You are not from Oyo. Alaafin. You are not from Oyo.
Reject Omowa.
He's from Isenyi. He's an Isenyi man. You should be proud to say where he comes from.
Let me quickly say something about that. You said Lagos water is salty.
I'm actually from Okeo.
Yeah, the lagoon is salty. And all those up to Arugbo area, all those are brackish water.
The lagoon may be salty. That will never be a problem. Let me tell you something. Saudi Arabia.
I just pointed it out as a fact.
No. Saudi Arabia, for example, they don't have natural water, natural river. You understand?
They import water
from the sea, the salty sea, and refining for the purpose of whatever they are using. These guys,
even ocean liners do that.
These guys, but Ruga is not their purpose. Ruga is serving a political purpose. It's not serving an economic purpose like we are looking at it. This is all about conquest. You understand? That's the issue.
You guys are using big words too.
No, it's
conquest.
Conquest again.
Yeah, land grabbing. Land grabbing.
Land grabbing. Land grabbing and conquest. That's the purpose now. They grab your land to conquer you. That's what they want to do. Now, the thing is this. This guy Gandola, he said, okay, the entire Kano, I have more than enough land for you to have your Ruga there. You don't need to go to another state. Why are they not doing something there? Why that interest in grabbing land in 36 states of the federation? Now, that lagoon you are saying, it's just like as they are doing sampling, as they are filling the sampling in Lagos now, they are building this thing, they are building houses now. The same way too, they can purify, they can refine that lagoon water, take the salt away. You understand? Still provide water to achieve what these people want to achieve. The first thing, they want to settle people there. get that one. It doesn't matter whether the water is salty or not. They want to settle people there, and they will do everything to achieve that purpose.
But Ola, you know it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Who told you, Thomas?
It's not going to happen. It's
Now,
not
who are
happen.
those? Sorry, let me ask a question, General Thomas. Now, and I've asked that question before on this platform. Nobody has answered it. First, who are those they? The reason why I'm asking the question of who are those they is this. The decision of the Federal High Court on this matter was delivered by Justice So, a Southerner. At the Court of Appeal, another Southerner delivered the decision. At the Supreme Court, your Chief Justice of Nigeria is an Oyo man. I don't know if it's Oyo Alaafin or your state. Now,
so they are following the law. They are following the law, isn't it?
Is it the justices that even delivered this judgment? Southerner, Justice Okoro, Justice Agim, and others. Your present president is a Southerner. So who are those they now that are conspiring? You see,
I wonder
taking responsibility and stop pushing this victim mentality that we have. It's not too good. So
God bless
they put
you.
the ball in our court. We cannot play it. And we are blaming them.
We must learn from
Yoruba man. Let me tell you one thing. When they wanted to capture Jesus Christ, wait. When they wanted to capture Jesus Christ, they used one of the disciples.
Lagos went to court.
So
don't forget, it was Lagos that went to court.
No, wait now.
For decision.
The fact that Yoruba were there does not mean that those Yoruba were not
Southerners. Don't let narrow it to Yoruba now.
No. See, they can still use Yoruba against Yoruba. Let's just get that fact right.
Who are those
Ogbeni Ola, you see, what if you go to Ebutero? I'm sure Baba Aja knows Ebutero very well. There is a transport hub there. Some of this, what's Hong Kong people call rickshaw, they carry passengers and their loads on daily basis to Arogbo, then to Port Novo. These riverways are not like roads. They have to be navigated. They have to be mapped out. The depth of each nautical mile has to be taken. Where there has been a wreck, they have to put a buoy there. Indications, light buoy, to light the place even up in the night. There are also barges that goes without going to the ocean, self-propelled, that traverse that area up to Ethiop River to take products and bring back to Lagos for some small operators. This is the perspective I am looking at. That who is going to take care of that? Who has been taking care of that? Because this thing has to be uniform. That is why I'm talking, making a case for federal government, not even about maybe Ruga or anything.
So, I don't know why we should be talking of this uniformity. See, this idea of uniformity.
It's maritime I'm talking about here. It's not about uniformity.
No,
maritime safety.
That's what we say. Okay, Nigeria is not the only country that has waterways. Now, in those countries, I've given an example of, I've used Canada as an example. When you have the waterways within your province, you take care of it yourself. You understand? Then, when you now want to settle interprovincial issues, now the federal
government, we are not in Canada. We are not in Canada.
Oh my goodness, Thomas! Don't disturb
yes,
my.
Now
don't
you can argue this American and Ola, please. I will let him. I'm not cutting him off. All this your mentality of Canadian, Australian mentality, American mentality. It doesn't work in Nigeria. Nigeria's space is quite different.
Yeah, go on. Where your place is just air me out. Yeah. Like I told you. See, Canadian federal system was borrowed from America, but we adapted it properly to our situation. But we in Nigeria, we are saying we are a federal state, but we are actually practicing a unitary system. So if you want to be federal, be federal. If you want to be unitary, let us know we are unitary. You understand? So what we are saying is this. You look at what is happening in England. Even the Australia you have, you look at what is happening in Australia, you look at what is happening in the United States, Canada. Tell me, where are they practicing all these dubious system that we are practicing in all those countries that I mentioned? So we are saying some people are looking at grabbing our resources, even though Yoruba may be the one that Southerner may be the one in charge of that judgment. It does not still negate the fact that some people are being used.
But Ola, can we say the judge that pronounced this judgment, can we say they are following the law? They regardless. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Can we say they are following the law, regarded where they are come from, whether they are Igbo, whether they are Usa? Law is law. Continue, please.
I don't care about what you are saying.
Thomas and Ola is the law. Let's be honest with ourselves. That's what's in the constitution.
That is the law.
Ulata,
what are you talking here?
We'll be fighting against this position for how
long? Continue. Now, you see this duplicity and this confusion, convolution, or convoluted Nigerian crap that there's a land use act. Now, which we understand that the constitution supersedes whatever, but why could they have a land use act that gives the territory within the state and all its waterways to the state, and now a fraudulent constitution that was drafted by some Fulani? I don't know whoever did that, and then we saw a constitution.
I have said that earlier.
Yeah. So why this convolution? Why this convoluted? I mean, the constitution is saying one thing, the 1970s, 1960 or 1970 something land use act is saying different thing. Why?
National mind. Stop stereotyping. The Southerners drafted your constitution.
No, they did not. They did not. None of them. Who was the leader? Who was the lead drafter of that?
Your Nikitobi was there. Your Puta.
Look at it from the bigger picture.
We don't know.
You
cannot say for a fact. You cannot say for a fact.
Who was the head of state?
I'm telling you, the constitution.
Hold on now.
They set up a constitutional drafting. They set up a constitutional review. And
who were these unknown people that were all saying that everybody just
not know? Oputa is unknown. Then you don't know anything about Nigerian judiciary.
Hold on.
Saying Ethiopia and Oputa are unknown. These were men of great.
Who was the chairman? Who was the chairman of the constitution drafter? It's not Professor.
I just say Shukudi for Oputa was there.
I know, but who was the chairman?
There. I've named him here before now.
Who was the chairman? Who was the coordinator?
Here before? Many Southerner, majority Southerner.
No.
Who was the coordinator? Who coordinated?
Nikitobi.
Yeah.
Let me go back.
No, it's not Nikitobi.
Continue talking. I will bring it out.
Okay, bring it out. It was Professor something Aminu or whatever they call it. Professor.
Nikitobi. Rational mind. Stop arguing.
National mind. It does not even matter. Who? The point is this: who were the ruling guys? You understand? Look at it this way. If you want to know, look, air this thing out of Benny, because we are picking it from where the area. That's what we are picking.
They dropped it.
Now, wait now.
Who appointed them?
We conducted election in Nigeria.
On whose behalf did they do that word? Did they on whose behalf?
Responsibility.
No,
on whose behalf?
Which day will we wake up?
On behalf of the military. On behalf of the military, not on behalf of the people.
Ola, is the federal government in the US that administers the inland waterways in America. I just Google it right now.
No, we are still coming to that.
We are our own. I mean, the
responsibility of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Hold on, Baba. The composition of our own country is different from that of United States.
No, because Olawa is quoting America and Canada. So I have to look it up.
No.
Properly.
We are ethnic people, and what brought us together, and when we were brought together, the agreement we reached and the constitution written that, brought us together as one country has been broken and never respected anymore. Has been, driven away, written off. And that is what is causing the problem we have in that country today. So United States as a country, the way they came together, the union that form United States, and the agreement signed is being kept to up to today. That's why we still have the United States. But in our own country, what brought us together, the agreement that brought us together, is not being kept to. It's been threw away into the dustbin, and that is why we are having this problem.
See, Baba, you are missing up what is happening in America. You are missing this. Now, for example, now who controls River Montana now? It's so easy.
Let me read it for you. Can I read it for you?
No, Baba, you are missing it up. I understand what you are reading.
I'm not missing it. It is very clear what I'm reading. So, Farabale, let me read it for education for everybody.
It's not clear now. It's not
clear.
clear.
Let Baba read it.
One voice now. Let him read, please.
Let me read it. Please. The responsibility of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is to facilitate the safe, reliable, and economically efficient movement of vessels, and it does so by constructing and maintaining navigation channels and harbors and regulating water levels on inland waterways. This is what I've been saying.
Okay, Baba. Let me read this one for you. The state of Montana owns the waters within the state on behalf of its citizens. How does that stand?
Well, that is conflicting actually to what I'm saying here. This is, I Google it.
No.
It says,
I Google the one I'm reading. I can post it here. Baba, we are mixing it up.
I'm not mixing it up. What did you Google? What did you Google and find out? I Google who governs the inland waterways in the US. That's what I Googled.
Baba, you are missing up the security and the owners of the waterways. I just gave an example. The state of Montana owns the waters within the state on behalf of the citizen. It's on the same Google too. So the thing is this, when you look at it in details, because I know exactly what I'm saying, I said in Canada too, when it comes to intercoastal, the federal government maintains that. But when you look at that water within the state, it belongs to the province. It belongs to the province. The waters in state of America belong to the state. But who administer intercoastal? The U.S. military, because that's a security issue. But the economic issue is the state. That's what I say. I don't have problem for the federal government to put Navy on Ashijire, all those stuff. But who is the owner of Ashijire Dam? Who is the owner of Lagos State Lagoon? That's what we are talking about. Federal government want to be the owner at the same time, be overseeing the security. So two different things entirely. So the thing is this, it's the same way we are using Google. I've Googled it, so I know that anything we speak here is always can be fact checked. So I know exactly what I'm talking about. So I still insist that in that league or in that Nigeria, you have to understand the history behind our situation. If we are all if we are all the same now, let's assume that we are just like a Britain people, that we are all palm color or whatever they call it. You understand? We understand. But we have a situation whereby a group of people want to dominate others. Is that happening? Is that happening in America? No. Is that happening somewhere else? No. But even in Canada, there was a time too that the Quebec people, they were trying to cause some kind of funny thing, that to the point that the government of Canada started this. It happened that they were deporting people from Quebec back to France until they resolved the issue. And you see that within Canada today, they respect the Quebec, the Quebec space. That's why they speak French there. They maintain their culture. They do their things the way. In the same Canada we have, British Columbia, they are importing crude oil from Saudi Arabia. Quebec,
okay, in Nigeria, are states allowed to license vessels? Are states allowed to license vessels? Are they allowed to license pilots?
That's different thing, Baba. That's a different thing.
I'm talking about the administration generally. We are talking about suspicion.
Baba, you didn't listen to what Adalekoko said earlier. Adalekoko said that our composition, you need to factor. I don't know whoever gives us judgment. These are whatever they call them, maybe southern people. I don't understand. I don't know what they are.
I'm not relying on the judgment or anything. What I'm saying is that the waterways are not roads.
Okay, we understand, but there's an economy around that. Now, let me give an example. In some little towns that I've lived around here across the United States, I don't want to tag to anyone, but I'll just mention some. I used to live in a place where, on the state line of 2 states, that's between Washington and Oregon. And so each of those, they have this huge, this river. It's called the Columbia River. It straddles between up to Idaho, up to, I think, even to like Montana. I think it goes up to there. No, maybe not Montana, but Idaho, Washington State, and then Oregon. Then you enter into the Pacific Ocean. Now, the U.S. Coast Guards are only at the point of entry into the Columbia River. And now, on each as you straddle between that water, that river straddles from the Pacific Ocean into the state, between the states, you'll see on the edge, you see little counties and towns. You see some of them have their own little seaports, their own seaports. Some bigger cities, they have their own seaports, and they control that seaport. They'll say, for example, you see Port of Portland, Port of Vancouver, Port of you just see a lot of them.
Like New York and New Jersey, all of them.
They have their own they have their seaport. They control the seaport. They control the revenue.
You are talking about seaport. We are talking of inland river.
We're talking about the economic advantage that will come from that if states are allowed to manage these things, like the airports. I mean, I don't know, maybe you have one man's platform. That's why I saw it. But I know I saw it recently that someone who is trying to build airports very close to Lekki there. You know how much that money would generate for the. Normally, it's not even come under the port because I know. Let's leave that. I don't want to go into Tinubu's politics and his crappy organization, criminal organization in Lagos State. But my point is,
from whom did Lagos State get a license to build the airport?
Well, no, definitely the federal government will give them the license because they have to have federal agents there, like the immigration, the immigration, maybe the police and the customs. They will have to be there. Like here too, in every city, international city airports that every city, like city of Atlanta runs their own. They have the USCIS there. They have the U.S. U.S. Custom and Border Patrol, whatever. They have it all there. I mean, they are all stationed there. The city has their own police too. So my point is that the economic advantage that accrues to this locality that runs those states. We're talking about so many things that is on an exclusive list that even the federal government cannot even figure out. Look at the electricity. For how many years? Look at the rail. For how many years? They cannot even do anything about it. And they want to add more on their plates. Why don't you just narrow this thing down? Let the people within the locality take control. You just go to anybody, as the Bible will say, at the very dam. I mean, the very beginning of that river. If it enters into the sea, if it goes into the ocean, then stay there, station there, have your border coastal guards there, or border patrol, whatever there, so that any vessel coming in, they have to vet them, check them for security reasons because you're entering into the territory of that country, into the inland. So that's what they I mean, I don't know how our drafters of this, our constitution or our policy makers, I don't even know how they think. Because when you directly put this in the hands of the federal government, they are not making anything with it. Look at electricity. How many years? If they are giving it out to localities, I mean, to local government to be even generating their own electricity, will not be where we are today. We would have industrialized. You'd have seen big investment pouring into that country.
That may actually be what the decision is saying, and that's why I advise everybody go and read the decision.
We're going by one man read.
Hold on, please.
One man with his
Ekene is at the back. Is at the back end. I want to Ekene, if you can turn your camera on, let me be very sure you are the one. That nobody is impersonating you before I bring you on, please.
Nobody impersonated. That's what you should probably have the answer to say.
I know. If you know, we okay. Thank you, Ekene. Yeah, you can switch off your camera and I bring you on now. No, you know where I said is there are some bad guys that they just so yeah, we have to verify that is our guy. So Ekene is a well-known name, so he has to come on. So
okay, what happens for a small inland craft that leaves Ebutero in Lagos shore and headed for Cotonou laden with cargo? What happened with the duties they have to pay on those cargo? Or how do we mitigate against arms smuggling? or drug
Can you repeat
smuggling.
that? Can you repeat that? I didn't catch that. Sorry, please, Baba.
There is a lot of transportation going on in Ebutero in Lagos. Ebutero is when you come down from the Akata Bridge, though that water area.
I know Ebutero. Just go on.
That is exactly. There are two main traffic there. One goes through Badagry Creek to Porto Novo. The other ones go to Arugbo through several cities to Arugbo in Ilaje area. Then that is within the Nigerian territory. But the one that leaves for Porto Novo are mainly international traders too. They go to Porto Novo. Porto Novo is not in Nigeria.
That's international border now. That's not in
if you know the economy of what goes on there.
That's not an issue.
Can I say something on that?
It's an issue because federal government has to collect their revenue.
No,
they are already.
They should.
That's international.
Custom have to inspect these vessels.
They do that because that's international boundaries. They do it because that is not that's not interstate waterway. It's not inland waterway.
It's inland because they go through Badagry Creek.
So the moment it leaves your shore, the moment it leaves your border and is crossing to another country, they will be there on the other hand, okay, to collect whatever they want to collect for every vessel landing.
They do it informally. So these are the problems we have to look to. I'm not even talking about the judgment or anything. I'm only talking about administration, proper administration.
Baba. You see, this is not rocket science for us. It's just a corruption. I don't know why every government that comes in, I don't know if the Tinubu government is going to do anything about it, but we are yet to see. Some people say it's too early for us to start judging him, like the Nobel laureate says. Well, I'm not going by what he says. It's not a metric for me to judge how I should criticize him. But what I'm just trying to say is that, well, maybe let's give him 1 year. Let's see how after 3 months from now, we shall see, like 3 or 4 months from now, we shall see whatever we can rate him now. Now, my point is that at the exit, where you exit from the Nigerian waterways into Benin Republic's waterways, there should be Nigerian custom there, stopping every boat that is loaded with whatever thing that they bought from Nigeria. Then you make them to start paying. But I'm sure they pay. I'm sure they must. I mean, there are so many.
No, I said leaving from the exit point at Ebutero. The customs are there.
Well, maybe they should do that from exit point, but so as to
they don't show their passports. They have understanding, so they give money out to the captain of the vessel, and he disburses them.
I want to pass one information.
It's doable. It's doable. It's just let me land. Just interject.
I just want to direct Baba to something. See, Baba, yeah. I just pasted one document in the private session, so it will explain to you everything you need to know about the ownership of water and navigability rights. In that is so that we don't confuse the right to navigate the water inland waterway in America to the ownership. So I pasted it now so that you will read the article. It's like 40 pages. Thank you.
All right. So my point is that if you go to the north, oh my goodness, there are so many. Are we talking about porous borders within the south? Oh my, north is so rife with lots. That's how some of those people who just stroll from different countries, and they stroll because they look like their own Fulani counterpart in north. They just stroll past the border and they claim to be Nigerians, and then we start wanting to give them lands. This is why we get all this crap. Nigeria is so ungoverned. It has a lot of ungoverned spaces that you start wondering: are we a country? Are we running a country in the real sense of it?
Rational man, stay on topic.
Yeah, What my point is that our border is so porous that it's easy for people to get away with anything, to bring in stuff. Now, what about Waterways? To just give an example. If you say, okay, at the very port when they were loading, they should pay the excise duty or whatever duty they need to pay. I don't know about that. But my point is that so that there will not be too much of double payment of whatever. You go through the Nigerian waterways and through that waterways through the Badagry Creek. At the point of where you're going to exit into Benin's waterways, then they have to make them to stop and pay the excise duty at that point. Because if you say you're paying, mind you, let me tell you, from Seme border to Lagos, you know how many roadblocks you will see there? How many people collecting? How many custom roadblock you're going to see? They would have paid. They would have paid in Semel or Igolo or Abifoin. Maybe they pass through another creek and then they pass through the other roads. They're now exiting to that Badagry Expressway. You will see so many custom blocks, so many roadblocks there that they will be collecting money from people. So how do you run a system like that when people pay a lot of taxes on? I mean, by the time they bring those goods into Nigeria, they'll be putting everything on the buyers. So when you have a very convoluted economic arrangement like this one we run in Nigeria, how do you expect us to grow? How do you expect us to have the revenue that we're supposed to have? When some people are pocketing this revenue into their pockets, they will make some roadblocks. So my point is this: I think if Tinubu is really sincere, I mean, I don't want to continue beating on him anymore. But my point is that I want to start talking about policies, because it's a given fact that it's going to be there for the next 4 years. That is, go back there. Yeah. I mean, at least we're going to be there. So my point is that he needs to sit up and really run that country like a country should be run. Because if he says he's a master strategist that he is, he knows what he's doing. He made Lagos to what he said he's claiming crappy, the fraudulent claim he's claiming about Lagos. Let him replicate the same thing in Nigeria as a whole. Because I don't know how you can run a system like Nigeria where you cannot even you don't have data to pin as to how much the federal government is making. Because more than half of the money, the revenue that the federal government is making, is going to individual pockets. Go to border places, other border areas, you will see so many roadblocks that people who are bringing goods from, say, other part of Africa, other part of West Africa. Let me use an example of West Africa, coming from maybe from Ghana, from Mali, or from you see a lot of after they leave those borders or going into Nigeria, you will see a lot of roadblocks. They'll be asking them to pay. So those money does not go. It doesn't go to Nigeria Treasury. It goes into the individual custom or whoever is collecting that money. So how do you run a system like that? So Tinubu needs to sit down and call on the service chief or bring in some kind of technology experts to see how they can run these things. Because if not, I don't know. He's going to do the same thing that you come
Sorry,
there.
Can I interject?
Go on, please.
Thank you. I understand your point of what you're talking about, but I think that is a secondary issue. The primary issue right now is the Waterway they just passed. We should not forget it. Supreme Court just passed it, and these people are very smart, and they did it through the Supreme Court. And they knew through the House of Assembly they cannot get it. And when they tried it twice, it was beaten down heavily. The South stood up heavily against it. We should not be talking about the taxes. That's not the issue right now. And now they just got this thing, and it is irreversible. We might speak all the English we want to speak. Oh, that Tinubu got this government. Let me not use Tinubu. Or this government will reverse it. Whatever have they ever reversed in Nigeria? Since Nigeria become Nigeria, since 1940,
No,
we're talking about
the National Assembly can pass another.
Hold on. Yes, that's what they said. That's what I just said. What have they ever reversed in this country? All the bills they have passed.
It depends.
No, hold on now. Hold on, Gajali Koko.
Yeah.
You're an elderly man, you're smart. I just ask you, the critical bills that is putting our country in progress since 1960, have they reversed anyone since we be complaining about it?
No. This one is, that, hold on, what piece? You see, when they brought Ruga, when they brought all those things that we kick against, it could still be done on this one as well. So don't just lose hope and say, Supreme Court and it's going to end like that. No, you will see leaders, political leaders across the South now, they be putting head together that, this thing, what do we do? Are we going to, Lagos State particularly, and so don't you know what Lagos State is going to lose in terms of economic value for this ruling to take effect? The entire economy, which the new economy of Lagos, that Lekki and every Lagos State is going to, will be gone. And all those the economy of other states like Ondo and this thing, all this, it will be gone. All your fishermen will lose. They will lose job. They will not be there anymore. I mean, what are we talking about? You think they're gonna sit down and just allow it to go? I don't think so.
Babaja,
Thank you,
the law said it excludes fishing and fishery. Don't let us forget that. I read it too. That's why I said go and read the judgment first.
Ogbeni, what did you say? Ogbeni?
He said the law exclude fishery and fishermen, something like that. Exclude.
I've read it now.
Okay.
Yes,
Excluded.
Item 29. It excludes. It still places it within. It still places it within the state power to control fishing and fisheries in the
all those
lakes, waterways, ponds, and other inland waters within. Still for the states.
Ogbeni, all those. Have you ever heard the word of give them something by giving them nothing?
Yeah, this law got to be interpreted well for everybody.
Hold on, Abajiko. Hold on. Ogbeni, have you heard about that? Give them something by giving them nothing. Okay, this is what this bill is. Giving you fishery is not their main target. Their target is to control the waterway. We should forget everything we're talking.
Please, who are the deer here? Can you define the deer?
Federal government, and whoever controls federal government controls the way. Yes, simple as ABC. And we know who controls federal government, and people who rely on federal government for survival. If it's safe.
So who controls federal government?
The power that be, the more Nigerians that from Nigerians, the most are the northerners. We should not bend our mouth talking. They control the military. No. Hold on. I said the most people. If we should use the scale, House of Assembly, who controls it is the northerner. They have majority in the Senate. House of Rep.
Wait now. Now you have Supreme Court that make the decision. Don't forget that they throw this thing out in the National Assembly that you are talking about. Now, now your Supreme Court that is majorly dominated by Southerners has made this decision. So why are you not take responsibility for it as a Southerner and you are still pushing blame?
No. Our Supreme. Hold on. I don't know more. Hold on. Sorry. I know you know more about Supreme Court, but at least every Nigerian know more about how Nigerian power, how Nigerian structure works. In the center. Hold on now.
But we've dislodged the door of things.
Wait.
That's why I put facts, put names, put statistics on it. Let's debate on that.
Everything. Hold on. Everything we've gotten, most things laws that are passed that's affecting this country was passed at the back of the Southern president or the Southern president, dictator president. Now, history we are fighting about was removed during Ambassador regime. True or false?
What was that?
History we are fighting about that they removed from curriculum in school was removed during the end of Ambassador regime.
Ambassador removed it after Fourth Republic. Immediately he entered Third Republic.
Third Republic, okay.
For a reason.
Okay. Who removed Ambassador?
Ambassador did now.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Ambassador did it. But we know the people that push for that agenda. But let's put that aside. Hold on. Let's put that aside. Hold on. Let me make my point. No. Wait. I will land and you will sum everything up. I'm trying to talk about the process and then see the answer who benefit. Now, same ambassador created the Land Use Act that is benefiting people today, that is causing problems today, that is bringing about Ruga, that is bringing about the routing, the grazing route right now.
The Land Use Act is not what is bringing Ruga, it's what is preventing Ruga. Let's put
I know. Thank you for putting it right. But
Land Use Act.
Yeah. So that he brought that land use act. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's the same ambassador that decreed that every minerals belongs to federal government. True or false?
No. We've always been having that.
Since when?
We've always been having solid minerals belonging to the federal government since 60s. Solid minerals.
Okay. I should not say. Huh?
That's solid minerals. You have
okay. I understand. I should not say what I don't know. But this I just use this as a reference. Now, at the end of the day, At the long run, we know the people that's going to benefit from this. Now, this Ruga, first of all, is a private thing or somebody's tradition or culture. But before I forget what I'm going to say, you know one dirty deal that was going on in this farm loan.
Is it the
Benny?
Emefiele the anchor borrowers
No, before from Tin Emefiele own after Emefiele still going on. Do you know when they share money for farmers? Cattle breeders collect money too.
I know.
Okay, now thank you. Hold it there. Hold on. They collect money, but do you know when they are sharing money for cattle? That's
given to them. Emefiele mark that for them.
No. I don't know. Yes, you know when they are sharing money for herders, but other farmers don't collect money from it. You know that too.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just a simple example of what this waterway is going to be. On paper, hold on. Let me make my point now.
Problem with this. Let me quickly tell you the issue I have. The issue I have is us pushing responsibility, and every southerner is fond of that, particularly when you don't have a northerner around to defend them. Let's check our home mirror. For instance, you have given me 3 examples today now, and I see southerner playing serious key roles there. First and foremost, you mentioned Land Use Act. Obasanjo brought it. Military government. Nobody was controlling Obasanjo. He brought it. And that thing has achieved a good development for us today. If not for Obasanjo that said, let governor take care, probably federal government would have been taking over many lands. Obasanjo brought eradication of history from our syllabus. Who was the Minister of Education then? The man from my state, Professor Adeniran. He was the Minister of Education. With his president, they removed history. And now we're pushing responsibility to northerners. Which kind of northerners are pushing responsibility? Let your own guys take responsibility. You just mentioned cost borrowers program now. Was Emefiele not a CBN governor? Was he not a CBN? Was he not a southerner? So why are you not placing the responsibility squarely on him first? Before you now push it to some imaginary northerners.
Well, you know, hold on, Ogbeni. You know the politics around this. Allah was saying to you, hold on. Allah was saying to you.
That's what I need.
Hold on. Okay. Hear me out.
Figures.
Yeah, hear me out. I agree with you, Ogbeni. I agree with you on some of the things you said, and there's a fact to that what you just said. That the Southerners, they've been instrumental in bringing about some things that we complain about here, if not even the major tools that were used. Now, my point is that you were talking about the Constitution, how it came to be. Somebody was saying it was mostly the Southerners that drafted it. And then you're talking about now, what's it called? CBN governor, who ordinarily would expect him to have also helped his Southern brothers. But then you fail to realize is that he may be the head of the CBN, but who really gives him the directives? Now we hear about, hold on, you will learn, you will come. I know you are eager to you will talk. Now we know a former transport minister, transportation minister, in the person of this former governor of Rivers State.
Amechi.
Now look at what he did. He built a rail from maybe Kano or whatever into Maradi. And look at where we have the economic hub, where we have economy in Nigeria. He never built it. He went to go and build maritime, whatever crap in Daura, where they don't even have access to seaport, to sea. I mean, why does he do all these things? It's because they are pandering to the person who is in government, because they know they take direct orders from them, or whatever thing they're trying to seek from them. So we Southerners are being instrumental, being used by these people. I'm not just with the fact that the issue of the history you're talking about, that's another thing, that a Southern person was the one in charge, who was the head of the government, and the Minister of Education there was also a Southerner. I don't dispute that fact. But we're talking about some instances, some very extreme situation like what I just gave it to you, whereby an economy that could really bring about economy, like a rail. Do you know what a rail is? Here in America, a rail is heavily guarded. If it's a federal crime, if you go bust any rail track, it's a federal crime here in America. So you build a rail. I mean, and the Americans, they know the importance of rail to the economy. Virtually more than half of the things that they ferry around is through rail, if not more than half or close to half. So my point is that you want to build rail from wherever crap place in the north to Maradi in a different country when you need that to ferry people from maybe from Lagos or from wherever into maybe the east or maybe even somewhere in the north from within Nigeria, but you did not do that. So now we are trying to shift the blame here because Obasanjo did this and then we're trying to use that. You see, the point is this, is that whatever they did or they do, I don't know who is pulling the string. Maybe they are pulling the string using our people. But my point is this, that these people, they think light years ahead of us. They know how to use the system that we create, we help to create with them. They know how to use the system to their own advantage, whereby we'll come back here, say 20, 30 years from now, we'll be crying foul, that these people are cheating us. So my point is this, is that we need to start looking at how to undo this crap that they've done. Because I tell you, this thing they've done, because I can't remember the last time besides maybe Babangida and maybe what's his name, this guy, maybe Abacha. Abacha is partly I don't know, Kanuri man. But what I'm saying is that if they come in, you know how they play their politics. These people of this extraction we're talking about, they like to play their clans kind of politics. And the last one that was there, I almost got it done. So my fear is that if they have control over these things, they might easily seed it out to their own plans.
Rational man, you don't need to have a fear. They already have the control. They just pass it on the Supreme Court. And one thing we like to do, we'd like to live in la la land, try to think. Our thinking will rather the physical action. And this is what people have more than us. They believe in action. They actually speak like that in words. They just passed the bill. There's a reason I asked Ogbeni and I let him go all. And he just said that the federal land use act Obasanjo passed actually it did mean well for us. Actually, that user took us back 100 years backward. That's what Nigeria is. Hold on. That's what Nigeria is. Hold on. That's why Nigeria is stagnated today. Before land use act, hold on, please, hold on. I know you're very vast in this. Before land use act, I believe you have almost all Nigerian regions blooping in your finger. It was Midwest before it became a Edo State. Ogbemudia, you know better one was the best government that was building infrastructure in Edo State. Built a refinery in we now call Delta. He built Ogbemudia Stadium. He did a lot before Obasanjo changed that act in 1978 that put down a lot of development. That's what you do say it is not developed, Ondo is not developed, Ogun not developed. Those acts affected us. Now we were still managing to get out of that. Come Buhari, when Jack Conde was even trying to do things out of that act, Buhari came and put the last nail that sealed the coffin. Now we saw when Obasanjo did that land use act, they created federal road, what we call federal road today. They said, no, it's just where federal road follow that. Where federal road happens. So if you follow your file, does not really affect your file. Today, we now see evil crime being perpetrated is through federal road. There's no development in federal road. Everywhere federal road apart is being stagnated. Tell me, what was the good use of the Federal Land Use Act?
Okay.
Imagine if every state controlled their express, build their road, build their train. That will bring a lot of development and business, attract a lot of commerce.
Okay,
and now today, I know you will say something. Today, they are trying to destroy federal road. The cattle pass through federal road. You don't know, you cannot stop federal road, you cannot block it. This people pass, use federal road as today as route. You know there's federal train route that there's either the court in Arawuchi, there was a federal route of the train, and they couldn't do anything. And this is something land use. This is water bill act. We are looking at the economic benefit of not the economic benefit. The agenda behind it. By tomorrow, the map is cow in Oshogbo River's side. What can you do about it? It's a federal property. And that's what we're talking about. Let every state control their waterway. Why must the federal control every waterway? Why must we try to show us like giving us something by giving us nothing? This want to resettle their people, and we are giving them the tools to do it, and we are saying no, we should blame our people. They just want to divide us. Oh, we should stand for that. Yeah, you can. Thank you.
First and foremost, your analysis show that you don't really understand the implication of land use act and what it says. Land use act does not stop your governor, Idemuda and all those governors from performing. It doesn't at all. What does land use act say? Now, before land use act, You go back to Nigerian land law history, you realize that things were disorganized. You see family lands, you see people killing their brothers, killing people, particularly in the Midwest to East. Many of the criminal matter cases that we have today, they happen prior most time to before 1978, particularly killings and murders on land matters and many of land disputes that you have in Nigeria. Why? Because there was no land law that organized our land tenure system. What did we have back then? We had land law system that was scattered everywhere. Families will come, and the only way you can prove that you own the land is to come with traditional histories. Histories that many of them were not written down. The progenitors and the, what do you call it, the settler of many of the families are dead, long gone. And you bring the elders in the family to the court to start saying, oh, yes, it was Baba so that funded this land. Then after that, they gave it to so. And one traditional ruler will just come one day and say, I hold the land from so. My father conquered it 10 years ago, 100 years ago. Therefore, and there were troubles. Let me tell you, personally, I handled a case that started from 1912. I've mentioned it here before on this platform. That is the land where they situated University of Ife today. I handled that case at the Supreme Court of Nigeria. Scattered everywhere, because when the Land Use Act came, all those cases that were pending before Land Use Act, the law is that the law before Land Use Act will be applicable to the cases ended. Disorganized system. And Obasanjo brought Land Use Act that you are demonizing now to organize things. And he said, look, we have state government at every level. Let there be an authority, not even a governor, is the office that should hold interest in this land as a matter of trust, hold it in trust for their people, and then organize distribution of land. So that land ownership is just, okay, in those days they said, if you belong to there are some families that don't own land. And there are some families that they will never sell land to some because they are either foreigners or because they are outcast in their land. We all know this. And when Land Use Act came, I can approach the governor and get land. And everybody would know if you look at the land tenure system and economic development, access to land promotes prosperity. And Obasanjo just, okay, let there be access to land from a man, the governor. There must be somebody that will be at the ends of affairs. And they said, okay, cede it to the governor. So whatever the governor do with it, you will have bastards that will come to government, yes, and you have good ones that will come to government. It's natural in any society. After all, Trump was once the president of America, the so-called greatest nation in the world. You know, without offense to Baba Jani Koko. So that is the point. So that is Land Use Act, please. Don't say
Ogbeni is right. Oh, back then there was a lot of land disputes, and particularly among even states, between states.
Fighting each other anyhow.
This land belongs to us. It doesn't be, yeah. We are right.
So Obasanjo came out.
Wait, as the land is fighting, has it stopped now?
It has
been people still fight. No, wait. People are still fight for land till tomorrow. People are still be assassinating for land till tomorrow.
Not at the scale. Not at the scale we saw.
Hold on.
Now, listen.
Hold. I know. I listen to Ogbeni. Let's say we always stay away from the problem. The problem of that problem in Nigeria when they started creating states. Yes, there were a few disputes in the 1920s, but it became more rampant when states decided creating states in the 70s. Go and look at it. Ogbeni knows there were more cases from states when they started creating states.
Rob, we don't mean boundary dispute with land matters. They are two different things. Two states having EU on boundary dispute, they are different things from when I'm talking of land ownership here and use of land. There were issues, people killing their brothers and sisters because of land. But now I can approach the government and apply and get land. Now I can purchase land from you and get land. Do you know in those days, they will even outlaw if your Oba, for instance, Oba Obini now, gives you land, there will be covenant on that land that outlaws you from selling it to any foreigner. So when you sell it, you lose your title before Land Use Act. But they try to organize this thing and bring sanity into the system. So my point is this: don't let us blame government for that. That said, let me come back to this, we and us. You know, their narrative, these are narratives that I hardly don't, I don't know, maybe because I have not, because I have not done as so much as my in-law and people around me, and I live with them. See, we have this way of Southerners not take responsibility for things done by our own. And I don't know why we like doing it. Our elite, when it comes to them pushing back on what they think will affect them, they do. We see them. We saw the way they fought against Ruga. We saw the way they fought Amotekun out. We saw the way they fought stamp duties. And so many reasons I can give like that. Because they believe that it matters to them. Because all these things affect revenue. And this is the major pot of soup for our elites. But when it comes to some issues, they take it lightly. They don't strategize. And over Westernization has killed us. We're so liberalized. So our leaders don't strategize. But is that the northern problem? No, it's our own problem.
The issue is not being liberalized. The issue is that we have the wrong people in situations. We have the wrong people in leadership. We have political parties with no ideology.
No ideology. Yeah, they don't even think ahead. They don't think beyond their nose.
That's just it.
When you flip it to the northerners, I was listening to Yerima Sonny recently. I said, "Wow, see, this man was talking of Yerima Sonny was talking of as at the time he brought Sharia. This thing, he has seen 30, 40 years, 60 agenda. I was just looking at him. I think he was talking about lawyer also that one of these guys on either Arise or Channels that interviewed him. See what this guy was talking about." Development in the north, what they are thinking about, and then I say, oh, look at where's our own southern leaders? Why are they not having this? Initially, when Western, I don't know if they are still on it now, the 5 states of the Southwest, they're planning on having rail system that will cut across, and they have this slogan and everything. Now that Arakuni has died now, nobody even know what will become of that dream. So please, let's take responsibility and stop creating this imaginary we, they against us. And by the way, there's something I said that I want to correct. 1999 Constitution, the person who heard it is Frederick Rotimi Williams, FRA Williams, not Nikki Toby. Apology to people who pick Nikki Toby and run with this FRA Williams.
That is 79 now, not in 79. Yes. 79 Constitution. Yeah. Okay, I thought you had.
Yeah, that was 1979.
Aminu, is it not an Hausa person that was the lead in that frontline 1999 Constitution? Is he not? Because I know I read it somewhere, but I might have to look for it. But I'm just busy.
That's what?
The 1999 Constitution was led. I know there were like.
No, it was Rotimi Williams, Professor Mwabweze, and it was
1999, not 79. I'm talking about. I'm 99.
1999. I don't know. I can't
rational mind. There's not so much. There's not so much meaningful difference between 1999 and 1979. It's just a few items on the exclusive list.
You're right.
They're essentially identical.
Correct.
Let's stop it. And 1979, they sought opinion all throughout the country. Nigeria, it took a few years to do it. They sought opinion. So people just talk ignorantly about our constitution. They've not read anything about it. That constitution was chopped around.
From where did they sort that opinion?
They created a committee in 1977 or something.
Constituent assemblies.
I will refuse to contribute because he was running.
Hold on, please. Yeah. Is Ola there? Ola?
No.
Ola, are you? Yes, I have a situation here, very cogent situation. So, do you have access to the StreamYard? Yes, yeah. Can you continue, or we should just shut it down?
No, don't shut down, Ame.
You are here. Yeah, yes, you can continue. Yeah,
I'll shut down when I feel like I no longer continue.
Yeah, when you feel like, just shut it down. I'm not coming back. I could be on the screen, but I will just keep myself off. I have a big situation here. Yeah, thank you, guys. See you.
Just put yourself to the back of the screen and let Kene.
I'll put my yes. Yeah, I will leave Kene or anyone in. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So I don't like when we talk about this 1999 constitution like they just dropped it from nowhere. The material difference between 79 and 99 is very small, very, very small.
I
It's
don't
not
even
huge.
see it.
It's just like maybe a few items in that exclusive list, just a few. And the 79 was shopped around. People read it, people agreed to it. So our constitution is legit. We need to stop this nonsense.
Legit
Because a
by
lot
who?
of
By who? By who? By who?
What is
Legit by who?
legit in
What are you
that
talking about? What are you talking about?
It's only a
Look,
bad workman that quarrels with his tools. That's the tool we have now.
No, don't say that. Don't say that, Baba.
What is legit? That
What
you
is
guys
that?
can hate it all you like. It's the same. They just took 1979, refreshed it, and brought it to
And they
1999.
refresh
That's
it,
it.
but who signed it into law? I mean, who brought it into law? What? That's the question.
Emma
What was the
Majion, yeah.
process?
Who contributed? Who are those ones that contributed into
In
that?
1979, they already contributed. That's what I'm trying to say.
What are you talking about,
I
Kulasa?
don't understand.
So you going to military constituted some people.
In 1979, they constituted civilians.
Hold on. They had no engagement with leaders across the country.
What timeline are we talking about?
They look at the existing constitution, I mean, the proscribed constitution, 1979, and started writing and started doing some changes that benefit some part of the federal government and some part of the country.
Can you tell me the material change between 79 and 99? Can you tell me what those material changes are between 79 and 99 that benefited some part of the country?
Okay, number one, the immunity given to governors was not in 1979 constitution.
Are you sure?
Yes, there
Let me
wasn't
check.
no immunity. There wasn't no immunity. So there is a lot of things that
No, not a lot. Ajanekuku is really,
there are
really
a
not
lot in that
But
constitution.
that one did not favor North
Not good.
against South.
It's not good for us as a country.
But it didn't favor one part against the other now. We all have governors throughout Nigeria.
In favor, if we have to do a serious breakdown of that constitution, you know, it favor the northern part of Nigeria than the
We
southern
really
part.
favored every Nigerian governor now. Ajanekuku. It's not.
How? That's the question I keep asking. You see, we have this generalization about our space that I think we should be putting fat.
Yeah, you know why we have generalization, Ogbeni? Is because this constitution was written in secrecy. People across the country, people did not nominate their people to go and write constitution on their behalf.
That in 79.
So, am I defending control Dabayi
No,
constitution?
Babaja, you didn't understand what Kulata is saying. Babaja, look at what Kulata is saying. In 1979, there was Constitution Drafting Committee led by FRA. They drafted. In any country, that's what they first do. When they drafted, they made it public. After making
You
it
said public now. Is that what you said? Was 99 made public?
No, before I get to 99, let's get to the
Okay, all right. No, we understand the 79 was public.
Yeah,
Obasanjo organized.
the
We understand on that. Let's not go. But
Yeah.
the point is,
When they made it public,
Okay.
they now established Constitutional Review Committee at the constituency level. Everybody contributing. They pick it down to the level of each constituency. Then they take it back and now set up a Constitutional Review Committee. That's the final review that now submit it to the military government headed by Obasanjo. And then the military government signed it and handed it over to the Second Republic National Assembly, who ratified it, right, on their first day of resumption. And that became our 1979 Constitution.
Yes.
Now, after that, military came and suspended it. They didn't abolish. They suspended. In fact, what they suspended was Section 1 sub 1 that made the Constitution supreme. Other parts of the Constitution remain intact, but they will suspend Section 1.1 and make every decree made thereafter to override whatever is in the Constitution. And then we have military rules for long year. And by 1999, that suspended Constitution, that's what Kulata is trying to explain to you guys, that we didn't write a new Constitution in 1999. It was that
No,
suspended
dude. You keep saying we didn't write the constitution in 1999.
We didn't.
Okay. Can you learn? Let me just, because I want to interject
So
you
it
real bad.
was. So what they did.
Abacha rewrote that constitution. Don't tell us that we didn't write.
It wasn't Abacha.
Abacha and his team, he had they wrote it to
No, it wasn't Abacha.
No, he started doing the Abacha. He started doing the Abacha.
No, they jettisoned Abacha. They jettisoned the Abacha. So 1970, 1999 constitution, they went back. Don't forget that there was 1989 constitution. I hope you remember Babangida. So they jettisoned all those ones. They jettisoned Babangida's own self. 89, 86, 89 or so. They jettisoned that one. We now reverted back to that 1979, dusted it, and then because of progress that we have made so far in our system, then they had a few provisions. I'll find one day to come and read those, to go and filter out those provisions and read. Then we can engage on
very
it.
tiny. When I found out, I was like, so why are we making noise? Very small.
It's just people don't really know much about these things. That is the issue.
Yeah, you can say it the way you want to say it. But the point is this: like some people are already commenting in the comment section. Was there Sharia in the old constitution? But in this one, there was Sharia there, isn't it?
What do you mean by Sharia?
I mean, Sharia is allowed. I mean, that they mean some state can go on.
It's not in our constitution. You see the issue. You see.
So where is it? So how come they were able to do it and then they allow it?
That was all Obasanjo fought it. Look at it from this angle. Who says Sharia? Where do you find Sharia in which section? Whoever is saying it should just point us to a
Let me see myself. I think I must have seen it somewhere before, but let's
narrow it. What you will find in our constitution, let me tell you. What you find in our constitution is there's a part that talks about the Islamic personal law. Okay? And that Islamic personal law is talking about Muslims in Nigeria who wants to be governed by the Islamic personal law. No. Let me give an instance. Appointment of justice of Court of Appeal. When you are appointing justices, he said that at least 3 of those justices must be knowledgeable in Islamic personal law. And what led to that? What led to that was that there were cases that will come from Sharia court. We've always been having Sharia courts. The only thing Yerima Sani did in 1999 era was to bring in the criminal part of the Sharia law back into our jurisprudence. The civil one has always been part. In fact, the criminal one, we were even using it before under the Sudan Code that they brought in 1900. And that's why we should understand the histories of all these laws. They brought it in, we ejected it close to the independence.
But did we have it in 1979? Was it there in 1979?
Which one?
What you're talking about now.
Yes.
Huh? You said what?
It's there.
No, I don't think it was there. I don't think
it's there.
That they had this that people are allowed to do this Sharia and whatever and get.
It's not Sharia. It's called. Let me.
Whatever it is, that's the what we know it today. We know that's
not mine. You know what we will do?
Okay, what we do?
What we will do?
What we do? Yeah, go on.
I think the major thing we're going to do is I think somebody said, oh, that Islamic law and Sharia law no difference. I'm not sure that person understands law.
No, what are you talking about? It's not the same thing. What's Sharia? What's Islamic law? What's the premise of the whole Islamic judicial?
Explain to you. Now they have what they call Islamic personal law. It's the civil part of the law. You now have the Sharia criminal law. They're different things. They're not the same thing. For instance, let me give you an instance. A Muslim man dies. What law do you think will apply to his inheritance? It's Islamic personal law. So I'm a Muslim, I died, and I want Islamic personal law to apply to me. I say because you have constitution, then Islamic personal law should not apply to the distribution of my wealth. Who are you to determine
right there is the problem. You see that right there is that's where the problem is. You see that's where the problem is.
Where is the problem there now?
Yeah, you see. I mean.
For rational mind, people agreed to it in 1979. Why are you talking like this?
No, where's the problem now? You have a Muslim, he said, let this apply to my inheritance. But you as a Christian, you are writing wills, which is Judeo-Christian based, and you want to force it on somebody. Where is the problem? I don't see problem here.
It's not. You cannot say it's
you see this problem. This problem that say where is the problem?
That is
Yes.
why Awolowo did not participate in 1979 Constitution. Because
and
yeah,
to step up. So you left the 99 now.
Hold on.
You want to go to
But that was because he was running.
Hold
That's
on.
why he didn't participate.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
So look, when we have a country and that country is not governed by one law, that country is in problem. If you don't have a country that is governed by same law that is so supreme above every entity in that country, then we are in a problem. Let's call spade a spade. It's time for us to do away. Look,
Yoruba nation now.
If we call ourselves one country, one law must govern. There must not be room for religious. Religious law cannot be a law to govern a country of what we call one people. If we are really one people.
So why is Ogbeni opposed to that? That's just basic.
I don't get it.
I'm also to listen to what he said. Just what he said a while ago. Benny, you continue. Let me just say this.
Okay, sorry,
you were saying that Yerima was able to succeed in bringing about. You see, this is how you see this insidious way that these people they act. These extremists that belong to this religion. I'm not saying all Muslims are. Let me land. This is what it is. Give them a mile, they will take it 100 miles. You set the tone already when you put that in the constitution. They are feeling so special. That is why people like Yerima could be saying that crap he's saying. And they could be able to.
Law is not in the constitution.
You said what?
It's not in the constitution. Go and read your constitution.
No. I'm not saying. No, I agree with you.
I
don't want to say. Listen. You need to remember. Ogbeni, you're a lawyer. That's your profession. I won't argue what I don't know much about with you. I'm just going by what I used to understand is the case. I've had it said many times that there is Sharia, but from what you're saying now, there's no Sharia. There's a difference between Sharia. Sharia look more like a criminal kind of, if that's what you're saying, and then the civil part of it is Islamic, or what you just said now. I agree. But the point is this, for the fact that they have that Islamic law system or legal system or judicial system that allows them to opt for that option, in itself, it's a prelude to all the crap that we're seeing. Now you just said a while ago that what's his name? Obasanjo, who was a president, who had said he was going to defend his constitution, could not stop some rebel governors from the north from bringing about a Sharia. Agreed. You said, why don't we respect what was in the 1999 constitution? That you people will have your civil part of your Islamic whatever, but now they're bringing Sharia into it, and then you don't see any problem with that.
Rational
And it could not even hold on. You would learn. You could not even defeat them to revert back. So
you need to go and study law.
That's what the problem is.
You know them be me, sir.
And the country is a member of OIC.
No, that too. These people so special. That's why they're going about doing this crap they're doing.
Islamic. Let our audience learn now.
We're all learning now. Go on. We want to learn. Yeah, go on.
You are building on something that is not even right. That's not even true.
What is not true there? Okay, go on. What is not true?
What is not true? Your constitution doesn't control the criminal part of law. Don't you get it? Do you know the criminal code we use in the South is different from the one we use in the North?
Let me give you an example. Now, recently somebody was, about the Afisatu, or what is that lady that they condemned to death? Is that not criminal?
That is, in Nigeria.
Is that not criminal? Is that civil? What kind of civil
system
allows somebody to be condemned to death for insulting their prophet?
Let me explain to you the way it works. If you
tell
listen
us.
to me for just 5 minutes. We have different field of law. There is civil law, there is criminal law. Your criminal law is state-based since Nigeria has been born. Prior to 1900, criminal law in Nigeria and criminal jurisprudence is state-based. There's nothing universal about it. And let me tell you, the criminal law we use in the southern part of Nigeria was brought from Indian code. The one they use in the northern part of Nigeria were bought from Sudan. That is the historical background to our criminal law. Lord Lugard started this thing. In fact, John Beecroft, then down to Lord Lugard, down to Lilton, down to Clifford, Richard, all of them, governor generals that we've been having. Before they crafted our criminal code, they crafted different criminal codes for Nigeria. Understand this first. Because we are not the same. The northern part of Nigeria has been Islamized before the Oyibo even came.
Benny, can I ask a question, sir, please?
No.
It's 1 second, please. Just a question.
It matters to me. I want our audience to understand.
I know, but
a paper I wrote on this thing. I have a paper I wrote on it.
Yeah, you talk about penal code law.
Yes. So in the northern part, over time, this law started metamorphosis. So as of 1900, they had what they call their Sharia criminal code, different from your penal code. The penal code brought from Sudan.
Benny, sorry, I'm not stopping you, but I just want to know who is not. I want to take a roll call. Kulata, are you still online? Because I want some people to call me. Okay.
I did.
Okay.
Except I fall asleep.
Okay. Princess, are you online? Princess, you are the only lady among us, so okay, let me bring another person in. Okay.
Ola, please, Ogbeni, please, since you are making the argument for pre-colonial Nigeria and the law, Egba should also bring down their own concern that they had before Nigeria. We need to make that argument as well. If that's what everybody is now doing now, we also need to bring up.
Sorry, hold on, BT. What piece are you online? What piece signify if you're online? Otherwise, I move you to the back end.
Yeah. Do you think I'll leave this kind of situation I'll be talking since?
Okay.
What piece? That voice. Never even. Okay. Oh my God.
Can I say something about 1979 Constitution?
No, Kulata, please.
Let me
quickly land on that history. So look at it from this angle now. The governors, when they were drafting this thing, they brought for the and what happened back then. Nigeria was not one country as at 1900. Don't forget, there was a southern protectorate, Lagos colony, and the northern protectorate. In fact, at a point in time before then, said we have Oil River protectorate. That's the south. They were cut away from us. They were on their own. Then you have southern protectorate. Then you have Lagos colony. Then you have northern colony protectorate. I mean, now in 1906 down to 1914, in 1906 they merged Lagos with the southern protectorate. In fact, they first merged Oil River to south. Later, they now merged Lagos to south to become southern protectorate and colony of Lagos. Then, as at then, we were having different laws, different governors, different governor generals. Now, fast forward to 1914, and as at then, we're having different laws, different people making proclamation and making laws for different space that you have in Nigeria. So understand Nigerian history and the legal system of Nigeria. It has a checkered and rich history. So what the colonial master did was they abolished all our native criminal laws that we had before then. They brought from Sudan penal code for the north. But at the same time, they allowed the Sharia criminal law to still be applicable to the Muslims in the north, who subject themselves to that. Then in the southern part of the country, they brought in criminal code from India to be applicable to us. And then we started using it. But when they now came in 1914 to merge us, there was a debate as to whether they should adopt the same criminal code to be applicable in the entire country. They debated it without involving us, except the guys from Lagos, because at then, Lagos had started having their own constituent assembly. Only Lagos. So those Lagos guys fired back and said, no, we're okay with the one we had here. So because of that, now say, okay, for the southern parts, let penal code be applicable and with that Sharia criminal. Then from the northern, from the southern part, then let's have the criminal code and then let it be applicable like that. And we continued. In 1946, when Richard Constitution came, and we started practicing our regional system with central. They now started thinking of, okay, which criminal code will be applicable to center? They now said, okay, let's brought in the one applicable to the south, because Lagos was colonial and it was in the south. That was how criminal code started applying now to federal. So fire it now down to independent constitution. So when we got independent, we want to get the independent constitution. Those colonial masters, before they handed over, now removed the Sharia criminal code from our jurisprudence and left only penal code, and now match some of those Sharia offenses into, they put it inside the penal code to make a comprehensive criminal law applicable to them and put it there. Now somebody has his Christian personal law. There is nothing like Christian personal law. It is the Muslim that has different laws that regulate their life as law. You don't have it in the Christian code. What we had is Judeo-Christian laws, which are mostly law from the Western nations. They were established on biblical principles. So then fast forward now to 1979, we start having constitution. But my point now is your constitution doesn't guide the criminal offenses. So now that we have started having states, the law is this, the structure is this. Every state determines what is a crime in their states. Ekiti State has its own Ekiti State criminal law. Lagos has its own Lagos State criminal law. Then Sokoto has its own Sokoto criminal penal law. Every state now has its own. So there are some offenses, there are some conduct that are offense in the south, they are not offense in the north. I hope you know. Let me give you an instance. Adultery. Adultery is an offense under penal code. Adultery is not an offense in the criminal code in the south. It's not. But it's a crime in the north. And there are so many offenses like that. Vagabondism, for instance, have you heard about that before? Somebody just walking in the street without bearing. You don't know where you are going. They can pick you. It's an offense in the south. It's not an offense in the north. So all those. So now, fast forward it now to 1999 when Obasanjo came back. Yerima Sani now went back to that pre-1960 Sharia code and said, see, you match this thing inside penal code. My people wanted it. And he now went to the House of Assembly. Don't forget that I told you that each state determines what is an offense, what is a crime in their state. He now went to their House of Assembly, which is the legislative body for their state, to codify the Sharia code as a code in his state. Then Obasanjo started fighting it. But it was a very tough fight for Obasanjo because the constitution allowed each state to determine what is a crime in their state. So that is the issue. They fought him, but they couldn't. Obasanjo feel like, okay, it will freeze away, just leave it. And the thing spread there. So that's the point I'm trying to make. So don't miss it. Don't think, oh, yeah, our constitution is still intact. But when it comes to criminal law, it's state by state in Nigeria. And that is why if you commit a crime in Ekiti, they must take you back to Ekiti to try you. You can't go and try me in Osun for a crime committed in Ekiti. No, you must try me by Ekiti law in Ekiti. So that's the point.
But Igboho was when Igboho was they were trying to catch him, the other people that were caught at the zone, they moved them to Abuja. So what are you talking about?
Do you know why? Let me tell you now.
That's a federal
Don't forget
crime,
I
right?
told you by the time we started now having, before there was nothing like federal space in those days when we have Southern Protectorate and all this. By the time we now started having federal federal government, we now started having new jurisprudence that we call federal offenses, like economic crime. There are federal offenses like firearms. There are federal offenses. There are federal offenses like the RCPC, corruption, all those federal offenses. So if you now commit offense now that is federal, they will take you to any federal high court to go and try you there by a federal prosecution team. Do you understand? But each state that you commit offense is where you will be tried when it comes to state-based offense, which are the most offensive: stealing, theft, rape, all these offenses. They must take you to the state where you committed it. They can't take you outside. If they take you outside and convict you there, Court of Appeal will revoke such decision and you'll be going home free. So that's my point, gentlemen.
Well, it makes sense. It just shows how the evolution of the Nigerian space, the system, is just a convoluted thing.
Rational mind, what makes sense in it that you are practicing Indian law in Nigeria?
I mean, hold on. Well, I mean, let me say something. Yeah, what
It
makes
means
sense?
Nigeria originally two countries, and we remain two countries.
True. I don't understand. You were just saying, even a layman, a common man, you understand what he's saying. First of all, the constitution we are practicing is
Let me
on.
make my point. Let me make my point. Sorry, my point is this: it makes sense why we're in a situation where we are today. I mean, from this perspective that just given to us as to when it comes to the legal system and how it evolved into the constitution and all of that, I can understand why we have this whole madness going on in that country. We did not really sit down to really draft how we want to be, as a people, the union itself. And I think the whole the convoluted thing came from the colonials, the British who brought up the system. But then I feel that the founding fathers, namely those people who got us the independence, they understood this. That was why they went through that regional system. Because if we are still with that regional system, that for me, that's about the only time when I've seen that Nigeria had real development.
Rational mind is the British that recommended the regional system, because they too have that regional system in their place.
Fine, yeah. So if they give us that's the best. Because look at, if this federal system we're practicing, with the way this whole legal system is all made up. I mean, look at the anarchy that it has resulted to. Some people feel that.
That regional system was breaking down. You can have said let me land this 5 second point. You can say it's the best for Yoruba land, because yes, we've waged our own historical wars. We realized we're not going to war again. But it was already breaking down the Midwest. It was breaking down in the South. It was going to break down in the mid belt. So it wasn't going to work on the long term. But it did work for Yoruba land. But Yoruba land is not Nigeria.
No, you are wrong.
I'm not wrong.
You are wrong.
I'm not wrong. Isaac Adakaboro wanted to break away before anything. Midwest broke away. It was going to break down.
The Midwest did not break away.
Okay. It was a referendum. They left.
Yes. Even there was referendum in Kwara for them to join the West.
Maybe it's this guy, current governor's daddy, that kept them there.
Yes. So what I'm saying, it is not breakaway. It's just people were, looking for their own autonomous, entity where they
but it could have kept on breaking
it's not
down.
breaking. It's not breaking. It is better. They were all committed to Nigerian state, but how can we govern within our own space for our own good? That was the reason why we had Midwest, splitted out of the West, and the Kwara them are trying to split out from the North to come back to the West. So it was just
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Do you think it's time for us to just throw this thing up and have a referendum for everybody? Which way you want? Let's just decide the thing. Let's have this forget conference referendum for everybody. Decide if you want.
That's the only way. That's the only way of this.
That's the only way. We have
Why are you talking like Nnamdi Kanu, like IPOP?
No,
let's talk about things. Talk about realistic things.
No. Listen.
For this crop of politicians,
at some point you have to make a decision. At some
There's
point,
no referendum in our constitution.
I know that. I'm saying that we don't have.
Come on.
At some point, you must say, let's just get this thing over with. You have to make that decision at some point.
Via what mechanism?
What mechanism? Okay,
you can have the right? A binding one that will include referendum in it to say, listen, let's just sit down as people, Change the law to say let's decide what we want to become as a country.
You need a regular constitutional.
I know.
Whatever.
I'm for that. You need that, but get that done to make the decision. But I'm saying that we have to get to the point where find a way to put in the law to say.
But we can't even get regional state security. You are talking about referendum to break up the country.
At the end of the
day, is restructuring that can usher in that referendum you are calling for. Yeah. If we don't have restructuring, this referendum can come to play.
There's no end game now. You must just decide.
We can't decide on our own what we want. Some people want to forcefully keep us together. That okay, this is an entity that is non-negotiable, and one of them is non-negotiable. It's a corporate entity that. What is nonsense?
Who gave them that right? Who gave them that right to say that we the people have said that it is indivisible? I mean, who said
that's my point. So let people decide.
Okay, let me make.
Wait. So we are fighting about constitution, and our landlords told us that the constitution we are fighting about is not from us, it's from India. So how can now you bring Indian constitution with the way either party? You said from the south
was originally drafted by us. I'm talking about criminal code and penal code.
I will not sure that. No, let's call it spade. There was never a time Nigeria drafted that constitution. We have been using we have been editing. Hold on, we are editing the first.
No. In 1979, we had a constitutional drafting committee, number one. We also had a constituent assembly that reviewed it. Then before the military council finally approved it and decreed it.
So we later.
Listen, I'm with you. Hold on, guys, I'm with you. This is my point to you. At some point, as Nigerians, we cannot keep doing patch. Oh, security there, we're going to patch this. Oh, that one there. No. Everybody in Nigeria at some point, okay, I get okay saying, find it out to make it legal, you can make that decision. But people have to have terms and conditions to stay in Nigeria. If I'm from Nupe people, I'm going to say, for me to be part of this union, this is my own conditions. Can you meet that condition? Yes or no? If not, I will leave. Then you negotiate. That's it. Everybody must have everybody must have a say.
Okay, what venue? What venue are you going to negotiate? What venue?
The what now?
What venue?
How do you do it?
You have a confab now.
Which confab? We had confab in 2014. Confab is
no. KK. That one was not legally binding. It wasn't a sovereign.
Okay, let me give you the answer. Let me give you the answer.
No.
Let me give you the answer. Your representative, they're the ones supposed to say all this stuff.
That's my point. I'm with you, but listen to what I'm saying. Even the so-called rep right now don't represent the interests of all tribes and nations in Nigeria as right now. So forget Igbo, Yoruba, and Fulani, for instance. We have over 200 people that nobody cares about. When we come here, we don't care about the Nupe people. We don't discuss Ibibi or Nupe. We are all focused on Yoruba, Igbo.
Hold on, please. I want to pass a message. Mike, show your face if you are there. Let me be very sure you are the one, please. Before I put a big
Is that bad now?
Is Kenneth still awake?
But Kulata, this is my point to you.
Okay.
If you can find a way to have a sovereign, legally binding confab, that those smaller groups that you have ignored for decades have a say of where they want to stay or their terms and conditions, then we can settle this thing once and for all.
Who will represent
for all this patch that we keep doing?
Them?
They have their own people. They have people now.
So they have traditional rulers.
They have their own people now.
You are not representing me. What are
do you see? Mike, hold on. Do you see the problem here? Do you see how Ogbeni was very dismissive of this group?
See, Ogbeni, what you have to understand is ethnic nationality.
That's the problem.
Ethnic nations exist.
Hold on, Mike. Hold on. Nigeria is not the Wazobia country.
Tell me
it's way more than that.
For instance. Tell me who represent Yoruba, for instance.
Not Yoruba. Forget. No. Stop doing this. Forget the. Hold on. No. Don't move my point. Forget the big boys. Hold on.
Wait. I cannot. Abani, where in Nigeria constitution that say Yoruba is Nigeria rather than state entity
Baba Lama,
Lagos?
Baba Lama,
Where is it constituted like Yoruba as?
What place? You see my point. I bring up representing smaller groups. He's talking about Yoruba and bigger. That's the problem. Very dismissive of
If Nigeria wants to talk about, their problem and they want to restructure their ethnic their problem, it's going to start from street. Every street will send the leader of their street, send their ballot to the king from every state and every community.
This is the problem in
the
Nigeria.
state.
What is
So you're
the
saying
thing is this?
Yoruba?
When people are in a comfortable position in Nigeria, maybe he has money in their pocket or they are part of the government collecting, doing well, they want to sweep the problem of the country under the carpet because it's not affecting them directly. You understand? Like somebody is in maybe a minister or is in the government or is doing well in that country. It feels like, since I'm doing well, let me just leave things the way it is, But the reality is, we have a problem. The thing is, the Nigerian project. I'm not saying Nigeria cannot. It hasn't been figured out. What I see in Nigeria does not have identity. We are British, basically. Nigeria is just British. Nigeria does not have an identity. We have identities within the country. We have ethnic identities. I'm a Yoruba, know what I'm all about. But as a Nigerian, I don't really know what Nigeria is all about. I'm more like a British. That's why our musicians have to they have to copy Americans and British dressing and everything. They don't have identity. Even though my children are being born now, they are confused.
Mike, earlier on, hold on. I said the smaller groups will come, and Ogbeni said, "Who is the representative?" They do exist, okay? They do exist.
They exist. Yeah. The thing is, ethnic nations exist. We can't deny that fact, that reality, Ogbeni. That's a fact.
You see, you gaslight a lot. Mike, existence is not the EU here. The EU here is representative. It amounts to gaslighting.
The offer you guys are talking about, is it the one that the governor? Is it the one that the governor picked?
Not the rep, not people in government, because those but listen, please.
One at a time. Now I'm confused. Like what you talking
about? Let me clarify with you. When you say rep, these groups, in my state, for instance, don't even have enough political power to run for any political post in those locations. Because they don't have enough. No, hold on, please. Let me finish. Hold on.
One at a time. I can't even understand you guys. Like you guys.
But they do have ballots. They do have their own people that speak for them, even if they are little. So when you have your so-called, let me go ahead.
So whatever their ballot says, we should take it as what their people says. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, wait. Ogbeni, hold on. Wait, let's keep it simple. Babati, let's keep it simple like this. Okay, before Nigeria was formed, were there ethnic nations, like group, like where they have leadership? We're like nations, right? All these people we call tribes today. Right. Though some today they're more like empire, like Yoruba, for example. We're nations that came together and be Yoruba, something like that. But we still had empire. And hold on. And that structure, they have structure.
That is not correct. That is not correct. We have Oyo
which part is not correct?
Yoruba had city-states and then Oyo Empire. Ijesha were not part of Oyo Empire.
But I didn't say they were part of it now.
But you were saying you said the way we were before. And I'm saying we weren't that united before.
But I never said we were united before. Maybe you didn't hear me. I didn't say Yoruba was one united before. I said we had different kingdoms within the so-called people that became, we call ourselves one today. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But within those kingdoms, they have structure, meaning they have king, chiefs. They had a structure. Everyone has structure.
Not in the Southeast.
Wait. Anywhere where they had a language, right?
Not in Igbo land.
Hold on. Anywhere where they had a language, they also had structure within and their boundaries and governance system. They had it. Everyone had it in Nigeria. Whether it's Ogoni, whether it's Isoko, whether it's Ruga, whether it's...
Mike, you're not listening to me. They did not have any sort of structure.
But what I'm saying is, I'm trying to go by your question, like, okay, who we represent. That's what I'm trying to give you the representation. So now, back then, when anybody want to negotiate with that ethnic group, they go through the hierarchy. And what was that leadership? It was the traditional institution they had there, or the rulership
Not
institution.
all space.
But they may be in different forms, but they had leadership hierarchy.
Who are the leadership in the southeast part?
Are you saying in Igbo, they have Ohaneze now? They have
Ohaneze
Ohaneze now.
Ohaneze is a recent creation, Mike. They don't exist
Okay.
before.
But are you kidding me? They have chief. If you go to any village in the Igbo land, they have the chief. They have people that speak to that particular place.
Yeah, but even in my village, even in my village, we have representatives.
They have a leadership now. There's no village or community go in Nigeria where they don't have leadership structure.
But Mike, hold on, please. This is the problem right here. No, hold on, please.
I'm just welcoming you.
Ogbeni is making my point. The way you big boys in Nigeria treat your minority like they don't exist. We are talking about people coming to speak on their behalf, black people. You're telling me that they don't have any leaders, and you're saying that with a straight face on this platform. There are people, they have their own heads too. You may not respect them. Hold on, please. Let me finish. Clearly, you don't respect them clearly the way you are talking about them. No. Because you're very, you're being dismissive right now. You're being dismissive.
You're projecting.
No. I'm not. I am not projecting. Okay, I am not projecting. You know what he's doing. You know what he's doing.
Abati doesn't want to stick with constitution. Shove Nigeria down, everybody.
Section 25 of your constitution says when they wanted to form Nigeria. Let me tell you what it says. The people that form this Nigeria, they are not even only within the territory presently called Nigeria. People who are original indigenous of any African society, as long as you are within this space, you become a Nigerian automatically.
Right. So because somebody made law, those excuse me, please.
Ogbeni, you're shoving somebody's ideology down our throat. Like somebody said constitution, this and that, and you're saying that we don't care about that. What we are telling you is the reality. Ogbeni, listen, Nigeria is a gunpowder, and people like you, people like you are the one ruling this country where they just ignoring the gunpowder.
People will pick gun one day and be shooting people because people don't want.
Not me. Okay, hold on. Ogbeni, hold on. It's not me. Me, I'm fine. Honestly, I'm good with Nigeria because I'm kicked out. I've made it. You understand?
So the only people that complain about Nigeria are those.
But wait now.
Don't complain. Those of you are okay.
No, it's not about me. Me, I'm fine. Well, Ogbeni, it's not about me and you.
Okay about now. That's what he's doing. Because
that's the problem with Nigeria. People are Ogbeni and Nigerian. They feel like once it's not their problem, forget it. I'm fine with it.
Ogbeni, can you hold on for a second?
Well, listen now.
Ogbeni, hold on, please. Hold on, please. You are quoting the law that those groups find unfair to them. But you're saying that, well, hey, fuck you guys. That was what they made at the beginning. So deal with it for the rest of your life. That's your point.
No, may I talk? I don't think that's what he's saying.
Come on.
How come we can't just focus on the lawmakers? Because that's where the change is gonna come from. They have to change the constitution. They have to make adjustments to the constitution. I understand what they're saying. We just telling us what the law says. There's nothing we can really do if the law says this is it. So, but what we can do is
change it, by the way. That's
what we have been saying. That
change the damn law is the point.
Change the law.
Yeah, let's hold our.
The law does not align with the reality of on ground. That's what we are saying, Oriola. The law does not align. Law that says that if you can become a governor anywhere in the country. You understand? You're telling me one day one Igbo guy become governor in Bini, and the governor is more powerful than the king, and he will say because I don't believe in king, he dethroned above Bini. What do you think will happen there? That's what the law that doesn't align with the reality of the people.
Right. So let's hold the lawmakers. Let's hold them to change the law.
So if you say use your lawmakers, my point to you is that in House of Rep and Senate, the areas those people come from, those reps usually they are there on behalf of the bigger groups in those localities. So the voices of those smaller groups will not be heard. That's the reason why it's better to have it.
So we're done. What else can we do?
Hold on, please. Can I speak? Please have a confab that those smaller groups will have a say. It's my point. But if you go through your client lawyer, those people don't have a say because they rep in political space in the first place. They say.
So
have the reference.
Yeah, but you're not here. In order for them to make any changes to the law, how are we going to do it? For those people you're fighting for, how are we going to do it?
For the freaking 1 million time.
Babati, sorry. Nigerian confab is the most easiest confab to get. And what we want in Nigeria is not, I'll tell you, it's the most easiest. First of all, every Nigerian is facing 70% of almost the same thing. Now, Nigeria, we are not living in a la-la land or living on top of the tree. Nigeria is so structured that every street, even in Ogoni, have a head. They have street meeting. You start from every street, they have their street meeting, talk about their complaint. This Fulani heads know we're talking about. We're not talking about attack city. They attack one street that will come and sing it out. Oh, they attacked me in my village. Oh. That's how you pick information. You break it down to the locals. The information comes from the locals. This is what we want. This is what we are lacking. This is what we want it to change. They'll arrange it to the local stage.
I'm sorry.
Hold on.
The changes you're talking about now. Who's going to make that change?
Hold on. See, this is the problem of hold on. Listen, see, okay, let me use hold on. The Western country we are today, we are saying, things are working well for the country. Then one person just wake up and write the law for them. They came together and said, this is what we want and this is what we don't want. From that place, they now came up with the law to protect the system. I mean, law is not written for man. Law is written to protect the environment.
They study the environment first, Waterways, right? Yes. They study the environment. They understand the environment before they started making laws. But they didn't do that in Nigeria.
Obeni, you're a lawyer. Hold on now. Hold on now. I know. Hold on. But in your own law study, you know, the law you study in Nigeria is not only for to protect human beings, even animals and wood, not living things. True or false?
Law is for everything you can find.
Hold it there. Okay, hold it there. Hold it there. See, if we want to do our confab, everybody comes with what they don't like and what they like. That's how you arrange information. So now it goes to the local.
Where do you gather them?
No, you don't gather them. This is the problem.
What do you do?
Yeah, hold on. Let me tell you. Every day from Benin or Ekiti or in Blaze in Bakamo, they have a head meeting every day. Street meeting is practiced in Nigeria.
Okay, let me interrogate you on this. Poppy, let me interrogate you on this. Do you know how many issues that your constitution covers alone? So you pick the issue one. Your constitution covers more than maybe 5,000 issues. So you pick the issue one by one. You reach consensus per street on each issue. A multiplication of 5,000 issues. Where do you end?
You have to do it. That's what you have to do. You have to do. You have to do your work. You can't be lazy.
Ogbeni, every law, the law they brought, the law they brought.
Just a minute. Ekene, are you there? You are not speaking now. Why?
The voice is too. We have strong voice now, so I need to calm down. You know, big boys talk.
Okay, thank you, Kenny. Let me quickly put this: the law they brought from India, or the law you are borrowing from America. American own is so the most recent.
They don't respect us now, that's why they don't respect us. They just bring anything from somewhere and shove it down on us.
American law, 50-50. And today there are some British inherited laws that are still applicable in America today.
Wait. America, when they were fighting for their own law, when they became United States of America, it tells us, how they call them. They had their own law from the salon. They call it salon, like where they hang out. They all had meetings to the sheriff, and they were arranging.
By the way, those Americans were British people anyway. They were British people.
What peace? American and Canada, they still use British law. What they do differently is that
they were British people now and French people.
No, they were not British.
Is it like they were indigenous?
No, Mike, their constitutions are different.
No, what I'm saying is those people that came and make laws and start new country, they were people that came from England. So what are they going to bring with them? It's like you're saying Yoruba people that moved to another society, to create societies. This is not Yoruba culture and things that they will use there.
Not all of them.
No, the main people, the people that took over government, they started migrating all that. Hold on.
They're all Europeans.
Exactly. They started migrating. They started bringing immigrants from different parts. But the main people that created it Were British
Not
people?
all of them now. Don't just say British. You can
No,
say
tell me where the other ones come from.
Majority.
For
What
instance,
was
Canada, there's
Benny
a
talking
French
about?
part of Canada now. They are from France.
That's what I'm saying. In the Canada one is
We
French
said
and
Europeans. What
yeah.
are you?
Yeah,
In
say
the case
European.
of Canada was French and British people, but in America it was strictly British people. All of them, Jefferson, all of them, they all came from England now. They just fought against their king, their queen. I mean, whoever was ruling.
Mike, it's very funny when we're talking about restructuring of laws in Nigeria. We start saying no, it cannot be possible. But APC and PDP and Labour, when they're restructuring their law,
War Peace. They've done two of those things you guys are talking about. They never implement it.
We are saying sovereign, not just because they were not sovereign. It must be sovereign, legally binding. Is the point.
Babati, hold on.
Hold on, War Peace. Hold on, War
It's a
Peace.
call for anarchy.
Babati, Sovereign National Conference. How are we supposed to achieve that? Can you
by an act of parliament is what we put that out there to make it sovereign. That's what we were supposed to do. Once you move an act of parliament, whatever is there is legally binding. That was the issue. That was the issue that they were having. My point is this: there are people in Nigeria that are half local government that don't have a say in the political space. That we have a say in those kind of conferences if it's legally binding and they can contribute their own quota of what they want, but they don't have a voice.
What is their future? They will become.
Babati, do you think everybody can have a voice? Do you think everybody can have a voice? Everybody will not have a voice.
Every nation will have a voice. Not every.
That's what we think, but realistically, everybody will not have a voice.
Why not?
Hold on, guys. Ekene want to contribute.
No, because you're the body one now. So
Babati,
no, don't say it like that, man.
It's true now.
Okay, please, let me land my this thing now. I beg, hold on. I beg, please.
One piece let us coordinate now.
One piece, wait. I want Ekene to document Ekene's voice because he has been here. He hasn't said anything. So he wants to respond to Babati, right, Ekene? Is that what you want to do?
I want to respond to Benny because I don't see this. What Babati is saying is what we have to do. The country is so divided, and I don't know why many people are comfortable living with that. I don't think one man can just sit in the helms of this government. Government, as in Nigeria, is too big for one man to just sit there in Abuja and control everything that is happening in our system. It's very terrible, and we don't see it as a problem. We need to negotiate. We need to come together. Everybody needs to have a voice in our system. So, but I don't know. Whenever we bring in those topics, some people don't like it. What's the problem? Why are people not comfortable with it? Especially the elite, the educated ones. Because I don't know. One man cannot control the affairs of this nation. This country is too big for one man to control. We need to put a system that works. Just one man control security, this and that, and all that, and all that. It will not work. It will not work. So, but if people say that is the way to go, I don't know why they are comfortable with it. So I let that confab come in. Let people come together, document their voice. We are deceiving on ourselves when we say that everything is all right in this country. We are deceiving ourselves. Things are not all right. Things are not going the way it ought to be. Even if we want to tell ourselves the truth, we don't have the same culture as a nation. This is different country bind together to call a Nigeria. So everybody needs to, with different culture, different language. So we need to call a spade, come together. Let that different culture, different language come together and say things the way they want to be governed. Not just one man sitting in Abuja trying to control the affairs of more than 200 million Nigeria. It's very ridiculous, and the people don't like it when we talk about negotiation and the confab. Why is it like that?
Can I join you with
Ogbeni, I wanted to land the point you were pushing me on, and it make it look like nothing in Nigeria is achievable.
I
But
want
when
Ogbeni to land on it because he's speaking against it as if
Ogbeni just wrong. That's the point. Ogbeni just wrong.
Babati, present me that I keep forgetting, I keep forgetting, losing my train of thought, and it's not fair, the way we always demarket ourselves. Like it's not things are impossible. Mostly when it comes to restructuring, but when we want to do our budget, Nigeria can be producing a budget within 1 year. The budget to the last man in the last in the creek, they'll know it knows what to budget money to. When it comes to census, we can count people. You can come up with a scheme of census, count everybody, 250 million people. They don't see problem in that. Then when it comes to the parties having almost 7,200 wards all over Nigeria, campaigning all over, having meetings, having social meetings, they can do it less than 2 weeks or 3 weeks. They don't see any problem in that. So what's that the difference between those and some people voicing out their frustration, what they want in their locality? The councillors, the Omai that they just came out and told us that we need about so many billions to control how many roads in Nigeria. So you think Omai just got that numbers within 3 days he was in office? I knew the last road, even the road that the area that he has never been in his life, but he knows the name of the road. How does that happen? There are councillors controlling different wards. There are streets in different, probably in each ward contained by 7 street or 20 street, depends on the area. And they have meetings every day and talk about what they need. We don't have water, we don't have light, we don't have job. They tell the councillor. The councillor take it to the chairman. The chairman take it to the government. The government take it to the House of Reps. The House of Reps take it to the government. The government send the senators and House of Reps to Abuja, and they'll collect all those things, send budget from federal budget to state budget, to the local government, to the constituency. How come we can budget money to people, count our people? Then when it comes to those people, telling them, collecting what those people are saying to the central to make our point how we need to be governed, even though it's not 100%, at least we get that 88%. You will say it's not possible. How can you bring 200 million people's thoughts or say or view? But you can budget money for 200 million people, Ogbeni. How can you answer that?
So let me start by answering Ekene, and then I'll brush it to your side too, Wapis. Now, I don't like gaslighting issue. I think you guys are gaslighting me. First and foremost, everybody on this platform agree there is something seriously wrong about Nigeria. Nobody is happy about Nigeria. Nobody is happy about what is happening in Nigeria. The solution is what differ. Solution that each person is offer. Just like you're in a family, somebody is saying there's something wrong with this family. Somebody is saying, oh, the problem in this family is the head of family, let's kill the head of family. And I will say, no, that's not the solution. But we both believe there's a problem in Nigeria. That is the way I see this. So if you think everybody here believe, there's nothing, some people believe, there's nothing wrong in Nigeria, and then let's just be continuing without Nigeria, no, you are gaslighting issue. It means you don't really understand the you are trashing here. It's the approach that differs. And that is why I love this conversation. Now, why am I saying confab is not the way? This is why I'm saying confab is not the way. Now, first and foremost, there is no just one man in Abuja, like Ekene said, that is determining everything in Nigeria. That's a lie. You have your representative that you are voting for as House of Rep by your state. You have your senator in your state. At your state level, you have your governors that determine. The governor in my state in Lekki is not ruling you in your state. You voted your own governor in your state. It's not Tinubu that is ruling you in your state. You voted your own governor in your state. You voted your own House of Assemblies in your state. Let me land on your point. You voted your own local government chairman in your state, and you voted your own councillors in your state. They are the one ruling your state. It amounts to gaslighting issue when you now say, oh, one man in Abuja just sit there and determine everything. No, Nigeria is more complex than just only one man. Now, what is my point with CONFA is the approach. 200 and something million Nigerians cannot sit in a place and say you want to decide the constitution. You are calling for anarchy. You can't even converge 200 million plus in a place. Now, and I've never seen in all my years of study of history of societies in the world and countries and constitutional law, I've never seen any country. I keep asking people where that has happened before, where they struck out the entirety of the constitution they've been using, and then they said everybody should be involved in drafting of the constitution. It has never happened in this world, and I'm not sure it will ever happen anywhere.
So pretty much have the minority, fuck the minority groups, then fuck them. That's what you're saying. That's
because we never have
you're making right now.
like that in the world before.
That's your point. That's your point. Right now, fuck the minority, fuck them. That's what you're saying.
Not my point. Then let me get to where I'm going. You have not gotten to where I'm going. You just see my mind. Even devil does not see my mind.
Ogbeni, you are wrong. Yugoslavia. Ogbeni, Yugoslavia. Soviet Union.
Everybody wrote constitution in Yugoslavia.
Yeah, all the ethnic nationalities. All the ethnic nationalities have to come together. And then when they agree, they don't split.
I'm going to sleep.
Ogbeni, let me ask you this question. Are you saying that the current constitution is okay for us?
Let me land.
No, hold on. Answer that question.
The current constitution that are part of it that are perfect for us, and that are part of it that are not okay.
Okay,
don't just pick constitution.
Hold on. So you are saying there is no need for people, representative of the people, whether by election or by selection, from every tribe, or let me say every ethnic group, to come together and write a new constitution. You are saying there is no need for that. Is that
They don't know people to him.
I mean, and you are the one. Hold on. And you are the one.
You ask me a question I've not even landed. You assume my answer, and you are
okay. Answer before I go back. Yes.
That's not the right approach now. Let me answer. Then you
answer.
Engage on what my answer is. I said, nobody say it's okay. It amounts to gaslighting if you say everybody say it's okay. I've never said it's okay. What I'm saying is our approach to solution is what differs. And don't load your own approach on me. Let me explain my own approach. Now, what's my own approach? I've said it first. It is practically impossible to gather 200 million Nigerian in a place.
We are not saying 200 Nigerian million. We are not saying 200 million.
Not 200 million
we are talking of representative of people, whether by election or selection.
Secondly, we mention communities in Nigeria. That, like Agbakoba said, let's pick representative of each communities in Nigeria. It's a contentious issue on its own. What do you mean communities in Nigeria? Do you mean the territory that British carved out? Is that the community you're talking about? Or the ones that extend beyond those borders? These are issues in constitutional law.
No, don't let us go to Agbakoba. Agbakoba own, let's forget about him. I don't know the meaning of community.
I only refer to Agbakoba.
No, forget. We are talking about the ethnic groups. We know ethnic group represent the interest of their people.
Okay, I'm coming. When you say ethnic group in Nigeria, what do you mean? For instance, let me bring down to Yoruba. Are you saying one person should represent Ekiti?
Oh no, Ogbeni, why are you doing this now? For God's sake!
Oh, okay, one person should represent.
Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to?
I'm telling you, he knows what he's doing now. He knows the point, though. Ogbeni,
let me answer your question. Ogbeni, let me answer your question. Not one person from Ekiti will represent Ekiti. 10 people strongly that will represent from Ekiti. Do you know? Hold on. Just simple mathematics. You know arithmetic. If you times 10 with 36 states, how many will there be like that?
So it's 10 per state.
Hold on. If you times 10 by 36 states, how many will they be like that?
That's 360 now.
How many do you have in your House of Representatives? How many do you have in your Senate?
I have 3 senates. And I have 3 senates.
No, I'm telling you, the House of Assembly in Abuja now. Total. How many are they in the House of Rep in Abuja?
House of Rep is 3.
House of Rep. Okay. How about Senate? 100 or something. Now we are saying even just 300 people from Nigeria sit down talk about how they want their country. Say it's impossible.
if you pick 300 people, you have not cut across all communities.
You have cut across. You know why? Because those 300 start a community. There's so many just money.
What are you saying now? What are you saying? You don't saw.
Hold on, no, please allow Ogbeni to explain himself. I think he has a point. No, but Ajale Koko.
There's no point.
No,
Ogbeni,
he
you know,
has
Mama,
a point.
you say military
How many
apologies.
tribes
Oh,
are
we don't
in
support the
Nigeria?
constitution and one military, you see.
Baba
Hey,
Ajale Koko,
Ajale
how
Koko.
many tribes do you have in Nigeria? Can you answer that, sir? How many tribes do you have in Nigeria?
Hey, more they saw.
You see now. You
Okay, let's say 300. But here's the deal.
No,
Hold on.
Mike, hold on there. Mike, hold on to that. Let's say 300 tribes. I'll bring one more person to that 300 tribes. How many are we like that in total, Ogbeni? Hold on, answer, Ogbeni, answer. You're intelligent man.
Hold on.
No.
Please, hold on. Let Mike speak.
Okay, here's the deal. Ogbeni is not complicated. At least today, we know that there are certain people that have admit that they are one people now. Like, for example, the Yorubas. Today, we know at least that we are Yoruba people. And hold on. Whatever little bit, Baba Nisuru now. Nisuru. If it comes to the little differences that it may be, it's not something hard where we can meet and decide which way for us within Nigeria. It's not that complicated where we can do that.
So
you understand?
Wait now. And Ekiti will now sit in a place.
Babani Suru now. We're not saying any ordinary Ekiti on the street now. We are talking about the leadership. Again, Soroto now. Ogbeni Nisuru now. I mean that is Soroto.
Ogbeni is military apologies for supporting the military constitution. The military right for one. Low support.
No,
Ogbeni is not about you. It's about who people of Ekiti accept as their leaders, as their. Hold on. We have kingdom before Nigeria was created, and we all know the hierarchy, and it still exists. He is not gone. Oh, wait now. Or Bashiwa. There's no way going Yoruba land where they don't have traditional ruler. It's not you bourgeoisie now where British brainwash you guys who turn to see yourself as British and no longer Africans. You were the one that were fighting Yoruba now. The British were paying you to be fighting Yoruba. But it doesn't change the fact that people know Obalonile. We know that.
So do you think was
wait, are you okay? Are you a Yoruba man? Are you an African? Wait, okay, what's your identity? What's your identity? Okay, you're from Ekiti. Okay. Who's the head of Ekiti? The head there? Or there's no head? Who do you regard as head?
Rational mind.
See, you see, that's the complexity. You see, human endeavor is.
It's not that complex.
Who do you regard as the head of your ethnic group? Who do you regard as the head of your ethnic group? You have an ethnic identity, right?
Now, do you know that Nile Yoruba, Ijebu never represent Ekiti láyé?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not arguing that.
Do you know that Oyo will never represent Ekiti?
I already emphasized on that. I'm asking simple things.
Ogbeni, listen.
Ogbeni, I'm asking you about your Ekiti. I'm not telling you about Ijebu coming to Ekiti.
He's already answered the question you're asking him.
No, he's not answering my question. No. Stop that, Ariola. Stop that. What I asked him is not what he's answering.
What I'm saying is you already answer everything he's asking now. That is Ekiti going to speak for or yours? You already talked about that.
I didn't say Ekiti speak for you anything. I never said anything like that.
No, you're not even listening to me. You didn't. You listen. What I'm saying is this. What you're saying is Yorubas are one ethnicity. We can sit together, bring one thing to the table that this is what we want, and everybody will speak. But when he's saying, "Oh, are you saying Oyo will now speak for us as Ekiti, or some other tribe will speak for us?" But the answer has been, the question has been answered.
No, it's not answered. Hold on. Let me get with Ogbeni. Hold on. So Ogbeni, in your kingdom, your identity as Ekiti, in Ekiti.
Yes.
Right? Your identity. Do you believe you have a head in that?
Each house in the head now. Adubo in the head.
No. I'm not talking about the head of your household. I know you are the head of your family. I know that. I'm saying your ethnic, your identity. Okay, what is your identity? It says Ekiti. In Ekiti land, before Nigeria was created, in Ekiti land? Ogbeni.
Hold on.
Babani Suruna, it's not complicated.
Maradona.
Ogbeni, before Nigeria was created, when the British come to Ekiti, who would they engage?
Okay.
When the Igbo man come to Ekiti land, yeah?
They engage. Look, they engage several obas and warriors in a.
Okay. So those seven Alban warriors, they are your representative. They are your.
Now, no, let me give you an instance now. For instance, during Creed War, which Oyinbo intervened, my own great grand, that's Ologun Aduloju in Ado Ekiti, was never under any king, and he went to negotiate his own freedom, separate from anybody. So who will now represent us? So
Hold on. So when he was living in that space, he was his own king. He made his own rules.
He wasn't a king. He was a warrior.
Was he living under a rule?
Let us come to what we are practicing today. In present Nigeria, we have representative representing each constituency and the National Assembly. So if we really,
I don't know what Ogbeni is talking about.
I'm making Ogbeni sorry for God's sake. Why are you saying that it's impossible to rewrite the constitution?
You are going back to the same constitution now that define those positions. Why are you?
You can't use that defend position now.
Let's assume we don't have representative.
Okay, let's listen to Babati. Babati.
Okay, my point is this, Ola. You cannot use the same, because the reason we want to come together is to write a new constitution because we have issue with the current constitution. You cannot be quoting that constitution to justify not allowing the confab, because that constitution has a fault in the first place. That's the issue. We don't like what we have right now. It does not favor any the minority groups. We don't have issues with it. Then you cannot defend it by quoting the same constitution that we all have problems with. That's the problem.
Okay, let me ask a question now. Will you say what Jonathan did?
We don't want that. We don't stop quoting from it.
We must still find a way within.
Okay, find the way. Just abandon the damn thing.
Okay.
I want to man for grammar, and they are the problem. I agree. I can answer these grammar people, and they are the problem.
It's not working. No. It's not working.
I'm a banish Ogbeni kúrò nílẹ̀ Yorùbá.
Okay, please hold on, Ogbeni. Please hold on,
Ogbeni. One gang of lady.
Please hold on, Ogbeni. Everybody, hold on. Babati. But the technicality is this. Now, I think the what is causing problem now is sovereign, right? The question now is that
you need
the National Assembly
Parliament Act but this is my point. If at a parliament to say, okay, everybody now you can debate how you're gonna bring people together. That's a different issue. But my point is that you can't keep quoting from the concept that we all have problems with. Jump people in that one. We don't want to hear anything about that military stuff anymore. Let's start afresh.
Okay, let me ask you.
Hold on, please.
Okay.
And he said nowhere in the world has it ever been done before. We can be the first to do it. How about that?
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. That's the point. But Babati, what will you say about the National Assembly? We did do something that how do we consider
but you can't change the law without them, though.
We are putting our feet on the hands of people that don't care about anything.
No. It's a push from the people. There must be a push for people to demand.
You mean a revolution?
No, not the.
So how are we going to do it? How?
The people push now.
How?
That's what happened with all these in America.
He said how will you do it? I said an act of parliament, right? It's a bill. You put it, then you push for it. That means you start from
exactly. You still need your lawmakers.
Babati, when we say this, Babati,
yes, sir. Yeah.
When we say this present constitution and the arrangement of Nigeria is lopsided, it's not going to favor us. People say no, but people like us say no. Our side is not doing anything. We keep blaming the North. But right in our face here, they created states. They didn't even veto it. We say, okay, because of now we're in democracy, let's veto the state military created. But it's still there. Most of the laws we are using is still the military laws, which favor the North. Right. Now we have in our state system, did not have the upper hand.
Which not?
Landmass,
Why do we keep saying not? In this one, we
hold
are
on
not
now.
getting anywhere.
Hold on,
All
Mike.
this
Mike, don't
divisive
jump in.
rhetoric that we use.
Hold on. Don't jump into
If we want to
confusion.
get somewhere, we need to stop saying northwest,
Hold
northeast,
on,
and
hold
west,
on.
because that's not your problem.
Mike, can you just hold on? Please, we should not be shouting. People are listening to us. Nigeria is, forget southeast, southwest. Nigeria is not southeast, southwest. Nigeria is just south and north.
It's not. There's no south. There's no south. Let's stop these geometric things we'll talk about.
Hold on.
I beg of you guys, please.
Geographically, in constitution, Nigeria is.
What piece? Hold on, please. This is my point. I don't give a damn about north, south, whatever. If people say it's not working for us, it's not working for us.
Exactly.
Let's talk about
it's not working for any Nigerian.
Just listen. Just say the point that
this is very important for you to hear. The thing is this: it's not working for any population in any part of Nigeria. Rather than us to just say this is not working for the whole population, we'll be saying, "Oh, he did not." The people are supposed to come together and push that voice, because if everybody, all the Nigerians want the same thing. If we all just say we want the same thing without dividing ourselves with these
how are you sure every Nigerian
wants I've lived in Nigeria. I've lived in the north. I've lived in the south. Hold on.
Okay, let's calm down, please. Please, what? This is my point to you, sir. This is my point. You say north south. People, if I'm from Benue and I say I want to be by myself, don't call me northerner. That is me. But let me have a say. Don't just lock me up with a group of people.
I get you guys, but I'm not disputing your point. Wait, I'm not disputing your point.
But let me have a say first. Let me decide.
Yeah. I get your point about it, but I'm just talking about constitutionally. The way Nigeria is being drawn geographically is just south and north. That's why you see we have Kwara, northern state. They call it northern state. Kogi in my border, they call it northern state. That's what point I was trying to make. Now, for that alone, we had lesser senators. All the sat together, we have lesser senators. Now, did not have a majority of the senators. I think the South has 40 or be 40 something, did not have the rest. In the House of Reps,
which part of the
you know, no. But when it is a thing, you guys are doing something, I just come wondering. Nigeria is north and south. That's it. Not which part of the north. I don't say.
What piece?
I just told
wait,
you.
let me say this real quick. What piece? Don't you think that don't you think Kogi and
please, everybody give me 2 minutes. You see, when you divide Nigeria to just south and north, it means you don't have a good understanding of the political space called Nigeria. For instance, if you go to Kogi and you want to cut people like Okun, all those Dino Melaye guys who are pure Yoruba guys, Kaba and others, because your constitution says they are now part of the north, you want to cut them to the north. You want to go to Kwara, you cut them to north. You want to go to the southern Niger, you cut them to the north. Even when you are going to Nasarawa, you are cut them to the north, and Jos and others, and you are cut them as if they are the north. Then you are doing a disserving this, even to your own point. Because there is nothing called north and south.
That's my point. What is to stop?
The problem we have in this country on this platform, like we rightly said, when it favors us, we don't complain. When it doesn't favor us, then we start complaining, and we keep maybe the goal post. I'm talking from a layman perspective. Every day here in Nigeria Constitution, even the one that is not the one that is not written Constitution, is being zoned 6 region. North, east, north, south, north, whatever you call it, south, east, south, whatever you call it. But I'm surprised now. I said on book on Constitution, Kogi is in northern. That's how they've zoned it. It's in its northern states. That starts north central or whatever. But it's in northern state. It's not. Middle belt, we know it's not north, but they call it north. Hold on, I beg, I'm coming. Let
me ask you this question. Don't you think Kogi, part of Kogi that's Yoruba and part of Kwara that's Yoruba, whenever there's issue that's related to Southwest, don't you think those people will support Southwest?
That's a discussion for another day. But my bigger point is this.
Answer the question. Don't you think they would support?
That's not the question. That's not the question. If people can
No, One Piece. When you say South, are you saying the South? We all have anything in common?
Mike, just hold on. Mike, just hold on. You guys just hold on. Look at it. We are decided in the. This is what we look. This is what we are underestimating. That's why in the Senate we have to always go to the North to cut the deal to get anything passed.
No, we never go to the North as a team in the South. We never one team. We're never together in the South. So don't be saying let's stop using our South rubbish.
Mike, hold on now. Hold on, please. We're just talking from our emotion.
No, not from emotion. Let's talk based on fact.
Hold on and hold
we never
on.
go to the North as a team.
We are not speaking on any fact. Any bill you want to get passed, you have to negotiate with the northern senators to join you, or that you don't get the majority to pass the bill.
So are you saying I don't negotiate with the East? When has Yoruba and Igbo ever agree on the same bill?
Just listen, Mike. I don't know where you're coming from.
I'm telling you. No. What you are saying is
God. Then just have it. Mike,
stop ignoring reality. Stop ignoring reality.
Mike, what you are wait. Let me tell you what you're just saying. I don't want to use any word that would make it that will make it look like I don't know. But in the Senate,
what is? Let's never unite us.
Hold on now.
So let's stop using that word South.
Hold on. That is the reality. You might like you don't use it, you don't use it. That's the reality. The other day
it's not reality.
Hold on now. That's the reality. The other day they want to vote for. Everybody knows this. They want to vote for 30% for
and people when I don't send them
okay.
Now.
He will come back. I hope he come back. Maybe on the score. The other day they want to vote for 30% for oil exploration in the north. All the day before then, it was until the Buhari summoned all the northern governor. The Kwara State governor was there. Kogi Bello was there. They all had meetings. They did their meeting. Then they summoned all the northern senators and rep. They all voted in one go. One. It was called the Northern Senator Forum. Kogi, Kwara, Niger, Nasarawa, they all voted and passed that bill. That's why today they are paying 30% to find oil in the north. Now, if you want to cut a deal for Nigeria, like
when does that happen in the south? Where can you put the southern governors together and they will agree?
Mike, please hold on. It's not about agreement. I'm telling you the way it's structured. The numbers first. Number don't lie. It's figures. It doesn't lie.
The South is not structured to be one people. That's what I'm saying. So stop ignoring the point I'm making.
I don't know what I'm saying. What you're saying does not align what I'm saying. What you're saying down is.
I agree more with the Northerners than I agree with most of you guys on the South. So that's what I'm telling you. That all categorizing me as a South person. I'm not with that South. I'm Southwest. That's it.
Mike, what you're saying does not cohere what I'm saying. And what I'm saying, it does not. How?
So you keep saying we South. I think we are one people like that. No. I get along better with the Northerners than I get along with the Southeasterners. So why are you telling me we are South? I think we are one people. We're never South. Even when British said there was no South, there was Southeast and Southwest.
Mike, okay, let me ask you a common question. Let me ask you a simple question and just show everybody your IQ. I just said when they have a Northern Governor Forum, everybody knows that.
I don't disagree whether the Northerners get along. They may be one, but in the South, we are not one. That's a fact.
Okay, hold on. Mike, hold on. What can we please? You see what Ogbeni was saying the other time that we are not the same. Exactly what Mike is emphasizing now. You say we South, and Mike is telling you that don't call me South, I'm Southwest. That's what Mike is trying to let you know.
No. I cannot ask. No. I cannot ask Mike a question.
When has the Southeast and Southwest ever been on the same page?
Mike, hold on, please. I want to ask a neutral person now. Just listen, please answer me. When Buhari called for the Northern Governor Forum, how many Southern governors was there?
We are not arguing whether Northerners are united or not.
I did not ask you the question, Mike. I did not ask you the question. I want to make a point. I did not ask you the question. I'm ashamed. I'm just
telling you the reality.
No. I'm not No. Mike, you have to relax. This is the problem of the South. We always keep.
No, we are not South. There's no South.
No. Just hold on. Please don't interject me. Just hold on. Please. Ola, I'm asking you a question. When Buhari called for a Northern Governor Forum, how many Southern governors were there?
Prince Daddy, do you want to answer that?
No, ask that question. Everybody's running now.
No.
No.
Yeah, sorry,
No.
War Peace. The answer would be only northern governors. If it's,
Okay,
if
hold
it's
on, Prince
northern
Daddy.
based.
Prince Daddy, hold on. Hold on. Let me ask another question. I don't know if you follow 2019 election. It didn't vote 2019 election. Governor, the president called specially for Northern Governor meeting in House of Rock. We all saw it. How many Southern governors were there? Just a
Because they didn't
question.
call them.
But
No,
by
hold
definition,
on.
War Peace, hold on. You're getting confused. By the definition of northern governors, only northern governors should be present. What is
Okay,
what's wrong with that?
hold it. That's the point. Hold it. That's the point. Because it's very recognized in Nigeria Constitution is South and North.
Where?
But for the fact you hold on, Mike, hold on. For the fact you like North or you don't like to call South, that's not the problem. The problem is Northern governor at 16 or whatever it is, and the other Southern governor is that is a call for Southern governor forum. We all belong Southern governor.
Okay, War Peace. Babati want to interject. Oh yeah,
You
Babati,
cannot.
what do you want to say?
This is the argument. You can't keep lumping people together. That's what I'm saying. If you don't want to become something, you can't force me to be that.
No. That's Babati. What I'm saying is just for what you guys are saying. I'm not even going to what you guys are saying. I was talking about the way you look at it in Nigeria, first of all, from the why the constitution have to be brought down to restructure. Because from the creation of the states, the Northern have more states than the South. Now, and the Senate, the Northern have more representatives in the Senate than the South. So whatever you're going to pass through, whatever you want to pass through, like let's say restructuring, and you not don't want it, you're not going to get the vote. It's the numbers.
It's irrelevant. First of all, the first people that will be against me as the Southwest will be the Southeast.
Irrelevant.
Hold on. It is irrelevant.
No.
If the Southwest want to do something right now,
Hold on.
Mike, hold on.
Okay.
No, let's say Prince Daddy interject and Mike interject. War Peace. Then when after by Prince Daddy and Mike, then you can come back. Please go ahead, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, I was going to ask War Peace. Can any part of the country or any region win an election by itself?
I'm not talking about election.
Well, my point to that question is that look, what you're talking about is just politics in its purest form. You always need alliance, you know.
It's not. What you're talking about is not. See, what I'm talking about is what you guys have not even. You are communalizing it. That's a major problem of Nigeria. Is what in our constitution is North and South, and they only use that majority against us. That's why we talk about the election.
Okay, War Peace. Let Mike interject now.
Okay.
Mike, put your position.
Here's the reason why I say there's no such thing as South. This thing is just a fallacy. Is this? If the Southwest today want to push something for their region, for other states to support, you'll likely get more northern states that will support you, that you will get southeastern states that will support you. Because a typical northerner really don't have that hatred for Yorubas like the southeasterners do. So don't be telling me that we south, as if we're some kind of this united south against the north. No, it's not. It's never been like that. Let's stop dividing Nigeria into this south and north. It's never been the case. The only reason why we started doing north and south is because when the British did northern protection, southern protection, that's it. And when the British were living, when we created Nigeria, it was north, southwest, southeast, and then later, even in the middle, south, they created their own region. So it became 3 south. So we were never south. We were never these one southern people that came together on one accord. It's never happened in the history of Nigeria. So when people keep telling me this, we southerners, the northerners, I don't want to hear that crap. I lived in Nigeria. I get along more with northerners than I get along with the southerners. I interacted with the northerners. They were more friendly to me than the southeast and south people. So when you come to me and say we southerners, I don't want to hear that crap, man. We are not south.
Okay, War Peace. Here is this. I think you guys are speaking in different perspectives because you are talking of a political meeting, and Mike is talking of what is more of a geopolitical division. You know,
right.
When you go to the north, there are 3 types of north. When you come to the south, there are 3 types of south, and we have a peculiarity. Babati, you want to come in?
Yeah, I say that I think what we've learned on this platform tonight is that we have Wazobia supremacists on this show. No. That's why I call them Wazobia supremacists. When they discuss Nigeria, they think that Yoruba, because in their delusional minds, they only have 3 tribes in Nigeria. Nobody exists. It's so when they discuss political any issue about potential Nigeria, it's always from the lens of those group. They don't give a damn about anybody else.
I used to be Wazobia supremacist, and now I understand what you're talking about. I used to be there. I got you.
So for us to have a solution in Nigeria, you must think bigger. Nigeria is bigger than those three
You
groups.
must consider war peace, for example.
Yeah, all minority life matter too. They should, but my point still remains this: they must have a say in where they want to belong and what they want to do with their own destiny. They should be able to determine that. If we
must consider national mind that is not Yoruba.
If they are half local government and they say, you know, we are guys, please, let me say this, please. If they are half local government and they say we want to build on our own, they should have the right to at least voice that opinion.
But you know. Okay, you can name me maybe a few places in this world, in countries where they do that. But my point here is that look, we all know that the majority is the tyranny of the minority. Minorities usually don't tend to have a say. It's usually the majority that dominates the scene, be it political or economic scene.
No, so which tribe is the majority?
Well, just like I said earlier, when he said was
there we go. No.
Hold on. When he said
Wazobia is
of
not
course
tribe.
we know it's not tribe. We don't want to go through that lecture. We know that.
And when we're talking
about hold on, let me land my point. What I understood from what he said was that look, I used to think that and really when I was much younger, I guess, if you told me you're from I don't know, South or I don't know, Benin, I like, okay, I just group you as an Igbo person. You belong to the Southeast. Kanuri not recognized, nobody else is recognized. You're just from the north, and everybody else you're about on the other side. That's it. It doesn't matter. In fact, I never recognized the people they call thieves today and it's other people. I never recognized them. If you're not Igbo, I would say you're about. You have to blame
that's because they didn't live around Nigeria. That's why.
Prince Daddy. That's true though. When you look at it ethnicity-wise,
what do you mean?
Ethnicity-wise, we only have about 4 ethnicities in Nigeria. But if you're looking at tribe-wise, then we have like about 300 tribes.
What is the 4 ethnicity?
Wait, Yoruba is all Yorubas are one tribe. All Yoruba, they are one tribe. But when you, I said one tribe, they are one ethnicity. But when you look at them as a tribe, then you have Ekiti or Yo, all of that. So as when you go to the north as well, they only have one like Hausa or like that. And other
you haven't been to the north, man. No, you have not been to the north. That's why.
Fulani is an ethnicity.
You have not been to the north.
Wait, I said it before.
Mike, that's not the point.
Wait, I said it before.
I know what you're saying. That in your reality, your perception,
Igala, they're part of Yoruba as well. I've told you guys before. We just have to look this up. Their ethnicity is Yoruba. But when we're talking about tribes, yes. When we're talking about tribes, then we can separate them. They're Yoruba.
They go and call Igala man Yoruba now. Do you know they are part of Igala that speak Igbo?
Igalas, they're Yoruba-roid. They're Yoruba-roid, meaning they're part of Yoruba. Just
what about TV? What about Idoma TV? What about TV?
Voice, please, one voice.
Edo as well. Edo as well.
Edo, what Yoruba? What piece is here?
I didn't know.
What piece is here?
Don't react. What don't react to? It was a joke. Don't.
We withdraw that statement.
Ethnicity-wise, listen. Ethnicity-wise, they're Yoruba, but tribe-wise, they're not.
You say ethnicity-wise, Benin are Yoruba.
Mike, wait. Ajale Koko, you would like to take Oriola up so on Igala.
Where was the name of the king? The Oba name, their traditional king. What's the name?
It's two of Igala.
Oh, wait. Wait. Baba. So I read this up. Because there's a different ethnicity that what am I saying? Different.
Yeah, reading Wikipedia.
No. It's not even Wikipedia. It's not Wikipedia. Listen. So it's more like when you look at. So when you look at different so we can use Chinese for example. Chinese is one ethnicity, but when you look at them, they have different tribes. So the tribes that Taiwan, you have other tribes. The mainland China, they have like big one. Hong Kong, they're different tribe as well. That's exactly the same way when you look at the Yoruba. They call them Yoruba-roid, meaning most of their languages.
Who called them that? Who?
Let him learn. Let him
Well,
learn. Let him learn.
I read it. The thing is, irrespective of who
So you
called
don't
them
know who
that,
called them.
they haven't listened. They have not debunked it, and that's off for everyone online. Just look up Yoruba-roid. Yoruba, then put ROID. That will tell you all the ethnicity in the western part of Africa that they're very related to Yoruba. They're Yorubas. It's just like Ewe. Listen, it's just like Ewe or EWE in Ghana. Their language is totally.
It's pronounced Ewe.
Yeah.
Maybe it was Sunday Guru that wrote it.
And it's very close to Yoruba as well. No, just see. The thing is, if this is wrong, I need them as their tribe because I don't see them as of right now as ethnicity. They should debunk it. They should debunk it that they stand alone. It's just like Okun as well. Wait, just listen. Listen, it's just like Okun as well. Okun, they're just tribe, but they're part of Yoruba. So their ethnicity is Yoruba. So if they want to, even Lupe, is it Lupe? They're also categorized as Yoruba red as well. So that's what I'm saying, that when you look Nigeria, we're confusing ourselves by saying we only have about 4 ethnicity and we have totally like
name the 4 now. Name the 4
tribes.
You keep saying 4. Name those 4.
Huh?
Name the 4 that you're talking. Name the 4 ethnicity that you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we have like Kanuri, what is it? Hausa, we have Yoruba, and we have Igbo. Majority of the South, listen, majority of the South, they're all Igbo. They're Igbo-roid. Their language is totally.
Have you heard Calabar language? Does it sound anything close to Igbo? Calabar is not like Chinese.
Ola, can I take my floor back because I just allowed them to air their view. That's not their point. This is not.
Go ahead, but you interjected. Just go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. What you are saying, they may have their own point, but that's not what we're talking about right now. That might be a discussion for another day. Let's say I didn't take Oriola up on his say Benin, Yoruba road. If a man make a research, you have to commend him for making that research, but you have to direct him and correct him if the things he doesn't know. So that would be on that day for me to correct Oriola, but it's okay. Thank you for your research. Now, what I was saying, and my point I was driving at, is the condition we are practicing right now that is already lopsided. The more reason we have to call for a referendum, and Mike was interjecting from a different angle that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. If we're talking about hate or you don't say, that's a different ball game. I'm not arguing that with you. But right now, the way it stands in Nigeria, in our constitution, is just the north and the south. Our governor is the northern, you have the northern governor forum. You see it every day in NTA channel, northern governor forum, the southern governor forum. What they did, Asaba Accord, when late Akerodu led all southern governor to Asaba to demand the presidency come to the south. You didn't see any northern governor there. It's a simple thing. The way Nigeria is right now. So anything we want to do in this constitution, we cannot achieve it if the constitution remains like this. In the House of Assembly, the northern dominates. They have the numbers. House of Rep, same thing. So for you to get anything done, you have to cut a deal with them. What would be for them? That's why you see Nigerian politics. It's all about interest. You always go to them and always cut a deal with them. Because if they say no, we are not involved, we don't want it, they will vote against that bill and it won't work. You understand? So that is the more reason.
Southern so-called governor forum ever came on one accord for one purpose. You mentioned so-called the state presidency must come to the south. How real was that? How many of them ended up
hold on. It's not, Mike, sometimes when you see something of that,
I'm just telling you that those things are not real.
No. Hold on. That is a personal opinion.
It's
does
not
not come
opinion,
with
it's a
fact.
fact.
Oh, no. That's not a fact. What you're saying about your
One
opinion.
Piece, that's a
Your
fact,
opinion.
though. That's a
No.
fact.
Hold on. You guys are educated now? If you go to corner, you fail woefully. You
Well,
saw that.
it's
Yeah,
you that we should be
hold on,
saying that
hold on,
you're educated now. So if you don't take it true,
hold on.
it's not a fact
Relax,
what you're saying.
relax now. Relax. Let me just teach you. It's a common thing. Angelico is rolling on his chair, they're laughing, but you don't want to say it out like he's
You're not
advising you
teaching
guys.
me
Oh,
anything because
relax.
you're the one not
Oh, relax.
listening. You need to listen
You
to
relax.
us. Listen.
You're
You're
not
not
listening.
listening to us. That's the
You're
problem.
okay.
You think what
Okay,
you're
tell
saying
me.
is correct, but it's not correct. You instead
Okay,
of you
what
to
happened?
just listen.
What Asaba was for? Here you go. You cannot answer again.
But did
Here
they
you go.
follow up on it?
Yeah,
But how come?
but
Wait, listen. We just asked the question. How come P2B was not made the PDP president, PDP president? How come he wasn't made that?
Hold
One
on,
Piece, you have
hold
to
on.
learn to listen to now.
Hold on. This is a strong argument.
Yeah.
Just calm down. If you cannot answer, if you probably you don't understand my question, let me ask somebody else so you can answer so you understand. So maybe you'll be on the same playing ground. And that's a simple question. What Asaba Accord was for if Tabi gets the ticket, does not get a ticket, that's not the problem. As about a call was from the power to come to the south, and all the southern governors, we are only one that went in that accord that was having meetings. They didn't allow the northern government to come to that meeting. Even northern government will rebel about it. It was all on the news.
We know they do all those things, but we are telling you that it's not real.
Hold on, you hold on.
Did they follow up?
I'm coming. Oh, hold on now. Follow up does not have anything to do with it. That's a
It
federal
has to
interest.
do with it.
No. Hold on, this is the
You have to
problem.
listen, not to listen.
Hold on, this is the problem we have we are capable. We think everything the northern governor or northern stand for, they follow up with the north. But it gets to the north, that's the most important thing. How they said it's not our problem, not their problem.
What I'm telling you is that these terms, these foreign governors, foreign things exist, but it's not real. In real terms, it's not really real. It's just mere terms. It's not real. They do their meetings at the end. They don't. The outcome is never what they claim they came together to do. How many of the Southern governors ended up supporting Southern candidates? And how many, in fact, Tinubu got more Northern governors that supported him, that helped him. So this thing is not real, man.
Ajalkoko, are you there, please? Ajalkoko. I don't know who else is here because this is
in Nigeria. We do too many fake with ourselves too much.
I don't want to ask you. If I ask you that, if I ask you, that feel I'm partial or you're being partial.
One Piece, can I ask you a question?
No, hold on. Now you ask me. I will allow you. Hold on. This is just a simple term. This is why in court they say they say common sense. Just common sense. We don't need to go cut corners. I beg, rational mind. What was Asaba Accord for? And who were the people hosting Asaba Accord? And who was the body of the Asaba Accord?
Nobody's denying that it didn't happen.
Hold on.
Asaba Accord was about wanting the presidency to come to the south.
Hosted by the Saturn governors and elites.
Who was the chairman? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so
it
was
the governor of Delta State, Okowa, that was the chairman at that point because it was
okay. Yeah. And all the
who did Okowa support at the end?
Hold on, Mike. Hold on. Are you who's so you're too forward? That's the problem. And when you're not forward, you think you're making sense. You're not making any point. Just relax.
Am I not making sense? I asked you a question. Who did Okowa?
Hold on. No personal attack, please.
Okay, let me just say this. What piece? Let me help you out real quick. I don't know what Mike is saying. I don't know what Mike is saying because the majority of the votes from the south were for the two candidates from the south. Obi packed a lot. Tinubu packed a lot. What's his name? Atiku only won how many states within the south? So Tinubu and Obi won the majority.
Okay, Rational, let me ask you this. When you're done, I will ask you. If Obi had ran as Atiku's vice president, will Tinubu have won in the southeast?
Well, you see, let's not.
No. Just answer. Give me your answer. Give me your answer.
Sorry, did you see my message?
Let's not complicate it, Robbie. It's simple. If Obi had ran as Atiku's vice president, after all this power must come to the south, would Tinubu have won the southeast and the south?
Very possibly. I mean, we don't know how the event must have
come. You know, it's like no. You know, it's not going. He wouldn't have won it. He would not. So that's the point I'm making. They did a meeting. Power must come to the south, but it's not real.
Rational mind. The problem I'm getting with this talk is just
hold on.
Even Okowa was one that led the meeting,
Okay,
right?
so
But that
hold on.
governor's
Ola, are you
forum.
there?
But you know
Ola?
that.
Wait. Okowa that led the governor's forum's meeting. He ended up being the vice president candidate
Hold
for
on, guys.
Atiku.
Hold on, guys. Prince Daddy, you want to say something, please?
No. I said I have a. Did you see my message in the text in the chat? Chat message area.
private chat.
Private chat. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm trying to look at the private chat. Okay. Now, the problem we start have is we the South. We don't ever stand on one thing, even though it doesn't work or it work. We don't stand. We always want to have an opinion. I'm not saying how they work against each other or they not work against each other. I'm just saying for when they met was for the South. If they didn't get it, they did not get it. That's not the problem. That's not the issue. I'm just telling you the way it's structured. If they are voting money to the North, and when the North wants something to be passed that will benefit the North, like the oil, I don't make an example, like the oil drilling or research in the North, all the Northern governor, senators came together and make a huge vote, pass a vote on it. If the money does not go to Nasarawa or Kwara, that's not the business. If the national governor now work against the sabotage Goki zone, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how the constitution is being structured that is favoring the North. That's what I'm just saying.
How's the constitution favoring the North?
We said?
How's the constitution favoring the North?
But I just told you many times. The Senate is more than the Senate is not a more Senate than the Southern Senate. It's supposed to be equal if you want to be balanced.
It doesn't mean they are voting in one accord.
No, it's not does. That's your opinion. When you say does, that becomes your opinion. The facts are speaking out there.
The fact is not. The only fact is that they have these terms that this Northern governor forum.
Okay, Mike. You know mathematics. You know mathematics. You know arithmetic. Not mathematics. You know arithmetic. Hold on. I want to ask you one question. How many?
There's no need to be doing.
Okay. That's okay. That's hold on.
Let's move on.
What pace? Quickly round up so that
I don't know why Mike just keep doing. I'll change the topic. Let me just have this say. I don't know why Mike keep doing this. I don't know what he's trying to get at. Yeah, I don't understand. In the House of Assembly, we have more Northern senators, like 60, or 50 something, which is already one-sided. In the House of Rep, we have more Northern representative, which is more than the South. We just see this every day, and that's why we are crying for restructuring. If the Constitution is so good, why are we crying for restructuring? I can bet you. Hold on. Don't tell me anything. His son is becoming childish for me.
If you give South more senators than the North today, nothing will change.
Nobody wants opinion. Nobody's talking about opinion. That's the problem.
It won't matter. I'm just telling the facts.
Okay. That's fine. So you guys, you want us to change topic. What topic do we want to discuss? Betta Edu ministry, or which one do you want us to? Lekki Airport?
I think Betta Edu.
Hold on, let me quickly talk about this road. First of all,
let us move on.
I'm not talking about what we just said. I'm talking about our roads. Our minister. Do you watch Shomela yesterday? Today, on Friday. Did you guys watch it? Do you know what the money budgeted for federal roads? The most interconnected road in the state, those states that connect almost all the state federal roads. Do you know how much of money budgeted? Can you guys take it?
Sorry, Mr. Trump, can you show your face on that ground so that let me know you are the one? You don't mind, just show your face.
This is your new style. I don't understand. So if I come in now, you ask me to show my
don't worry.
That's one man new style. That's one man new style.
New style now. Why?
You didn't know what's been happening.
In the background.
Let me tell you.
I know in the background, but why was he see my face before you know I'm coming
in? One guy was coming doing porn. He was showing us pornography now. One guy just coming.
Oh, I see. Oh, sorry about that. Okay.
Yeah. You're trying to know. Anyway, do you guys know how much Umari voted for roads? Can you guys take a guess from the south as the federal road that connects
14 trillion.
I can't hear you. Your voice is echoing back. Somebody's voice is echoing back.
No, it's Mr. Trump's voice. You can.
Okay. Can anybody take a wild guess?
Huh? That's okay, Mr. Trump. I've confirmed it.
Okay. the moment he budgeted 200 million naira to fix all federal road that connect in Edo State, the bypass, Aunchi Road to Kennel, leading to Kogi, leading to South Delta. He voted 200 million naira. And it was so ridiculous. And this is the guy that said he wants to fix the road. And those jobs are that's a FEMA job, not the Minister of Transportation job. After the Minister of this thing again? Minister of is it Works, right? How can you say you want to succeed, you want to make things happen? And he said it took him 6 hours to travel from that road, just from Benin to Aunchi to Ekpoma. It took him 6 hours. The road is so bad, and the road that is so bad, you want to fix it, and you are posting 200 million naira. Do they want this government?
Are you serious?
I sent the video to one man. I can send the video to another wants to play it.
200 million
You
naira.
didn't see it. To fix federal
contractors having a what?
for waiting.
So that's like $200,000.
Are you sure it's 200?
Yes, $10,000.
You guys should have voted for APC now. Why you guys are losing labor?
No, hey, it's not by APC. Listen. It's APC that's questioning him right now. Nigerian rules are talking about not about labor now. Do you know bypass?
Yeah,
you know this is country that. And yesterday
you
we're talking about
LUP.
Hold on. Drop that. That's not even the question. This just one day here we're taking a list of Nigerian. We're taking list of ministers that is not performing in.
They won't be. Maybe it's Nigerian Watch. You got to blame Nigerian Watch. They've been sorting.
Hold on now, Mike. You don't be childish. I'm talking here.
Mike, let me just talk now.
I'm joking.
Stop this joke. This you are joking at your government. The man you're watching super is being messing up by his people that is putting there, and you are joking. This is a joke. Now we're talking about the ministers Tinubu have. Out of 46, we can only take out 2 out of it that is performing. 2. When we started, we were praising. Said the guy in this guy is performing. The guy in charge of taking care of passport and all that. I'll come to that guy later. But look at the minister that went. He has collected submitted budget. Now the main budget is coming. I think they passed the main budget, and you are locating the major cause of Nigeria problem is Benin access road. People don't even know. Almost all the international intercontinental road is in Benin. That's why it keeps swelling very bad. Okmila, precisely. All those trucks come from the north pass through Benin, and not all bypass is truck worthy. So all pass through Benin Express, going to Calabar, going to the southwest too. And you are voting 200 million. And tell me how do you want that government to work? Are you just doing it to political purposes for what? Oh, I don't understand. And you keep saying, I'm saying, and this guy was an engineer.
What exactly was challenge with? What are your challenges with the amount voted for that project? What are the challenges?
200 million freeze Beggar Junction.
How massive is that Beggar Junction? How massive now?
We are talking about 100 kilometers to 200 kilometers of road altogether. Okay. 200 kilometers of road. You are wasting 200 million. Is that not a joke?
Okay, I got your point.
And what he's voting for is for like maintenance, and that's not his job. That is for FEMA. You have to construct. Every day people are rioting.
Okay. What is? Let's just introduce a new thing. So, rational mind, because on this Betta Edu, I don't know much about it. Do you want to lead us into that?
Yeah, let me just say a little bit I know. I mean, so far that I've seen, we just keep
saying.
Well,
that person seems to be Babati's friend anyway, so let's go ahead.
We just keep seeing a lot of documents being released and evidence of Betta Edu asking or directing the other woman to pay money into some accounts and personal accounts. And we see people keep quoting, is it the Civil Service Act or whatever it is that bars a minister or anybody from moving money from the TSA or whatever they call it to personal accounts. So I think Bloomberg too. I think I saw it on. Let me see. I think on Bloomberg too, and the Reuters too. They all carried that news. I was so surprised. It made headline on some major. Is it AP2? I think AP2, yeah. Agence France, is that they call it. Yeah, so it made headline on many major platforms, not local, not just local. So I think that lady should go. Some people say it's just some people frame her up. They say this, she was being framed up. Some people don't just like her. That's what everyone herself. I think she herself is saying it that our enemies are behind her and that kind of a thing. But I don't know if Tinubu will do that because knowing how the role she played in Tinubu's campaign. You see,
Do you think that it was a mistake, or what do you think really happened with that money, the 500? Do you think he was trying to siphon the money, or it was just an accident, or was a mistake?
well, the thing is, if you violate any civil service act or whatever they call it,
No, I know that. I'm saying that just her. Do you think she was actually trying to steal the money, or it was just an error that she was, because I know on video she said they're going to give the money directly to the recipient, right? And they were going to create a
that's what they
wallet.
said. Yeah.
Like if you don't have account, they're going to give you a wallet. They're going to, for people that don't have accounts. On video, she said it. But now that this has happened, in your own opinion, do you feel like she was deliberately trying to siphon the money, or was just an accident? It was a mistake? In your own opinion,
You see, it's very hard to tell.
forget the law. Just for my own.
Hold on. I want to answer your question. It's very hard to tell what the end goal is for her. But then the thing is, the same Shadia Farouk that is now under investigation and maybe possibly indictment, or she has already been indicted. I don't know, but now she's feigning sickness or whatever. Now, like Diziani did, the same error that she did, whereby she used 5 billion naira to do cell phone repair and all of that, and some conditional transfer. I think I remember that during that lockdown, or maybe after when we were just coming out of that lockdown, she was talking about conditional transfer to some phony accounts numbers that we never even know to this very day. But now she's under she's under the radar of the EFCC, and then they transfer money to people who don't even know if some figments, some made up people and accounts with that. I don't even know if those accounts really exist, but they were able to trace some money into some personal accounts of some people who were maybe government contractors, as they say. So you see, all this crap that we're seeing in the system, it tells you that there's no transparency. So why would people not suspect her for the same thing that they're indicting Farida, Farouk, what's her name, that lady, former Women Affairs Minister? The same excuse that she made by transferring money to people's personal accounts, moving money here and there. That's what she's doing too. And then she's being investigated. So why can't she just? Well, you can say it's an
no. The reason I asked you, because on tape you said you know what. It's like she's not aware of the procedure. She knows, she's aware of the right thing to do. But now going contrary to what you've said on tape and you're aware of is what I don't understand. Where the
yeah, that's what they
Can
also.
I ask a question?
I'd like to make a comment on that too.
Can I ask a question too?
Go on.
So do you guys think what she said on tape, that they will send it to everybody's account, do you think that's that's actually doable? Since
no.
Let me land.
She said wallet for if you don't have an account. Okay, I know where you're going, but if you don't have an account where they can put the money, they will create a wallet for you. It's for accountability.
Which wallet? How?
Now, the Nigerian what's it called? Crypto, whatever they call it. Is that what they're saying?
No. For those that don't have accounts, that if you don't have access to, if you don't have info, they will create like an account, like a wallet for you. It's for poor people that don't have access to banking right now.
Let me follow up question. All right, poor people that don't have account, number one, they don't have the phone that's because this is not like regular phone. You're gonna have to use a smartphone. They don't have a smartphone. You're gonna create a wallet for them. That means you have to train them to able to do it. And are you sure that the e-naira that TBN said they have the wallet for, is the actually functionable? How many people do you know that's actually using it? Let me land, because there's so many things for this thing to work. In the rural areas that these people are actually located, they live, do they have access to internet? Even though if they have smartphone, that will be able to make them access that money. So there's a lot of stuff.
That's the point. That's the point we're saying. You see, it's very. I don't know if people listen to. There was this crap that they did recently, that they were paying people's travel fare to during the Christmas, and then one guy came to Arise, and He was being grilled by this guy, Hosseini, and the other lady. And the guy was just babbling and babbling, trying to defend crap. And then imagine you people coming to the park, you just give them money, reimburse them pay them half of the money. And then and they're going to send a bill to the federal government. I mean, just look at you see.
See, you can't blame. See, you can't blame Nigeria. We don't have that infrastructure
let me
yet.
comment.
That's the problem.
This
We
is the
don't
same
have
man. This is the same man
infrastructure.
who came in, who was talking about data. Data will chop. That statistics will chop. But now he's
Can you let Prince
not
Akin
realizing.
Rational
Let me
mind?
land this point. Let me land this point. Now he's not realizing the importance of data, importance of statistics. This is the same guy who's not realizing it because he's talking about revenue. That's so many of our economy is in the informal sector. And how can we get these people to be paying their own share of the taxes that we should be getting in form of revenue? Now he suddenly now realized, but now when he was campaigning, he was talking crap, talking the same crap that he usually talk. Now data, statistics will job. Now you're realizing it. So my point is this: is that I don't see this guy doing anything. It's just going to be chop and chop government like they've always done. I mean, we've seen people that have been accused of corruption. How many of them has he removed? How many of them has he removed? So is Betta Edu going to go the same way too? Like the other one that they said that she suspended. I think they said suspended somebody recently. She's going to go the same way like that. And you're suspending the other lady without even doing your due diligence to find out what was the nature of it. This lady was trying to prevent.
They did do diligence on Alima. If you're talking about Alima, they did. They know they recover about 34 billion out of 40 billion. They recover it from her.
Are you talking about the lady that works with Betta? Is that what you're saying?
No, the one that actually was suspended for
that one.
stealing.
I heard about that one. But this other one
Alima. No. There's two. There's Alima, and there's another one that said she was sick. So the one that's named Alima, that one's already taken, and they took the money back. But the other lady was the one that was claiming she's sick.
Why the lady why they being the one that's being more corrupt? I mean,
Okay,
it's because what she said they were going to do.
Maybe it's their boyfriends are sending them because
she's married there. She's married there, Mike.
Or maybe the husband is one sending them.
Well, Prince Daddy, go on.
I think that's a legal way to steal. How oxymoronic that sounds. And if you guys follow this guy in the U.S., what's it called? George Santos, the congressman from New York, right? They put him out of the Senate, right, or Congress because they thought his dealings were shady. He lied about this and that, and the guy came out and said, "Look, what they're accusing him of is exactly what these other congressmen are doing, except that he did it in a more unofficial way to steal, to lie and cheat." Okay, so that comes on Betta Edu, right? I think it was Emeka maybe yesterday said that. Look, he doesn't think that she should be fired because the money never actually left the government coffers, and for that reason, I think I'll accept that position. Though initially I thought she should be fired.
No. See, here you go. The money never left. How about if the money leaves? If the money had left, how about that?
That's what I'm saying. That initially,
you cannot excuse things like this.
No. Let me give my position.
You must be impeccable.
So you're waiting for her to steal before you fire her, right?
Okay. See, now, of course, that's why we have law. I mean, we have to go by the law. If she can prove that it was a mistake or whatever reason she can justify, that is fine. But as long as
until you commit until someone commit murder before they can sentence him.
It's not up to that case.
Have you heard about attempted murder? Have you heard attempted murder?
I've heard about it, but
so if you heard about it, people are being jailed for that. So people are being jailed for that.
I understand that, but
so why should it be spared?
Rational mind. Let me tell you something that happened to my cousin here in Japan.
Well, before you talk about your cousin, let me finish, please. Please. So, it's not to the level of murder or attempted murder. No, I see the money is still in the system, being tracked by the Attorney General, right, the AG. So, but I don't believe her. I thought was an attempt to siphon or steal money from the coffers. But at the same time, how much money are we talking about here? Is it about half a billion naira?
How much are we talking about here?
No.
That money could build about.
Let me finish
Can you do
now.
me a favor? Can you do me a favor? Can I do something to you? Section 713 of our law. Just give me 30 seconds to just read it to you so you know where I'm coming from. It says personal money shall in no circumstance be paid into a government account or shall any public money be paid into a private account. Any officer who pays public money into a private account is deemed to have done so with fraudulent intention. That is the law.
And what is the consequence for that violation?
No. The point that the point that hold on, please. Even the intent itself is deemed fraudulent.
I'm not disputing that it's criminal or fraudulent. What is the consequence, or what is the penalty for such an offense?
If the civil law says that to you, what does that tell you?
You're fired. You're gone.
I want to answer to the question. If you don't know, so I'm trying to justify my position here.
What do you know about that?
I'm not saying that she's not committed any crime. I'm not disputing that or arguing.
I'm saying
that.
first of all, she should be fired. That's it. That's the first thing you should do before you even do it.
But hold on now. I mean, so if that was the case, obviously, she would not be the first person to have done it. And number two, it sounds to me that, with all the billions and trillions of dollars that we've talked about, starting with Emefiele and Dangote and these other criminals, these politicians, right? It sounds to me that they all, if I'm not mistaken, have to get the money passed through the AG. But somehow, some way, the AG was so effective this time around to be able to identify this criminal or this embezzlement that was about to happen. You see,
Prince Daddy, the thing is, the other people didn't get caught. She got caught, so she got to go.
That's the point. It's not about they getting. I just said earlier, when my preamble to this conversation was like, there's a legal way to steal, and it said that statement was oxymoronic. Legal way to steal doesn't make any sense. It's kind of contradictory, right? But that's my point. The Attorney General sounds to be like maybe doing his job properly or knows what he's doing, but at the same time, all those billions and trillions of dollars that have been stolen in the past must have passed through the AG one way or another.
So what should happen to her? So what should happen to her in your opinion, Prince Daddy? What should happen then?
In my opinion, which I changed based on what I think I heard from Mecca, is that she should be reprimanded, obviously, and she should be, I don't know, suspension, whatever. But fired? No, I don't think she should fire her because, again,
sorry, let me ask the question. Can I move the conversation to the background?
Huh?
Are you okay if I move the conversation to the background?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Is it because I want to move to the
background? This topic have been going on for the past 2 days, and I didn't say anything to it because it's just funny from what I'm hearing from people.
We have another time to say about what is.
This is a case. Well, this is a case of my teeth is better than your teeth, or a case of trying not to blame me too much.
Let me quickly move. Okay, guys, thank you for your time. So we hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. See you later. But I move it the conversation to the background so people can continue. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you.